Chapter 131, The flag that you raised, started waving. Currently going through the whole base sec, Anna and Mimosa were on a purge. Crushing any eye of the Midnight Sun mage that came into sight without any warning. Mimosa was leading them, making any enemy that doesn't possess magic that can camouflage their magic signature come the next target for the purge. Seriously, how many of these are there? Asked Anna in a slightly annoyed tone. Don't know, didn't bother counting these small fries, replied Sek. Anna-san, Sek-san, you have been fighting for hours now. Rest for a while, said Mimosa in a slightly worried tone. It's fine, I can do this all day. No need to woe, said Sek when his gaze fell on the two girls. Though it was only slight, Sek could notice that the girls were physically exhausted, and as for their mana levels, they had depleted quite a lot because of the constant spell usage. Anna, send Ignis back. You two must be tired. I apologize for not noticing sooner, said Sek as he looked at the two girls with an apologetic expression on his face. No, it's fine. If you want I can continue, said Anna. Anna, just rest for a bit. Don't tire yourself before fighting the big shots. Well, if they don't get defeated by me in the first place, that is, said Sek as he patted Anna's shoulder. Anna stared at Sek for a while, wondering if she should rest or not, but after seeing his soft gaze Anna smiled and nodded. Thanks, Ignis. See you soon, summon cancel. Ignis gave a happy chirp and then turned into flames before she disappeared from their sight. All of them started falling as Sek caught the two of them and landed safely. Letting the two of them go, Sek's grimoire started flipping as multiple swords appeared around them and floated away. What are you doing, Sek-kun? Asked Anna. Preparing for an emergency, replied Sek. He then looked at the two girls and made two huge blocks of bronze for them to sit on. Rest for about 10-15 minutes, we will continue after that. Anna and Mimosa nodded and sat down. Sek then looked at the bird, resting on his shoulder, and asked, Felt him yet? Sikray shook her head in denial, making Sek sigh as he made a block for himself and sat down as well. What are you worried about, Sek-san? You have been in a hurry for quite a while now, asked Mimosa. The magic stone that Ryogai took from me, I kept it with me rather than handing it to the magic knights because I thought it would be safer with me. I don't want to know what the Eye of the Midnight Sun's great plan might be. If they are this big of a nuisance without the stones, I just don't want to see what they can do when they collect all and execute their plans. I am strong, and I can protect those who are close to me. But I cannot save everyone. My family, my town, this kingdom, I just don't want any harm to fall upon them when I am here, said Sek with a slightly sad smile. He knew that he was not omnipotent, he had limitations, and he cannot do everything. He cared about his family and his town and thus wanted to protect them from the invasion of the reincarnation elves, but now knowing that they could activate their plan, made him slightly scared of the worst-case scenario. Sikray, who was sitting on his shoulder, jumped closer and patted his face with her wing, trying to comfort her partner. Sek smiled at her act of affection and patted her head. Don't worry, Sek-san, we will definitely find that stone before they could start whatever they are planning, said Mimosa with a determined look on her face. You just raised a flag, Mimosa, said Sek with a helpless smile on his face. Let's get going. We should not, said Anna as she stood up but stopped all of a sudden. Sek and Mimosa looked at Anna curiously, wanting to know why she stopped all of a sudden and found her looking emotionlessly into space. Anna? Are you alright? Asked Sek when he suddenly felt his mana detection acting up and immediately stood up as well. A bright golden aura surrounded Anna as Sek's eyes widened in shock. Vritra. Activating his sacred gear, Sek didn't wait even for a second to take action and fired absorption lines at Mimosa and Anna. Both were lifted at the same time as Anna was moved away from them while Mimosa was pulled towards him as he hid the royal behind his back. This shit ain't funny. Mimosa, try to stick close and away from the line of attack, said Sek. What is happening, Sek-san? Asked Mimosa in a panicked tone. She could feel the huge amount of mana that was coming out of Anna and she was scared of the maliciousness that was mixed in it. The flag that you raised started waving, said Sek as he focused on Anna. Pointed ears, red tattoo, huge boobs, already high mana going through the roofs, or Scion elf, thought Sek as he got ready to fight. Don't know if you noticed it yet, but Anna is turning into an elf. Make sure to be safe, Mimosa, said Sek. What? She is. But why? Asked Mimosa. Probably the magic stones, not able to guess any other thing making it possible, replied Sek. Ara looks like I have gotten younger, said Anna as she looked at her body and started to feel it as well. Okay, that's surely not Anna, somehow it was hot, thought Sek. Mind out of the gutter, my other half. Focus, on her, not her breasts, said Vritra. Yeah, I will, but seriously, wasn't that hot? Asked Sek. Vritra just sighed at his host's question and decided to remain silent. The elf Anna, who was now an Ara type, had a slight smile on her face as she felt her chest, but then her gaze fell on Sek and Mimosa. Anna? Asked Sek. Yes? Wait, why does a human know my name? Who are you, kid? Such magnificent mana at such young age despite being a human, and that girl behind you, this mana, a royal. She looked at Sek with a curious yet sultry look on her face, but once her gaze fell on Mimosa, her eyes widened a bit and a menacing smirk appeared on her face. Wait, your name is Anna too? Asked Sek. What do you mean by two? Does the original owner have the same name? Well, didn't she have a pretty name? Now, my insignificant lowly human sweetheart, won't you move aside and let Oni-san play with the girl that is hiding behind you? Asked the elf Anna with a small smile as her grimoire started flipping. First of all, stop talking like that. Seeing my Anna talking like that is giving me the willies. Secondly, no, I won't move. Thirdly, return the body back to Anna, the human one, said Sek. Not gonna happen. Next, my Anna, don't tell me a lowly human like you had some relations with me, the human one, and had your way with my body. No, we don't. We are just friends. Now, is there a way for you to return my friend's body back? Asked Sek, knowing full well what the answer was going to be. Thank God, just imagine doing it with an insignificant human like you. Actually, can you remove your cloak and show me your body? I would like to form a better picture, you know, on second thought leave it. I am gonna burn you both to ashes anyway, said Anna as mana gathered around her. Flame magic, incinerate wave. Flames gathered around her and started circling her. Those flames are hotter and stronger than our Anna's. Well, time to take action, said Sek as his grimoire started flipping. Burn down to cinders, you humans. Nah, not feeling like it. Ice debuff magic, ice cloaked chilling smash. A bluish layer of mana appeared around Sek's fist as a chilling aura came out of it. Flames blasted forward in all directions, leaving no place for Sek and Mimosa to dodge. Not thinking much about it, Sek increased the mana in his spell and punched forward, sending a cold mana shockwave blasted forward, dispersing the flames. Seeing her flames getting dispersed without any difficulty, Elf Anna widened her eyes in surprise and soon got hit by the cold mana shockwave, that sent her flying. Ack! Groaning in pain because of the impact, Anna soon landed and looked at Sek with anger. She looked at her body and noticed a thin layer of ice around her arms and torso. Ice magic? Looks like you got a bad matchup, said Anna with a smirk as flames appeared around her arms. Sure, bad matchup. By the way, is that ice melting? Asked Sek with a smile. Tilting her head in confusion, Anna looked at her arms only to find the ice layer still there without any change in it. Widening her eyes in surprise, she stopped using her flames and focused on the ice. This is not some simple spell, need to prevent them from hitting me, thought Anna as she stood up and got ready to fight again. Sek stood silently as his grimoire flipped and he got ready to attack. You sure know some nasty spells, said Anna as her grimoire flipped. Hey, that was a cool spell. Pun intended, said Sek with a smile as he looked at her arms. Flame magic, Explosio flame pillar. A flaming circle appeared below Sek, and Mimosa and Mana started gathering in it. But Sek, who already felt the key change, simply grabbed Mimosa and jumped away, doing the explosion that occurred at the spot where the two of them were standing. Flame summoning magic, mystic firebird. Feeling the familiar presence of Ignis, Sek looked at the phoenix that just appeared. Ignis, she ain't the real Anna, you know, said Sek. But the phoenix ignored Sek and happily caressed Anna's cheek. Ah, ain't you a cutie? So your name is Ignis. All right, my adorable partner, wants to help me in exterminating these pests. QI. The bird chirped in response and glared at Sek and Mimosa. My other half, I would like to fight the phoenix, said Vritra in an excited tone. Okay. Sek's sacred gear appeared and soon black marks started spreading on his body. Dragon force. Oh, a transformation, and your mana, it's more primal. You know, I like it wild too, said Anna in a sultry tone. Useless info, but okay, replied Sek. Ignis, Phoenix Flare. Flame magic, Raging Flare. The two of them gathered mana as flames started to form in front of them. Mimosa, focus on defending yourself, it is going to be very hot here, said Sek. Mimosa nodded as some vines and flowers appeared around her. Sek focused back on the fight as mana gathered in his body as well. Prison Dragon's Roar. The elf and the phoenix fired their orange flames at Sek while a sea of black flames blasted out of Sek's mouth and clashed. But soon the orange flames got pushed back as Sek put a bit of effort into his attack. Seeing their combined attack being pushed back, Anna frowned and ordered Ignis to cover her. Ignis and Anna stopped attacking as the firebird stood in front of Anna like a shield, protecting her from the black flames. Knowing that the bird was a phoenix, Anna didn't worry much about the flames since phoenixes had great fire resistance. But the moment the black flames hit Ignis, the bird screeched in pain, making Anna shocked by the scene in front of her. Ignis's feathers started to burn and turned to ashes by Sek's flames. The flames stopped after a while since Sek didn't want to destroy Anna's body, and soon Ignis lowered her wings and an angry Anna came into their view. Damn humans! Ignis Phoenix Heal. Ignis's body glowed and a moment later a perfectly fine Ignis appeared in front of them. That's why I find these things annoying, said Vritra. Well, it can't be helped, replied Sek as he saw the phoenix coming toward him at full speed. Anna jumped on the phoenix's back as various giant fireballs appeared around them. Sek looked at the scene with a calm look on his face, making the elf angrier. Flame magic, Phoenix Incinerating Burst. Ignis flapped her wings as the fireballs got bigger and stronger and launched them toward Sek and Mimosa. Prison Dragon's Spiral Devourer. Absorption Limes shot forward from his sacred gear and formed a spiral in front of him, catching all the incoming fireballs and absorbing them. Seeing her attacks being nullified like that, Anna ordered Ignis to crash into Sek and deal with him physically. Flame magic, Flare XL. Flames shot forward behind Ignis as the phoenix sped up and crashed into the absorption line spiral and then pushed through, colliding into Sek and dragging him away. How's that? Human, said Anna with an excited look on her face. Not bad, replied Sek as he retracted his absorption line and then grabbed Ignis's wings. He then started to push back, slowing himself down, and soon both the bird and Sek came to a stop. This one's gonna hurt, said Sek as he used his full strength and tore Ignis's wings off her body, making the phoenix screech out in pain as flames appeared around the injured area. Black flames gathered around Sek's mouth, seeing which Anna frowned and attacked. Flame magic, Incinerating Blaze Edge. A semi-solid flame blade came out of the ground and tried to stab Sek's torso. Already predicting that, the dragon scales around Sek's arms hardened as he crossed his arms and blocked the attack, but was still blown away by the flame blade's impact. Phoenix Heal, keep that pest busy, I will kill the royal first, said Anna as she glared at Mimosa. She was already pissed at her because she was a royal, but because of Sek, she was even angrier. Shit! Anna's grimoire flipped as she walked towards Mimosa. Plant magic, magic cannon flower. Really, plant magic against me? Asked Anna with a smirk on her face as she saw the giant flower and vines that appeared around Mimosa. Flame magic, explosive flame pillar. A force circle appeared around Mimosa as flames and mana started gathering around her. Distracted by the huge amount of mana around her, she didn't notice that her plant was already burning because of the heat. "Well then, bye-bye Miss Royal," said Anna with a smile as she waved her hand. But just as she said that, a figure went past her, making her surprised, and soon she saw Sek propelling himself forward using his flames. Sek didn't even bother looking at the attacks that were coming from behind and simply focused on Mimosa, who was about to go boom. Grabbing the royal in his hands, Sek held her tightly as he felt that flaming circle was about to explode. Snake-like appendages appeared around him and covered his and Mimosa's body. His dragon scales hardened while he continued to move away from the explosion that was about to occur. Boom! A loud explosion accompanied by phoenix flames attacked Sek, blowing the Dark Lord and the royal away. Sek frowned a bit as he felt the flames scorch his skin for a bit, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. "Yup, these flames are hotter than the time Anna used them," thought Sek. "This place is confined, my other half. Change location. Fighting while protecting is not going to last long if you don't plan on killing her," said Vritra. "Got it," replied Sek as he soon changed his position to protect Mimosa from the fall. "You all right, Mimosa?" asked Sek with a small smirk on his face. "Sek-san," said Mimosa in a panic. She couldn't see the attack because Sek shielded her from it and covered her up, but she felt the mana from the attack, and that was too much for anyone to get out of without injuries. Sek stood up and moved her aside as he got ready to fight again. Mimosa looked at Sek's back and saw the burnt skin and blood. Widening her eyes in horror, Mimosa covered her mouth. She was glad that Sek saved her, but she didn't want to see him getting this injured because of her. "No, this is not the time to get scared. I have to heal him," thought Mimosa as she walked behind Sek. "Sek-san, I will heal you, but I don't think she will allow me to do that. So please make sure that I can heal you," said Mimosa. "You want me to make sure that you heal me? Not gonna lie, never thought I will hear such a weird request from you of all people," said Sek. But Mimosa didn't answer and focused on healing Sek. Plant healing magic, princess healing flower robe. A dress with wings made of flowers and leaves appeared around Mimosa as a glow appeared around her hands. She focused the light on Sek, and immediately the Dark Lord felt relief. "Your healing magic is really great," said Sek with a smile. Mimosa smiled at the compliment, but soon her smile disappeared when she felt a large amount of mana gathering near Anna. "Stop getting in my way," yelled an enraged Anna as she and Ignis began glowing. "That spell is not gonna be a good one, Mimosa, focus on healing," said Sek as the snake-like appendages came out of him and wrapped around Mimosa. Soon Mimosa was stuck with Sek as Sek stood up and got ready to attack. Sek-san. It's are kind of embarrassing," said Mimosa with a blush as she found herself stuck with Sek. "I know, Mimosa, I am trying my hardest to not think about it. So bear with it for a moment," said Sek as he felt two big and soft mountains press against his back. "She is short-stacked," thought Sek. "I am only ignoring this because this is necessary," thought Sekre as she looked at the royal and her partner with a glare on her face. Do you even know what all we went through because of these royals? I am gonna kill you too. Then I will kill both of your families. Then all of the elves will destroy all the humans. We will be your doom," said Anna. "Has anyone ever told you that you have a wild imagination?" said Sek as he with Mimosa on his back appeared in front of her in an instant. Prison Dragon's Black Blaze Fist. Ignis reacted faster than Anna and tried to protect her master, but that didn't matter as Sek's black flame-covered fist smashed her face and dragged it along. The Fire Fist and Fire Chicken then hit Anna's face as he smashed both of them on the floor, breaking it in an instant and continued breaking through several floors. Finally spotting a wide enough room to fight, Sek stopped and looked around. Anna and Ignis crashed into the ground as a just cloud arose while Sek along with Mimosa landed away from them. Mimosa had her mouth open wide in shock as she just saw how brutally Sek punched the girl's face. She could swear that she heard Anna's jaw breaking. She looked at Sek, who was looking at his fist and didn't know what to think. I am glad that I didn't turn into an elf, thought Mimosa in relief. I probably broke her jaw. Well, she will heal, thought Sek as he looked at his fist, but soon shrugged his shoulders, deciding not to think much about it. He then looked to his side and asked, Captain Mirioliana, hello there, and waved his hand. His gaze then fell on the other elves that were in the room, and soon he spotted Rii. Well, time for maximum effort, Nat, that's too much for these small fries, said Sek as he got ready to fight. Chapter 132, 1 vs 6. You look quite beaten up, Captain Mirioliana. Let me tag in while you recover, said Sek as he loosened the appendages around Mimosa, letting her free. Hat, I don't need a kid like you butting in my fights. Stand aside while I deal with them, said Mirioliana, who looked quite battered up from her fight against the 5 elves. Now, don't be shy. Let the Dark Lord cover for you. Besides, I did bring one more here, so let me take responsibility, said Sek as he looked at Anna, who was healing her wounds. Like hell, that's gonna happen. If anything, you just balanced the fight a bit for them by bringing in their ally, said Mirioliana as she looked at the 6 elves. Sek sighed and then looked at the 6 elves, who were now looking at them with anger. He then walked towards Mirioliana and said, heal up, and then we will beat the shit out of them sooner and then get done with the mission. There might be more of them who turned into elves back in the kingdom. This made Mirioliana serious, as she didn't think of this possibility. She looked at the 6 elves with a frown and then said, try not to die before I step back in. Sek smirked and said, Hat, just hope that they are capable enough to last long enough for you to rejoin the battle. Mimosa, start fixing her up. Mimosa nodded and then got behind Mirioliana and started healing her. As for you, well, try not to die, we need those bodies after all, said Sek as black flames gathered around his fists. Hat, when even a royal couldn't deal with us. How are you gonna survive when there is one more person on our side, said the elf that took over Pulley. Sek just smiled at the elf as he breathed in some air. Be wary of him. That man is not simple, said Anna, who was finally done healing herself. She still felt pain in her jaw but decided to join the fight. Haha, nice joke, Anna. Everyone, let's show this human what us elves are capable of, said Elf Rill. Wing magic, angel flapping. Picture magic, subterranean Jinnet's iron arm. Snow magic, glacial shard strike. Sandstone magic, rock storm. Copy magic, light sword of judgment. Flame magic, raging flare. All the elves fired their attacks at Sek as he just continued to suck in the air. After breathing until his limit, Sek faced the incoming attack and blew hard. Prison Dragon's Roar. Black flames came out of his mouth wide enough to cover all the incoming attacks. All the attacks collided with the black flames, only to be destroyed immediately without any resistance at all. Even the iron and sandstone magic were easily destroyed by the black flames. Damn, I realized again why I hold back these flames, thought Sek. Don't hold back much this time, my other half. It's 6 vs 1 and all of them are pretty powerful, said Vritra. Don't worry, I know, replied Sek as he felt the change in ki behind him. Ryu, who saw their attacks being destroyed, easily moved away to dodge the black flames. He then opened a portal behind Sek and take him off guard. Copy magic, Dark Claw. Prison Dragon's Black Blaze Fist. Before Ryu could complete the spell, a dark flaming fist came in front of him, punching him in the face and sending him back through the portal. Ryu, who was sent away with a punch to the face, soon crashed into a wall as blood spilled out of his mouth. That's for touching my ex-Dace-chan, said Sek as he looked at Ryu, but soon turned to his right as his mana detection warned him about the incoming attack. Painting magic, Phantom Dragon Vuvra's shout. A highly powerful and concentrated mana beam attack was launched by elf-possessed Rill, who had a dragon-like creature with a human face and boobs. So you are a man of culture as well, hey? But why boobs on a creature like that? Asked Sek as he saw the huge boobs that Rill painted on his creation. Prison Dragon's Spiral Devourer. Pointing his hand forward, Sek fired the absorption line, which took the shape of a spiral, and started absorbing the mana out of the mana beam. Seeing that his attack was not reaching Sek, Elf Ril increased the output as the size of the mana beam increased. Sek noticed that and increased the size of the spiral and continued absorbing the mana out of the attack. The other elves saw their friend having a hard time against Sek and decided to lend a hand as well and attacked him from different directions. Sek felt the change in ki and shot his other absorption line toward the boob dragon. Will, who saw that, jumped away thinking that it was coming for him and smirked as he saw the human's attack missing. But the absorption line continued moving and struck the boob dragon's shadow. Prison dragon's shadow Kurohitsuji. Shadows erupted around the creature as a dark cube appeared around it. A moment later, shadow blades appeared on the sides of the cube that pierced the creature from all sides, destroying it in a moment. Sek retracted both absorption lines as powerful spells came from all sides. Flames from the left, ice from the right, and feathers from my back. All right, thought Sek as turned around and fired absorption lines to his left and right. Prison dragon's spiral devourer. The flames and ice started getting absorbed by the lines as black flames gathered in his mouth. Prison dragon's roar. Firing the black flames at the incoming feathers, Sek easily burned through them and hit the elf Pulley with the flames. Ah! Screamed Pulley in pain as the flames burned her. Seeing their comrade in pain, Elf Anna and Elf Fragile stopped attacking him and went to save Pulley. Sek retracted his absorption lines as he felt two people coming toward him. Sandstone magic, heavy rock smash. Copy magic, bear claw. Elf Reuben and Rhea came to attack him in unison. Seeing them approaching, the shadow around him darkened and appeared around his hand and black flames came out of his hands. Prison dragon's shadow flame claw. The two attacks hit Sek as he caught both their fists with his hands, which were covered in dragon scales and had shadows and black flames wrapped around them. Clenching his hands, Sek easily destroyed their spells and then crushed their hands by gripping them hard. He then grabbed both the elves and spun them around him before throwing them away. He then raised both his hands as a black flame orb appeared above them. Prison dragon's destruction flare. A huge black fireball appeared over Sek's hand as he launched it toward the group of elves that got caught in it and started to burn inside it. Sek stared at the black flames for a while, thinking if he should stop before the elves turned to cinders. But before he could cancel his flames, a portal appeared quite a bit away from them and the 6 elves fell out of it. Got to say, you managed to get out even after the last attack. You are good, Rie, said Sek as he snapped his fingers and cancelled the black flames. Shut up, human. Don't get cocky just because you were able to deal with us for a while. We will kill you, yelled Ledril as he and the others cast healing magic on themselves. Sek sighed and then deactivated Dragon Force and took a deep breath. What happened? Already out of juice? Asked Anna with a smirk as she summoned Ignis. Sek smiled and said, Nope, but someone is all patched up. So you all better be ready to see hell break out on you all. Ha, you said it. Be prepared to die, said Mirioliana as flaming mana came out of her as she stood near Sek while Mimosa stood behind the two of them. Latch on, Mimosa, said Sek as snake-like appendages appeared around him and wrapped around Mimosa. Oi Sek! Show me your mana zone, said Mirioliana as she looked at the blonde kid beside her. Sek raised his brow and looked at the vermilion-haired lady beside him. But that would be just game over for these weaklings. Is it that strong? Oh, it's OP. Most people won't even stand a chance against my mana zone. Ho, you are making me excited now. Say, would you like to test it against my mana zone? Asked Mirioliana with a predatory smile on her face. Sure, but we are in the middle of a mission right now, let's not waste time. On that note, using my mana zone is a viable option. Alright, I'm gonna end it then, said Sek as he looked back at the elves who were glaring at them while healing. They heard Sek call them weaklings and how his mana zone will just finish them. They were thoroughly pissed at the human who mocked them to that extent and decided to finish him with a combined attack. Human! Deal with the combined strength of us elves, yelled all 6 elves as they combined their magic power into one single attack. Compound magic, elemental quintet. A giant mass of energy gathered in front of the elves as they continued pouring their mana into it. Asta and Zora soon came and saw the scene that was happening and rushed toward their friends. "Oi! Sek! When did you get here?" asked Asta as he came running with his demon slayer sword. "Oh Asta, I came here a while ago. Captain was quite beaten up, so I decided to sub in. By the way, stand back and let me deal with it," said Sek as he raised his hand to stop Asta. Asta and Zora stopped. They had a plan of their own but decided to let Sek do what he wanted since he looked quite confident with his plan. Sek smiled seeing the fellow Black Bulls halt and then focused back on the elves who were almost done with their spell. Taking in a deep breath, Sek closed his eyes and concentrated to feel the mana around him. Soon his eyes opened as a glow appeared in his eyes. So, that's how it feels using a mana zone. It's amazing, thought Sek. This was the first time that he was feeling his own mana zone without being on the verge of collapsing. The elves who felt the mana around them widened their eyes in shock. The sheer amount of mana around them was making their attack shake, and the pressure made by that mana was forcing them to kneel. It's just like Lix, the mana loves this human way too much, just like Licht, thought Rii. But all the elves persevered and fired their combination attack at the humans. "Take this and die," yelled the elves simultaneously. Seek just smirked as he raised his hand forward. "This fight is already over," said Sek as he clenched his fist. Just when he did that, the combined attack of the elves started to disintegrate into raw mana and started dispensing out. Mana Zone, Bronze Age. The whole surrounding turned into bronze as the combined enemy spell also started to turn into bronze and break down. The attack continued to move toward Sek and his group, but by the time it reached them the spell got so small that the impact didn't even make Sek tickle. I impossible, our combined power. Just like that. To a mere human. Sek, who heard their words, shook his head and said, "Don't think bad about yourself, you were against the Dark Lord after all. Now then, it's my turn to attack." Sek pointed his hand at the elves and opened his hand once again. Mana gathered around the elves, making them panic as their grimoires started flipping. But before they could even gather mana, their bodies started turning into bronze, and a moment later 6 unmoving elvish bronze statues appeared. Sek sighed and cancelled his mana zone before he turned towards Mirioliana. "So, what do you think of it?" Impressed, asked Sek. It was all right," said Mirioliana with a smirk on her face. "Hey, all right? I dare you to take that back." "It wasn't anything below awesome," complained Sek. "Humph, I can easily beat your mana zone." "So it looked all right to me," said Mirioliana. "Is that so? Wanna have a go then? I can say you will be a pretty beautiful bronze statue. You wanna have a go? All right, come at me. I will punch that manly face of yours and make it, even more, manlier with a scar." The two continued to glare at each other and were now standing close to each other with their foreheads touching and pushing each other away. Their mana started to come out as they continued to bicker, but all of a sudden a smack hit Sek's head, making him stop. "Ow! What the hell, Secret?" Secret just pointed at the elves, making him realize that they were still on a mission. "Oh, sorry about that. All right, let's get going to the center room. We need to deal with the boss as well," said Sek, making others serious and nod at his words. Chapter 133, vs Licht. Sek, Asta, Mimosa, Mirioliana, and Zora decided to rush toward the center of the room where Licht was present. "So you are saying that you guys went straight to the leader's room, but that guy didn't do anything," said Mirioliana. Sek had Mimosa on his back as she was not able to keep up with the great of them while they ran towards their destination. "We did, many of their mages followed us as well. We did deal with them, but that Ryugai teleported all of us away," said Sek while keeping an eye on Secret, who was leading the group towards Licht. "So you are saying that right now, that shit is just a motionless punching bag?" asked Mirioliana. "I don't know about that, that might be plausible. That just took most of the fun out of beating the shit out of someone," said Mirioliana in a slightly disappointed tone. The others just looked at her and thought if their leader remembered what the mission don't was. Not talking much after that, the group soon arrived in the room where Lick's floating body was. "Great, more elves," said Zora as his gaze fell on the elf's golden dawn trio Klaus, Haman, and Yuno. "Asta, your friend is there as well. Want to knock some sense in him before I knock him out?" asked Sek. "Hey? Oi! You fought the last time. It's my turn now," said Miriolian as she held Sek in a flame paw and glared at him. "Go ahead, I will take the leader then," said Sek, but soon felt the flaming paw tighten up. "You sure know how to piss off your superior." "Superior is my middle name. Sek Superior Bronzeza the Dark Lord." While the two of them were arguing, the three elves focused on the enemies that just came inside the room. "Humans, and two royals amongst them," said the elf Klaus. "They sure came running towards their deaths. Let's show these weaklings the power that we possess," said the elf Haman. Sek and Mirioliana stopped bickering and looked at the elves that said that. "Oi, did you shits just call me a weakling?" asked Mirioliana. "You guys have eyes but cannot see MT Tai?" asked Sek. The two elves decided to ignore the humans and started to use their magic. Mirioliana let Sek go as she saw that the fight was about to start. She was about to fight back, but before she could do anything, Asta took a step forward. "Klaus, please don't." But the elves ignored Asta and started attacking him with their magic. Seeing the incoming attacks, Asta took out his anti-magic swords and started destroying the projectiles that were heading his way. "Stop this, Klaus! We're both magic knights," yelled Asta. This got some reaction out of the elf Klaus. His body unconsciously reacted to Asta's words, which made the elf frown in displeasure. "Humph! Our hatred for you is far stronger than your pathetic little bond," yelled Klaus back as he fired his attacks once again, only for Asta to destroy them with his anti-magic swords. But this time, two more steel spikes emerged from the ground near Asta and attacked him. "Ecstase, Key Blade." Sek, who already felt the change in Ki and knew that Asta would not be able to dodge or parry the next attack, decided to intervene and unsheathed Ecstase. The blade glowed and soon stretched forward and followed the key of the magic attacks and moved around Asta like a snake and destroyed the steel spikes. "Asta, keep your head calm. They are not at the level for you to lose your cool like that," said Sek as he retracted the blade. "Sek, sorry about that," said Asta as he glanced back at Sek. Asta then glared at the elves and steeled his resolve as he got ready to fight. "I promised my friends that I will come back alive. I won't let my friends kill my other friends. I will nick some sense back into you guys. And then..." Asta paused and took a deep breath. "I'll become the Wizza. Yeah, the usual shit. Now stand back," said Sek as he stepped forward with two Gaster blasters above him. "Oi chibi! Stop wasting time on useless blabber," said Mirioliana as she stepped forward as well with a flaming fist. Said Asta with a shocked expression on his face. Klaus and Haman, who had enough of the humans, decided to attack them. "What in the world are you babbling about now, you humans? Sek are an eyesore. This is where you're going to die," yelled Klaus and Haman simultaneously as they fired a combined spell at the humans. "Die? Us? That's some funny shit that you are spouting," said Mirioliana with a wicked smile on her face. "Hold back, Captain, we need their bodies, so don't unalive them," said Sek as he looked at the approaching attack with a calm look on his face. Mirioliana nodded as her grimoire started flipping. "Flame magic, Kali." But before she could even finish her spell, a strong tornado appeared in the path of the enemy spell, destroying it in an instant. Once the winds cleared, the group saw Yuno standing in front of Mirioliana with his grimoire wide open. "He cock-blocked you, Captain." "Yuno? Why you? Hey! Wait, are you actually Yuno?" asked Asta. Yuno, who heard Asta's question, turned around and was about to answer, but before he could do so, a flaming paw appeared over his head and clenched it tightly. "How dare you interrupt my spell, you bastard?" asked Mirioliana in a threatening tone. What's that for? Want me to kill you? Asked Mirioliana as she raised her flaming fist. Sek just started at the chaos that was happening in front of him and then looked at the other two elves. This is the perfect time to attack you guys. Are you sure you just want to look at the scene? Well, whatever, thought Sek as he pointed his hand forward as the Gaster blasters that were beside him aimed at the two elves and fired a mana beam at them. The two unsuspecting elves were too late to dodge or defend against the incoming attacks and got hit by the mana beam that sent the two of them flying. Sek just looked at the dust cloud that appeared because of his attack and looked behind him to see the others looking at him with surprised looks on their faces. Don't get distracted on a battlefield, you guys. I know they are weak, but still, said Sek as he looked at his team with a disappointed look on his face. You using such underhanded tricks? As expected of humans. Looks like we have no choice, said the elf Haman as mana surged out of him. We'll have to give it everything we've got, said Elf Klaus as mana surged out of him as well. A large amount of glass and steel started to form around the two elves. Sek and his team looked at the giant spell that the elves were about to use and got ready to strike back. Captain Siskelion, let me take care of this. I want to knock some sense back into Klaus, said Asta as he looked at Mirioliana. Me too. They are seniors from my squad. Let me handle them, said Yuno. Mirioliana looked at the two of them and then glanced at Sek. Sek, stand back. Let the kids have some fun, said Mirioliana. Sek looked back at the group and sighed. He turned around and walked back and stood beside Mimosa. Go on, kids. Play around. Don't get hurt, said Sek as he ruffled Asta's hair. Oi! Don't treat me like a kid, complained Asta. Ah, you getting angry, little man? Grr. Suddenly the ground started to rumble, making Asta and Sek snap back to the situation and look at the elves. Go on, Asta. Asta nodded and then stood beside Yuno. Let's do it, Yuno. Don't get hurt, Asta. I don't have time to save you, said Yuno. Asta took out his Demon Slayer sword and got ready to fight. Combination magic, Le Chateau d'Oeuvre. A giant tank-like thing made of glass and steel with drills all around it appeared. Well, that thing sure looks crazy, said Asta as anti-magic radiated out of his sword. That's some intense magic, said Yuno with a smile. Spirit assimilation, spirit dive. A strong gust of wind blew around Yuno as he went into his spirit dive mode. Asta too went to his black mode and the two got ready to attack. The two launched at the tank with great speed and Yuno immediately proceeded to attack. Spirit magic, spirit storm. Asta too slashed the tank with his anti-magic sword, splitting it in half and easily destroying it. Sek just stared at the destroyed tank before shifting his gaze to the two elves who were blown away by the attack. But all of a sudden Sek's eyes widened in shock. Did you feel him move? Thought Sek as he noticed Licht appearing near the two elves and catching them before they fell. No. My other half, be serious about this fight, that elf is strong, replied Vritra. Both mana detection and ki aren't detecting him, F***ck, thought Sek as he turned serious. The others were having similar thoughts as they saw Licht lay down the other elves and then slowly walk toward the black sword that was stuck in the ground. Sikre, who was sitting on top of Sek's shoulder, was nervous. She knew what the elf leader was capable of and was not sure how Sek was going to handle him. Sikre, stay away from me in the fight, ordered Sek as he unsheathed Ekstace. Licht took out the sword from the ground and in an instant the black sword started changing and soon a glowing white sword appeared in Licht's hand. The key from that sword, it's strong. But it's good that I have something to get rid of his movements, thought Sek as he gripped his sword tightly. Asta, be careful, said Yuno as he looked at his short friend. Yeah, I know, said Asta only to find Licht standing directly in front of him. Licht then proceeded to take the Demon Dweller sword from Asta's hand and raised it. The sword started to shine with a bright white glow as Licht looked at Asta with an impassive look on his face. Not wasting a moment, Licht slashed at Asta. But Asta and Yuno immediately flew back, dodging the sword attacks. Sek looked at Mereoleona and entered his dragon force mode. "Playtime over, right?" asked Sek. Mereoleona cracked her knuckles and gave a nod. Flames gathered around her fists as she and Sek launched at the elf leader. Flame magic, Calidus Brachium. Prison Dragon's Blaze Cutter. Black flames gathered around Xdace's blade as Sek slashed forward, sending a flying slash made of black flames. Licht immediately fired a flying mana slash of his own, easily countering Sek's attack. Mereoleona then appeared above him ready to push the elf. But Licht simply looked up at the lioness, grabbed her wrist, and slammed her on the floor, before throwing her at Sek. Sek, who saw the incoming lady, simply sidestepped, letting the royal fly away and crash into the wall. "Oi! Don't throw wild royals at me," said Sek as he rushed towards the elf. "Asta!" Asta came flying towards the elf from behind as both of them prepared to attack him. Black flames gathered around Sek's sword as Asta raised his Demon Slayer sword ready to strike. Licht looked at the two incoming black bulls without any change in his expression and opened his hands, showing the two swords that he had. Asta and Sek appeared in front of Licht ready to strike the guy, but before their sword could even reach him, Licht jumped and spun around, sending multiple flying slashes all around him. Asta, who didn't expect that, got caught up in the attack and was blown away. Sek, on the other hand, immediately gathered mana in his mouth. Prison Dragon's Roar. Black flames came out of his mouth and attacked Licht at point-blank range. The elf got engulfed in a sea of black flames, but not even a moment later a first came into Sek's view and soon landed an uppercut, sending the Dark Lord flying up. An almost uninjured Licht came out of the black flames, though there were slight burn marks on his clothes. Sek, who was falling, looked at the elf and clicked his tongue in annoyance. That strong mana around him is protecting him, thought Sek. "Oi, get back in there," said Mereoleona as she grabbed Sek's leg and threw him towards Licht. She then rushed towards the elf as well, with flaming mana radiating out of her body. Sek, who was thrown toward the elf, changed his posture as he pointed Xdace at the elf. "Xdace, extend!" Not even a moment later the blade glowed and extended out, heading towards the elf at great speed. Noticing the incoming sword, Licht decided to deflect it with his Demon Destroyer sword, only to see Xdace easily cutting through the sword and continue heading towards him. Seeing that, Licht tried to move away but was a bit late and XD cut through his waist. Not wasting even a moment, Sek tried to cut the elf in half, but Licht jumped up and easily avoided the attack. "You dare throw me away like that, you long-ear punk," said Mereoleona as she punched the elf, sending him crashing down. Mana Zone, Calidus Brachium Barrage. A beastly smile appeared over Mereoleona's face as the mana around her flared up. "I am still here, you know that, right?" said Sek, who was inside Mereoleona's mana zone as well. But the lioness just ignited him and focused on the elf, who crashed into the ground. F***CK. And immediately after that various glowing spots appeared around him. Prison Dragon's Shadow Shield. Sek's shadow turned dark and soon an orb made of those shadows surrounded him, protecting him from the flaming punches that rained down on the area around him. "I would have died if I was even a second late," complained Sek as he maintained the barrier from breaking apart. "You would not have died, we both know that," said Vritra. "Don't take that in a literal sense," replied Sek as he made a small gap in the barrier to look at Licht. But his eyes widened in shock when he saw Licht just moving around and slashing away the flaming punches with both his swords. "Is this guy for real?" thought Sek and decided to attack as well. He ran out of the mana zone area while still being covered in the barrier and soon stood beside Yuno and Asta. "That guy in there is total nuts. He is cutting through each of her punches without any difficulty," said Asta as the other two rookies turned serious as well. "What should we do?" asked Asta as Sek and Yuno looked at the mana zone. "His movements are too fast and his swordplay is great. Not to mention the mana slashes that are preventing us from getting close to him. Long-range attacks are not fast enough to attack him. I have an idea, but I will need around 30 seconds to execute it. Can you guys buy me that time?" asked Sek as he looked at Yuno and Asta. 30 seconds? That's too much you are asking for," but okay, said Yuno. You got it, Sek. Leave that guy to us, said Asta with a smirk on his face. Sek nodded and jumped back, taking a considerable distance away from the fight. Turning off his dragon force, Sek took a deep breath as his grimoire started flipping. What are you planning, my other half? Asked Vritra. Something quite crazy, thought Sek. Crazier than usual crazy. I guess so. Don't do it if you will die because of this. No other choice, buddy. That elf is beating our asses. Even Xtaste's full power won't work since the guy can simply absorb it in his sword and fire it back, replied Sek as he mentally prepared himself, and immediately a large amount of mana gathered around him. Memory magic, parallel thinking plus beast debuff magic, berserk plus time debuff magic, fast forward x2 plus bronze magic, bronze body logia plus cotton debuff magic, impact breaker. Using 5 magics simultaneously, Sek's body started giving warning signals to him. His body grew larger as his skin and hair turned dark. Sek looked at his body, which was now stronger and faster than his base form. His time magic made him faster, while cotton magic softens the incoming attacks. So, is this it? Not that crazy, said Vritra. The berserker Sek didn't repent and just took a deep breath. Vritra looked at his host with confusion, but soon his eyes widened in shock as he noticed what the huge idiot was about to do. Oi! Stop! Your body will breathe. Berserker, dragon, yelled the berserker Sek. Secret technique, Dark Lord's mad dragon force, thought Sek as his sacred gear appeared around him. Black marks appeared on the already darkened body, and soon dragon scales started to form as well. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Their berserker Sek, who was done undergoing dragon force transformation, roared out loud, sending out a wave of mana in his surrounding, blowing away everything in its path. The fighting stopped for a while as all of them looked at the new fighter who just appeared. Licht stopped as well after he kicked away Mirioliana and looked at the giant human-like creature that appeared in place of Sek. But the moment he turned his head, the berserker Sek appeared in front of the elf and punched him with full force, sending him flying and blasting through multiple walls. Heck yeah, I really pulled this off without breaking my body. I am so awesome, thought Sek. Dark Lord, awesome, yelled the berserker Sek. The vocabulary issue still exists, thought Sek as he mentally signed at his berserker form. Chapter 134, vs Licht 2. Sek, who was in his mad dragon force mode, looked at Mirioliana, who was lying on the ground with blood dripping out of her mouth. You, okay? Asked Sek. Who the hell are you? Asked Mirioliana as she sat up and wiped the blood off her mouth. Me, Dark Lord, introduced Sek. Sek, hey, for some reason, I want to fight you rather than the elf, said Mirioliana as she finally stood up and got ready to battle. Time waste. Me better, replied Sek. Ho cocky hey, let's have a go then. Are you ready? Asked Mirioliana with a smirk on her face. Sek pointed his finger forward, making the lioness look ahead as well, and said, Elf coming. And just like he said, Licht came flying towards them with great speed. He was so fast that by the time Mirioliana realized it, Licht was only a meter away from them. Licht focused on the new threat and immediately slashed Sek with full force and causing Mirioliana to be blown away by the shockwave of the attack. Licht looked at the giant whom he attacked and made a deep wound in its chest. It was a fatal wound. Learn Haki, yelled Sek as he punched Licht, causing him to crash through multiple walls once again. The wound on Sek's body started closing up rapidly without even a single drop of blood falling out of his body. He then got ready and tightened his muscles. Putting force in his legs, Sek blasted forward at great speed and headed towards Licht. Licht, who looked quite battered, was flying towards Sek as well. The two stared at each other as Licht changed directions and started firing flying slashes at Sek. Seeing the flying slashes, Sek raised his fist as a black flame enveloped it. Mad Dragon's Black Blaze Fist. A stream of black flames launched from Sek's fist, burning away the incoming flying slashes and causing an explosion. This blocked Sek's vision, but he just followed the sword's key and jumped through the explosion, only to find Licht standing there with his swords prepared and in a stance. Sek, who was in the air, was not able to dodge Licht's swift slash and got thrown up by the elf. Sek soon fixed his posture and then used the ceiling as the platform and launched toward Licht at full speed. He then grabbed Licht's head and held the elf in front of him as they crashed through a few floors. Licht, who was being held by Sek, tried to free himself, but it only made Sek tighten his grip. Not finding any other choice, Licht used his swords to cut Sek's arms and soon freed himself as an armless Sek continued blasting through the floors. Once Sek stopped breaking through the floors, he regenerated his arms and then jumped up to get back into the fight. A few seconds later Sek was back on the floor where the fight was going on and noticed that Asta was already out of juice and was out of his black mode. "Sek!" yelled Mirioliana as she punched Licht toward him with her flaming fists that caused an explosion. Sek raised both of his hands and smacked the incoming elf down, plastering him to the floor. You know who was flying around. Licht used his spirit magic. Spirit magic, liable tempest. A wind restriction spell appeared around him that raised him in the air. Do it you too, yelled Yuno. Mirioliana smirked as mana flared out of her body. Mana zone, Kalitos Brachium Barrage. Sek jumped forward and appeared directly above Licht. Mad Dragon's Flare Rush. Black flames surrounded Sek and soon a silhouette of a dragon made of black flames appeared around him. Continuous flaming fists rained down on Licht as Mirioliana continued to punch the air around her. She then noticed the black dragon made of flames rushing toward Licht and stopped her attacks, not wanting the wind spell to give out just because of her attacks. The giant black dragon opened its mouth as it ate Licht and burned him inside him. Soon Sek came near Licht and punched the elf with full force, breaking the wind restraint and sending the elf crashing through the floor. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. An explosion occurred as Licht's body continued to fall while breaking through the floors. Sek landed as the flames around him disappeared. This castle will break apart before we finish, Licht thought Sek as he looked at the broken walls, floor, and ceiling. Sek then focused back on the situation as he felt the surge in mana below him. He jumped up as the floor below him cracked up because of his strength, and a moment later multiple flying slashes ripped through the floor and headed toward Yuno, Mirioliana, and Sek. Yuno immediately took flight as he dodged the slashes while Mirioliana just punched the mana slashes and burnt them on the spot. Sek followed a similar approach as black flames burst out of his body and destroyed the mana slashes. This long-eared punk is seriously getting on my nerves, said Mirioliana as she saw Licht appear. Mana gathered around her and a large number of flames started to gather around her fist. Flame magic, Kalitos Brachium Lion's Charge. Roar. A giant lion face made of flames appeared in front of Mirioliana's fist. Licht briefly glanced at her before shifting his gaze back at Sek since he was the greatest threat for now. This made various tick marks appear on Mirioliana's face as she pumped even more mana into her attack. The lion's head got even bigger and roared louder. Take this, you shit, yelled Mirioliana as she punched forward, sending the giant lion's head toward Licht. Licht glanced at the large mass of mana heading toward him and simply flew away, easily dodging the flames. You are not getting away, said Mirioliana as the lion's head changed directions and followed Licht. A homing spell, thought Sek as he landed on the ground and saw the elf fly away from the giant flaming lion. Licht understood that as well and increased his speed. Mirioliana smirked seeing that as the lion's speed increased as well. Licht glanced back at Lion's head as mana gathered inside his Demon Dweller sword. Licht sped up and in an instant appeared quite far away from the attack. The lion changed directions and rushed toward Licht. Licht saw the lion and pointed his sword at Lion's head as a mana beam launched out of it, easily destroying the flame lion. But all of a sudden Licht's and Sek's eyes widened and both of them vanished from their spot. The beam continued moving after destroying Mirioliana's attack and was heading towards Asta, who was being healed by Mimosa. Tesha! Muttered Licht as he and Sek appeared in front of the royal and the monoless twerp. Sek immediately shielded the two while Licht simply used his sword to absorb back the attack. Licht stared at the royal who was behind Sek and then looked at the human-like monster, protecting her. Sek looked at the two who were behind him and yelled, move. But just as he yelled that, a kick landed on his face, sending him away. Licht looked at Mimosa one more time before he focused back on Sek and rushed toward him. Sek planted his feet on the ground and soon stopped moving after sliding for a bit longer. He looked at the incoming elf and raised his fist and slammed it into the elf's back before slamming the elf on the ground and breaking the floor and falling along with him. Licht broke through several floors once again as Sek stared at the elf whom he punched. He then straightened his body mid-air as he saw the ground approaching and landed without much difficulty. He then looked around the room and soon realized that it was the same room where he fought against the 6 elves, and to further prove his theory, he saw the bronze elf statues present in the room with Licht lying on the ground and looking at his friends. Lifting his body, Licht slowly moved toward his friends after firing a mana beam at Sek, who simply sidestepped and dodged the attack. "Let's finish this," thought Sek as mana gathered in his body and got ready to strike the elf. But Licht didn't react to Sek's mana in the slightest and simply walked towards the statues. He then pointed the Demon Destroyer sword at the bronze statues as a glow came out of his sword. Not thinking much of it, Sek pounced toward Licht with black flames and shadows clad around his fist. Mad Dragon's Shadow Blaze Smash! Smash! Yelled the Berserker as he appeared behind Licht in an instant and punched Licht. But suddenly a portal appeared in front of Licht's head and Sek's fist passed through it, while another portal appeared near Sek's head and his fist came right back at him. "Stop hitting yourself!" Hearing the familiar voice, Sek, who was sent flying because of his own attack, looked in the direction of the voice and saw Rhea and the rest of the elves that he bronzed standing free. "Licht-kun," called Rhea as he saw the quite badly injured Licht. "Licht-kun, why are you this injured? Who did this to you?" The other elves got worried about Licht, but the elf in question just looked back at them with an expressionless look on his face. "He is not fully awakened yet," said Rhea as he walked closer to Licht. He hugged Licht while the man stood motionless. His grimoire then started flipping as a glow enveloped Licht. "Copy magic, healing light particles. Oi, everyone with healing magic. Do your job," said Rhea. The other elves nodded as Elf Anna, Fragile, and Rill stepped forward. "Flame magic, Phoenix's feathers. Snow magic, Snow Angel's embrace. Painting magic, Saint's blessing." 4 types of healing magic surrounded Licht and his wounds started to heal up rapidly. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Hearing the roar, all of them looked to their side as Sek came running towards them at great speed. "Focus on Licht, we will," said the elf pulley, but before she could finish, Sek appeared in front of her. Sek didn't even look at her and backslapped the elf, sending her flying and plastered to the walls. Elf Reuben was handled similarly and was plastered to the opposite wall. The other elves were not able to realize what happened, but Sek was already in front of them. He punched forward with full force, sending a shock wave and blowing away the elves whom Licht just freed and thus stopping their healing magic. But Licht, who has now healed up quite a bit, stabbed one of his swords in the ground and held onto his spot, and used the other sword to cut Sek's arm in a swift motion. Sek, who lost one of his arms, once again faltered and took a step back, deciding to regenerate it again. But in that short moment, Licht appeared directly in front of him and stabbed him in the chest with his Demon Dweller sword and used his other sword to cut Sek's other arm. Mana passed through the Demon Dweller sword as Sek glared at the elf. His arms regenerated and he slammed the elf into the ground, breaking the sword's mana charging. The sword also came out of Sek's chest as Licht kept holding onto it. Sek was about to crush Licht under his legs when he felt multiple mana surges around him. Copy magic, heaven-splitting flash. Rhea appeared in front of him at full speed and glared at Sek. "Get away from Licht, you monster!" yelled Rhea as his grimoire started flipping once again. Copy magic, bear claw. Punching Sek's face with full force, Rhea continued glaring at him. But Sek didn't even flinch at Rhea's attack. "H-ha," muttered Rhea as he saw his fist connecting with the monster's face and the monster glancing at his fist. The monster then glanced at Rhea as he grabbed his arm. "She." Before even finishing what he was about to say, his body got pulled by his arm as the monster smashed him around like a rag on the ground before throwing him away. Puny elf! Said the berserker as he glared at Ryi. But suddenly a glow appeared below him, making Sek look down only to see a fist coming towards him and hitting him in the face and sending him flying up through the ceiling. Licht, who attacked, punched Sek with full force and looked at the arm that he used and how badly broken it looked. Bent from various places and blood coming out of some tears in it. He then stood up and walked towards Rya, who was injured quite badly by Sek, and then glanced at the rest of his friends to help him. Chapter 135, Should not have underestimated the power of friendship. Sek, who was blasted through the ceiling, continued to break through all of them when finally he saw that he was out of the castle. That was some punch. How the hell is this castle still intact? Thought Sek as he looked at the sky around him. His gaze then fell on the hole in his chest because of Licht's sword and closed it. He then focused back on the flying castle that was getting further and further away from him and decided to get back to work. Pointing his hands forward, absorption lines shot forward and headed toward the flying castle. Penetrating through the walls, Sek willed the lines to pull him toward them. He soon stopped flying away and was now moving towards the flying castle. Once he was done fixing his posture, the absorption lines retracted back as Sek continued to fall. Getting closer, let's do it with style, thought Sek as he tightened his muscles. Once he got close enough to the castle wall, Sek punched the wall with full force. Boom! A strong tremor passed through the whole castle as Sek's fist collided with the wall. The flying castle even moved a few meters from its spot as Sek held onto the wall with his fist pierced into it. He then used his other hand to pierce through the walls once again and tore an opening for him before entering the castle once again. Fight, where? Said the berserker as he looked around. Where the hell was the room where the fight was going on? No choice, I guess. Maximum effort till I feel the mana signature. Launching forward at great speed, Sek broke through the walls on the same floor to look for the room where the fight was going on. Once he was done checking the floor, he looked at the ground. Next floor, yelled the berserker and stomped his leg on the floor and broke through it and landed on the floor below. Since he did catch any mana signature, he blasted through and broke the walls once again. Not finding the fight anywhere, he looked at the floor once again. Next, yelled the berserk and stomped the ground once again and continued the same process 5 more times. Finally, he felt a mana signature, but instead of what he was expecting, the mana where he was about to go was way more chaotic. A large-scale battle, please don't be dead, thought Sek as he used reinforcement magic to power up even more and increased his speed. My other half, you are destroying yourself. Don't use any more spells, said Vritra. This, important, Dark Lord, fine, said the berserker as he punched open yet another wall and finally arrived at the hall where the fight was going on. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. The fight stopped for a while because of Sek's roar, who glared at the elves in the room. 3, 6, 12 elves. Thought Sek as he looked at all the elves who were present in the room. Additionally, only Mirioliana was still standing while Asta, Yuno, and Zora were being healed by Mimosa. Though Mirioliana was not in a good state as well. Blood was coming out from all her limbs and her mana was nearly empty. Oya? A monster? Human, you must be their friend. Let me give my greeting, said the elf Luck with a smile as lighting gauntlets and boots appeared on his limbs. An electric spark cracked as Luck disappeared from his spot and appeared above Sek ready to kick him. Sek didn't even look at him and head-butted the short elf, sending him sliding through the ground. Hey, you are finally here, hey. I was just about to finish them, said Mirioliana in a weak tone and a smile on her face. But just as she uttered those words, her body wobbled a bit. Seeing that, Sek slowly walked toward her without any hurry. He just simply glared at elves who were looking at him, wondering what he was about to do. Sek soon stood in front of Mirioliana, who was barely able to stand, and tapped her forehead with his finger, making the lioness fall back from the negligible force that Sek used. H-ha, called Mirioliana as she felt her body falling, but instead of hitting the ground, she felt her body being held up. You weak now, go away, said Berserker Sek, who was holding Mirioliana in his arms. He then walked toward the rest of his friends with the lioness in his hands. Let go. I can still fight, said Miriolina as she glared at the giant who was holding her. Good, fight and save people. This battle, mine, said Sek as he placed her inside Mimosa's healing space. Oi! Don't you dare run into a suicide battle. Unhand me this instant. I need to beat the crap out of them, said Miriolina in anger. No need, me more than enough. Get better, fight. Injured, stand back. Sek then looked at the rest of them and said, get out. I deal with them. Oi, muscle brain. Are you asking us to abandon you and run away? Asked Zora in a slightly angered tone. No, me asking to not get in the Dark Lord's way. You all, hinder me, said Sek as he looked at all of them. All of them looked at him. Asta tried to stand up with the support of his Demon Slayer sword and said, I will stay back as well. I am not going to leave you behind. I won't give up. Don't underestimate me. After all, not giving up is my magic. Asta smirked as he finally stood up and looked at Sek. Sek stared at the smirking twerp and simply tapped Asta's hand. Screamed Asta in pain as he fell once again. He had already used his black mode to the limit his body could handle. There was no way his body wasn't in pain, and Sek knew that. Sek looked at all of them once again and said, you all strong, get better and save people, kingdom needs you more. All of them stared at Sek for a while, but soon Miriolina clicked her tongue as a flaming paw came out of her and stopped in front of Sek in the form of a fist. You better come back alive so that I can beat the crap out of you for saying that I am a hindrance, said Miriolina. Sek fist bumped the flaming paw and gave a nod. Get away now, said Sek as he made all of them stand up. They nodded as Yuno's grimoire flipped and a wind platform appeared under all of them and carried them up. Do you think that we will let you get away? Don't even think about that. Evrio, said Ryui. Don't move, said the berserker in a cold tone as he glared at the elves, and a large amount of mana burst out of him, pressuring them and warming them to stay away. All the elves except for Licht fell on the floor once Sek glared at them because of the mana pressure. The ground started to tremble and shockwaves appeared around them. Licht, who was staring emotionlessly at him, released his mana to protect his friends, and once he did, the pressure from the rest of the elves eased up a bit. Yuno and the others were shocked to see the elves stand back because of Sek. They were not experiencing the mana pressure, but the sheer amount of mana that Sek was giving off was felt by them. He still has that much mana left, we really will hold him back if he has to fight while protecting others as well, thought Yuno as he carried others and flew away to escape the elves. Good luck, thought Secret as she looked at Sek while sitting on top of Mimosa's head. She wanted to stay back but knew that situation was too dangerous there. She also had a new mission that she had to accomplish, so she could not stay back even if she wanted to. Sek stood straight and got ready to fight once he felt that his friends were quite far away from them. Licht stared emotionlessly at the giant humanoid monster, and in an instant both of them vanished from their spots. Boom! An instant later the elves hear a loud noise and turned around only to find Licht plastered into a wall. Distracted, bad move, said the berserker as he stood in front of Rhea and Ril and kicked them away, plastering them to another wall. He then looked at the other elves who were now looking at him with anger and had their grimoires flipping. Flame magic, raging flare. Lightning magic, thunderclap crumbling orb. Glass creation magic, cannon diver. Steel magic, blazing spiral lance. 4 spells came toward Sek from different directions. Sek just gave a glance at the incoming attacks before he clenched his fists and gathered his black flames around them. He first dodged the lightning orbs without much effort before punching the glass cannonball and breaking it in an instant. He then started at the incoming flames and clapped his hands with full force, sending a shock wave that blew away the flames effortlessly, which was followed by a burst of black flames that shot out of his hands and attacked Elf Anna. Sek then caught the Tell Lance in his hand, which was trying to drill through, and then used it as a weapon to smack away Licht, who appeared behind him ready to stab his back. What is he? What kind of monster is that human? Asked Elf Klaus in horror. He doesn't even flinch at our attacks, said the elf Luck. Sek stared at them and then threw away the steel lance at the elves, making them surprised and dodge the attack. Copy magic, light sword of judgment. A bright glow appeared behind Sek as he simply turned around and saw countless light swords pointed at him. Take this, said Rhea as he waved his hand and the swords rushed towards Sek. Sek took a deep breath as the light swords approached him and tightened his fist. Mad Dragon Black Blaze burst. An explosion of black flames came out of his fist, blasting away the light swords that were coming at him. Sek looked at Rhea and then gestured for him to come at him. Rhea ground his teeth at the provocation but didn't dare take a single step forward. The berserker smirked at that before Sek loosened his body and said, "Comrades out, annihilation starts." Suddenly Sek's shadow darkened and spread around at great speed, and in an instant, all the elf's shadows were connected to his. Mad Dragon Shadow Pull. Wah! What is happening? I can't move. The elves struggled at their spots but none of them were able to move. Sek just pulled their shadows along with them toward him as his hands lit up with black flames. Mad Dragon's Blaze Twister. Combining both fists, Sek slammed them on the ground in a spiral of black flames that surround him. The elves that were caught in the spell started to scream in pain as their bodies started to get burned by flames. Licht, who was the only one free from the bind, threw his Demon Destroyer sword at Sek's shadow, disabling the binding before he launched at the giant and tried to cut him in half. Sek, who noticed the attack, simply raised his hand and caught the blade in his hands, but because of the force behind the attack, the ground below him and the two of them started falling. Licht let go of his Demon Dweller sword and quickly grabbed the Demon Destroyer and used it to cut Sek's arm that was holding his Demon Dweller. Freeing his other sword, Licht used the giant human as a platform and jumped up, further pushing the humanoid giant away. Sek looked at the ground below him and spotted a footing. He immediately landed and jumped right back up with great speed and caught Licht in his hands and threw him away like a rock, making him pass through several floors once again. "Everyone, help Licht!" yelled Rhea as all the elves surrounded Sek. "Annoying elf! Stop cutting hands!" yelled Sek as he regenerated his lost limb. The other elves ignored Sek and started to prepare for their attacks. Sek ignored them as well as black flames surrounded him. Mad Dragon's Flare Rush. A black flame dragon silhouette appeared around Sek as he ran around the room, engulfing multiple elves inside it and burning them up. Copy magic, Tainted Culvert Wyrm. Sandstorm magic, Rock Storm. Painting magic, Sirene's Game. Multiple spells rained down on Sek as the elves tried to blow off the flames. But the black flame dragon just burned away those spells with ease. Sek appeared in front of the group that attacked him and was about to engulf them as well, but Elf Rill suddenly jumped up with his grimoire flipping. Painting magic, God's Game. A giant man appeared in front of Sek's flame dragon and grabbed its head. Sek felt some resistance but didn't bother thinking much. He will simply blow it away as well. But contrary to his expectations, the giant god picture spun around and pulled the black flames off Sek before throwing it away in a different direction. Copper magic, Red Shine Destroyer Mace. A giant copper mace appeared in Elf Ben's hand as he jumped up and slammed it at Sek. Sek, whose flames were snatched away, simply punched the giant mace and shattered it to pieces, shocking the elf before punching the elf away and planting his head in the ceiling with his body hanging. Comimation magic, Le Chateau d'Aver. A giant moving fortress made of glass and steel appeared in front of Sek and he soon spotted a few elves on top of it. "You will fall under our combined power," said Elf Klaus. The other elves nodded and their grimoires started flipping. Flame summoning magic, Mystic Firebird and Phoenix Flare. Copy magic, Salamander's Breath. Glass creation magic, Cannon d'Aver. Comimation magic, Thunder Arrow. A large amount of mana gathered around the fortress. A phoenix, a fire spirit, a magic cannon, and a railgun. They really do want to kill me, thought Sek. Sek mentally sighed but soon turned determined as he focused on the attacks that will be heading his way. "Hee, you won't even know what hit you," said Elf Luck as he punched the lighting arrow railgun, sending it flying towards Sek at great speed. The other elves followed after that, but the railgun was much faster than their spells, so it reached Sek first. Sek, who saw the railgun appear in front of him in an instant, followed it with his eyes before he grabbed it with his hand and threw it back at the elves. The lightning arrow tore through the salamander's body and hit the fortress. But the flames and the glass cannon were still coming at him. Sek was about to blast them away with his roar attack, but suddenly he felt something stab him in the back. Turning around, Sek saw Licht with his dweller sword stabbing Sek's back. Give him even a tiny opening and he stabs. Are you a Yandere Licht-kun? Thought Sek as he saw the emotionless elf. Sek then looked back at the incoming attacks and then looked at Licht. Not thinking much, Sek turned around as it was now Licht who was about to receive the attacks. 2 flame spells fired by the strongest spirit and a mythical creature were now heading toward Licht. Licht looked at the incoming attacks and stabbed Sek with his demon destroyer sword and pulled the demon dweller out of him and pointed it at the incoming attacks and started absorbing them. Sek looked at the new hole in his chest and the new sword that was poking out of him. His brows twitched in annoyance. Sure, he didn't get hurt when the sword pierced him because of his bronze body, Logia spell, but who the hell likes his body to be stabbed over and over again? Your swords. Annoying, said the berserker as he saw Licht easily absorb the magic his friends fired. Licht looked at Sek with an emotionless look, to which Sek stared back. He was about to grab him and smack him around like a rag, but before he could even move a muscle, a severe pain passed through his body. You fought well, said Licht as the demon destroyer sword that was still inside Sek glowed. Cough. Blood came out of Sek's mouth as the pain increased. My other half. Get away from this elf and sword, yelled Vritra. Not thinking much, Sek grabbed Licht off him and threw him away along with the sword that was pierced in his back. What is happening? Thought Sek. It's his sword. That sword destroys spell effects, replied Vritra. F***ck, thought Sek as his body transformed back to its normal form with 2 sizable holes in his back and chest and blood spilling out of them. Damn, it seriously hurts like a bitch, muttered Sek as he touched the holes in his chest. Haha. That's what you get for not knowing your position, you despicable human, yelled Elf Anna. She was still angry at him for breaking her jaw. Sek looked at the elves who were now coming towards him with a smile on their faces. They were now going to relieve their frustrations on the human who was acting very high and mighty for a while. Is it just me, or are they looking at me like a predator? Vritra, these elves are not going to do questionable things to my body, right? They even made 2 extra holes in me, thought Sek. I am really surprised to know that you can have these types of thoughts even in a situation like this, replied Vritra. You are right, they hate humans too much. They are not gonna do those things to me. Anyway, let's get back to action, thought Sek as his grimoire started flipping. Body debuff magic, damage transfer. And in an instant, Sek's body was back to its top condition while the damage got transferred to Ignis. Simply because he didn't want to kill the elves since he needed their bodies. QI. The phoenix screeched in pain as 2 holes appeared on its body. Phew, back to full HP. Now then, back to ass-kicking, I suppose, said Sek as his grimoire started flipping once again. Mana gathered around him as Sek tried to go into his berserker form. The elves frowned once again, feeling the large amount of mana that the human was releasing, and could only guess that he was about to fire a large spell. But even after a few seconds passed, nothing happened. What is happening? Asked Sek as he looked at his grimoire. Too much debuff magic that your body couldn't handle. You also just used that damage transfer spell. You won't be able to use debuff spells on yourself for a while, said Vritra. Tell me it's a joke, Vritra, said Sek. Unfortunately, it's not. Is your power down? Asked Rhea as he looked at Sek. Probably some spell effect. Or some side effect of his own spell. But he is looking confused. Probably the human didn't know about it himself. As expected of the incompetent race. Then does that mean, we can kill him without much effort? Asked Elfluck with a crazed expression on his face. Hearing his comment, the rest of the elves smirked as well and their grimoire started flipping. Things are going a bit bad, said Sek as he looked at the elves. It's far from a bit, but we can handle it, right? Asked Vritra. That we can, replied Sek with a smirk as his grimoires started flipping. Bronze magic, bronze body logia plus memory magic, parallel thinking. Dragon force. Black markings appeared on Sek's body as he successfully transformed. First is mana refilling, said Sek as various snake-like appendages shot out of his back and latched onto the elves. What are you doing? Late afternoon snack. Thanks for the meal in advance, replied Sek as mana started to drain out of the elves' bodies. Feeling the mana drain, the elves panicked and tried to cut off the line that was draining their mana, but no matter what type of spell they used, not a single scratch appeared on the absorption lines. Don't try, it's no use. I am about to fill up anyway, so wait for a bit, said Sek as he saw the futile attempts of the elves. If the magic isn't breaking, then break the caster, said Luck as his grimoire flipped. Lightning magic, thunder fiend. Luck's whole body got covered in lighting as he rushed toward Sek at great speed. You will die before you can even realize what happened, said Luck with a smile on his face. Prison Dragon's black blaze fist. Black flames gathered around his hands as Sek punched the incoming elf in the gut, sending him flying. I fight Luck in my base form, you bitch. You shitty elf ain't fast for me, said Sek as he looked at Luck. All of them looked at Luck, the fastest one among them, beaten at his own game. All of them focused back at Sek, who looked at them with a smile. Just wait for a while. I am about to be full, said Sek once again. He is treating us like food, thought all of them, and decided to finish him before he regains his maximum mana. Copy magic, light swords of judgment. Flame magic, phoenix flare. Snow magic, snowstorm. And just like that, all the remaining elves started gathering mana to fire their attacks. You guys are trying so hard, how cute. Delete field. And just like that, in a single move, Sek shut down their spells from even activating. The elves looked at the spells that they were preparing to vanish in an instant and then looked at Sek with horror. Honestly, this is way easier than how we were fighting earlier. Why did you even bother going to that berserker mode, my other half? Asked Vritra. The elf leader licked. Remember, we were not making much progress against him in our dragon force form. He can't be stopped by this. Wait, where is he? Thought Sek as he and Vritra suddenly remembered the stabby elf. And just in an instant, as if answering Sek's thoughts, Licht appeared above him with his sword ready to split Sek in half. *CK thought Sek as he immediately retracted his absorption lines and dodged the attack that broke the floor even before it could make contact with it. Prison Dragon's roar. Black flames launched out of Sek's mouth and headed toward Licht. Licht pointed the demon dweller at the flames and fired a mana beam at the flames, causing an explosion that blew both him and Sek away. Both of them soon landed, and Licht immediately rushed towards Sek. Sek too got ready as black flames and shadows gathered around his arms. We will help you, Licht. Count us in as well. Rhea and Elf Luck joined Licht as well, and the three elves rushed towards Sek. Copy magic, heaven splitting flash and dark cloaked avidya slash. Lightning magic, thunder fiend. Sek turned serious. The situation was now really dangerous. The others weren't a problem. But adding the shabby elf with even one more elf was difficult, not to mention two. Prison Dragon's shadow flare blast. Pointing both his hands forward, an energy blast made of black flames and shadows came out of Sek's hands. A huge attack blasted forward from Sek's side, and the elves looked at it in amazement, wondering how the hell a worthless human got this much power. Licht, however, didn't bother and simply pushed Rhea and Luck out of the attack's path and flew up, successfully dodging the attack and firing multiple flying mana slashes at Sek. Prison Dragon's blazing claw. Claws made of black flames appeared around Sek's hands as he destroyed the slashes. Don't ignore me, said Luck, who appeared below near him while he was dealing with Licht's attacks, and kicked him up with full force, sending Sek flying. I'm here too, said Rhea, who appeared above Sek out of a portal and fired the dark magic slash at the human, sending him back to the ground. Ignis! Finish him, yelled Elf Anna as she ordered the phoenix. The bird chirped loudly and grew up in size and opened her beak to eat Sek alive and burn him inside her body. Catching Sek in its mouth, Ignis continued to fly up, but Sek caught her beak and stopped the bird from eating him. The bird got angry as her eyes glowed with flames, and soon flames gathered in its mouth. Blasting its prey with her strongest flames, Ignis continued to fly up to not let others get caught in her attack. These elves are really trying to make me, the Dark Lord, a freaking bird food. That's it. Gotta beat them to the brink of death, said Sek as the draconic aura inside him started to grow larger. Soon both his pupils turned golden with a slit in them and the black marking around him increased. Dragon scales appeared on his whole body and soon his hands turned into claws. Sek, who was now done transforming, once again used his claws to piece through the beak and ripped the bird in half with his full strength, making the phoenix disintegrate into mana particles. Once he did, his body started to fall, but the snake-like appendages appeared behind him and formed makeshift wings. Sek looked at the elves who were glowing with mana and soon pointed both his arms at them, and soon a giant blaster formed over them. You all better just be half dead after my attack. Understand? Said Sek as the appendages started to absorb the mana in the surroundings. A mana sphere started to form in front of the blasters and started to get bigger. That doesn't look good, commented Rhea as he felt the amount of mana packed inside the sphere. What is he? How could a human have so much power? Complained Anna. What should we do? Asked Fragile in a slight panic. All of them turned speechless at that. They had no spell that was capable of even budging the amount of mana that the human was packing in his attack. Give me your mana, said Licht as he raised his demon dweller sword. Licht Kun, what are you guys waiting for? Just do it, said Rhea as he placed his hand over the demon dweller sword. The other elves nodded and placed their hands over the sword as well and started channeling their mana to the sword. What are those guys doing? Asked Sek. Probably combining their power to counter our attack, replied Vritra. You mean, the power of friendship? In a Shounen world, this might be bad. Gotta finish this soon, said Sek as he channeled his own mana into the orbs as well, speeding up the process. The elves, however, were faster than the Dark Lord, and Licht pointed his sword at Sek. The sword was glowing so bright that the whole flying castle was shining under its light. Do it, Licht. Finish that human. We believe in you. Just do it. Don't worry about us. We will be standing right here beside you. The elves encouraged their leader to not worry about them and just fire the attack. They were scared of the attack, but they didn't want to not believe in their friend. Licht nodded and thrust his sword forward toward Sek as a giant man beam came out of it. It's enough, my other half. Do it, said Vritra, making Sek nod. Pumping out most of his mana into the attack, Sek looked at the incoming attack and said, no power of friendship is enough to face the Dark Lord. Dragon Force Striker. A giant mana beam even bigger than the one fired by the elves came from Sek's side and collided with the other one. The two clashed for a while with none of them gaining an advantage over the other, but a few seconds later Sek's attack started to push back the elves. This made Sek smirk. There was no way he was gonna lose to the power of friendship. But all of a sudden Sek felt a familiar feeling in his chest. Looking down, Sek saw a glowing white blade coming out of his chest and looked back only to see Rhea's portal with Licht's hand coming out of it. UF * King Stabby Yandere Elf, yelled Sek as he tried to blast a roar attack at the portal. But before he could do that, Licht retracted his hand and the portal disappeared. Sek soon pulled the sword out of his chest, but it was too late as his body glowed and in an instant, he turned back to his base form. Shit, muttered Sek as his body started to fall down, and soon the elf's attack broke through Sek's since he stopped powering it and headed straight towards Sek. Sek saw the incoming attack and tried to do something, but knowing that he didn't have enough time, he sighed and looked towards Asta and the others and threw the Demon Destroyer sword at them. Should not have underestimated the power of friendship, muttered Sek, and a moment later his whole body got engulfed in the mana beam. Once the beam died down, a clear sky without any remains of the Dark Lord came into view, seeing which the elves cheered in joy. Chapter 136, You should have gone for the head. Seeing the huge mana attack die down without leaving any traces of Sek made the remaining royal knights shocked. SS Seki, yelled Asta as he saw his friend die in front of his eyes. S Sek, San, muttered Mimosa with a dark expression on her face. She continued to stare at the sky for a while when out of nowhere she fainted and fell on the ground. Mimosa, called Noelle as she caught her fellow royal. She had tears in her eyes as she caught the ginger head. She looked back at the sky and started to cry out loud once she realized that Sek was actually gone. That bastard, how dare you call yourself the Dark Lord and just go like that? Muttered Mereoleona as she looked down with a pissed look on her face. Her fists were tightened so strongly that blood started to drip down from them. Sitting on one of the trees, Secret looked at the sky with tears as well. You idiot! Why do you have to jump into dangerous situations like these? Think about how your mom and dad will feel. Think about your unborn sibling. Think about me, thought Secret as she just silently cried at her partner's death. The other royal knights were silent at the loss of one of their comrades as well, but all of them turned serious when the elf hideout started glowing out of nowhere and started to move. After a while the royal knights that were separated started to gather together and soon started explaining how the situation went on their end. Just because I wasn't strong enough, Sek, said Asta. He felt pissed at his weakness which resulted in the death of his friend. Asta, said Yuno as he saw his childhood friend and rival blaming himself. He too felt frustrated at his inability to do anything at that moment. For the time being, get healed. Seeing that Mimosa is unconscious, use this, said Nozel as he brought out a cylinder out of his robe. Magic item, Ilya's booth. An area of healing magic appeared around Asta and Yuno, seeing which the other people who were injured got inside as well. Suddenly Nozel's communication magic tool started making noises, making the squad captain pick up the call. Captain Nozel. Thank goodness. I finally got through to you. A number of our squad members suddenly went berserk and started saying strange things like, we're elves. They have way more magic than usual. We can't handle them on our own. Apparently, similar incidents are happening with all the squads. Something is going on all over the king. Before the man could even finish the report, a scream was heard, and the call got disconnected. The same thing is happening all over the kingdom. Just like Sek predicted, said Asta. Let's get going. That bastard did ask us to get healed and save the kingdom's ass, said Mereoleona with wounds all over her body. She took a step forward but immediately fell unconscious. She was too injured to even stay conscious at the moment. The others looked at her before Nozel ordered Noelle to get her inside the healing area. We are magic knights. We must save the Clover Kingdom, no matter what happens. I know one of our comrades has fallen while trying to save some others, but don't forget your duty, don't let his sacrifice be in vain. He did his best to injure most of them, including their leader. It is now our job to carry it through and defeat them, said Nozel, getting back into his captain mode. Noelle then told them about how luck didn't kill her even though him being superior in both speed and power. She then told that just like others may be able to regain back their consciousness and be saved as well. The other nodded, listening to her theory, while Nozel secretly smiled at his sister's words. Asta nodded as well before he picked up the demon destroyer sword that Sek threw at him earlier. He didn't know why Sek gave this sword to him, but he was sure that there must be a reason behind it. He put the sword inside his grimoire and promised himself to use it to save all the people that he can. Currently inside the elf headquarters that was heading toward the Clover Kingdom, most of the elves that were present there were low on mana and were injured. They gave almost half of their mana in the final attack to Licht, and the sudden mana depletion made them feel nauseous. Those with healing magic, get on the job. We will be arriving at the capital soon, said Rhea as he started healing himself and Licht. Despite being the strongest, Licht was the one who was injured the most. Several broken bones, quite a few wounds, and running low on blood. Seriously, what even was that brat? Even the combined mana of 12 elves was not enough to stop him. It's a good thing that we had Licht with us, otherwise that kid could have been quite a big hindrance to our plan, thought Rhea as he continued to heal Licht and himself. A few hours passed by as the elf hideout continued to move toward the capital. The elves were now healed up and were stocking up on mana as they waited to let their wrath out on the people of the Clover Kingdom. In one of the chambers of the HQ, Rhea was looking at 2 huge glass tubes filled with green liquid and 2 people inside them. Suddenly the mana inside the tubes started acting up and soon they shattered, making the liquid spill out. "Oh, you are up. How are you two feeling? Remember your previous reincarnations, Fana, Veto?" asked Rhea as he looked at the former Third Eye colleagues. The two smiled and started talking to Rhea about what they remembered and all. After they were dressed, the 3 elves came out of the lab and Fana and Veto started looking around. "The castle is highly damaged. Looks like a huge battle took place," said Veto. "Don't ask, if not for Licht we would have been defeated. It was terrible. That Sek Bronzaza kid was a menace," replied Rhea. "Wait? Sek? As in the one whom I fought? Blonde hair, green eyes, great muscles?" asked Fana with a surprised look on her face. "Yeah, that one. Though I am surprised that you paid such close attention to him that you even remember his eyes. Fana-chan, don't tell me that you two did something inappropriate during th." Before Rhea could even finish, a punch welcomed his grinning face, shutting the elf's mouth. "Don't speak nonsense, it's just that, he was different from other humans, he kept his word, he was honest with me, and at the end of the battle, even after I was defeated and was about to use self-destruct magic, he saved me and told me that he doesn't hate me, he was kind of cool for a human," said Fana. Rhea got up from the ground and started healing himself. He and Veto stared at the pink-hair elf for a while before they got close to each other. "Veto, I am not mistaking it, right? Are you thinking what I am thinking?" asked Rhea in a hushed tone. "I guess, but to think Fana, the one with the most hate, this is surprising," replied Veto with a slight dilemma. Rhea looked at Veto and understood what was going through his mind and sighed. "Be that as it may, that kid is dead, now," said Rhea and started moving once again. They were far too into their plan for Fana to have a crush on a human. Their mission was to eradicate all humans and he didn't want Fana to have second thoughts. Veto looked at Rhea with a surprised look on his face before he glanced at Fana with worry, and just as he thought, Fana too was shocked by the news. He sighed and gave a pat on Fana's shoulder before he followed Rhea. "Don't you think that was harsh?" asked Veto. "We are far too into the hellhole for Fana to have second thoughts. She needs to get her thoughts back on track, although it's a bit regrettable to not tease her more about this," replied Rhea. The two talked for a bit before they joined the other elves. Fana soon joined them as well and the elves started preparing for the attack. Meanwhile, the Royal Knights decided to split up since Asta and Yuno wanted to save their village and Nozel wanted to hurry back to the capital. Noel also decided to drop off Mirioliana at the shelter to get her healed up while the rest of the royals along with Zora and En continued to head to the capital. Once their village was saved, Asta realized what the sword that Sek threw at him could do and was grateful to him for giving him a way to bring his friends back on his side. The 2 Hage village rookies along with Sekre, who went to see the first Wizard King, then got back on their way to the capital, but soon split up once again when they saw reincarnated elves causing chaos in the different towns. It was there that Asta met Magna and Vanessa, who were fighting Elf Luck. They fought for a while and the 3 of them were finally able to bring Luck back. "Oi, Asta, what the hell is that sword?" asked Magna as he looked at the sword that brought Luck back to human form. "I don't know how it actually works, but this sword can what do you call it, release effects of magic or something, it's something Sek gave me before he died," said Asta in a sad tone. "Wait, what? SS Sek?" The 3 of them were shocked after hearing the news about Sek's death. Magana outright denied believing it, while Vanessa was shocked beyond belief. Luck stayed silent since his elf form was also responsible for this. He didn't know what to say. Asta remained silent for a while but soon started to use his Shounen magic, protagonist talk on his squad mates, and soon they cheered up and decided to save the kingdom for Sek's sake. The four of them then headed toward the Black Bulls HQ to regroup with their squad and get more hands for the upcoming battle. At the capital, Nozel and his group surprisingly reached before the elves. Mimosa was now conscious but had a slightly lifeless look on her face. She knew that she has to help others and save them, but seeing Sek die was quite a shock for her. Noelle was worried about the ginger head but didn't know how to do so. She was about to ask her to focus on the job, but before she could, Nozel asked her to come along with him and head towards the Silva Castle to save the people who were in there. Thereafter, Nozel, Noelle, and Zora headed toward the Silva Castle, while Kirsch, Mimosa, and N headed toward the Vermilion Castle. Once they were done saving the royals and the workers inside the castle, they spotted the HQ that was flying towards the capital. The top of the castle was gone and now a platform with some inscriptions written on it appeared. 9 elves glowing with mana were standing inside the circles. Licht-san, called Patoli as he spotted Licht standing with an expressionless look on his face. But Licht didn't respond back and just continued to stare into space. Rhea patted the young elf's back and started walking toward the circle where he was supposed to be standing. "Don't worry, he'll be with us once everything is complete. Just wait over there," said Rhea as he gestured for Patoli to stand aside. "All right," said Patoli in a slightly dejected tone and walked away from the ritual zone. Once all 10 spots on the ritual platform were filled, the apostles of Sephira, elves who were able to receive divinations and opened the gates of the Shadow Palace, passed their mana, and the giant inscription on the platform started glowing. Patoli looked at the giant glowing inscription and was fascinated, but suddenly his gaze fell on one of the gravito stones, the material from which their castle was made, flying up. It was not surprising since a lot of the castle was already broken and these gravity-defying rocks continued to fly up. But still, this specific rock caught Patoli's attention. He used his light magic to conjure a light whip and catch the rock and bring it to himself. Meanwhile, the Shadow Palace was already in sight and the elves were all joyous seeing the dark portal that lead to it. "What is this? A sword in stone, held by a metallic hand," muttered Patoli as he inspected the rock that he caught earlier. But all of a sudden the metallic hand twitched and a black snake-like appendage shot out of it and latched onto Patoli. "Wah! What is this?" cried Patoli in panic, making the nearby elves look at him. "Oi! Patoli? What is it?" asked Riri. But Patoli didn't reply and tried to free himself from the thing that latched onto him. Suddenly the appendage glowed and Patoli felt mana being drained out of his body. "What is this thing?" yelled Patoli as he formed a light sword in his other hand to cut the snake-like thing. But just as the sword formed, it shattered and disintegrated into mana. Patoli tried to use his magic once again but no reaction occurred. It was as if he couldn't use magic at all. Soon Rhea and some of the elves came closer to him only to find the hand that was gripping the sword that was stuck in the store to be glowing. The metallic hand then started to grow bigger and bigger until it formed a whole metallic arm. The continued to grow as it sucked the mana out of Patoli and soon a humanoid figure made of metal started to form. "A human? But who is he?" asked Rhea, but soon the man's face formed and a look of fear appeared on the faces of the elves. "Phew, for a while I thought that I died. It would have been so uncool for the Dark Lord to just die like that. So the fake Licht-kun became my battery." "Thank you," said Sek, who appeared to be made out of bronze. The metallic Sek then looked around and saw the scared elves looking at him before his gaze fell on the emotionless Licht. "You should have gone for the head," said Sek with a smirk as his body soon started to gain color and totally naked Dark Lord stood in front of a group of surprised and scared elves. Chapter 137, I am back everyone. "Let go of me, you damn human." Patoli, who was restrained by Sek, tried to struggle out of the absorption line, but Sek didn't even budge. "So, what's your real name, fake Licht-kun?" asked Sek, ignoring the elf's protest. "Patoli, step aside," yelled Rhea as his grimoire started flipping. "Copy magic, light swords of judgment. HOH, so your name is Patoli. Long time no see. The last time we met it was in a cave where I beat the crap out of you. Remember that? Such fond memories. Sek had a nostalgic look on his face as he ignored the mana gathering near him. Right now, he was totally out of mana, so there was no way that he could use even a single spell. Thinking the same, Ryu decided to deal with the damn human who revived back from death. Multiple light swords were launched at Sek, who simply removed Ecstasy from the sword and destroyed the attack in a single stroke. Ryu-san. Hello. Do you have some clothes that I can borrow? It's very windy down there, said Sek as he waved toward Ryu. Anna and Fana stared at Sek's chiseled body and inevitably their gaze fell on his little bro. A bright blush appeared on their faces as their gazes got fixated on him. For some reason, I am feeling like someone is mentally violating me, thought Sek. You really have some screws loose to think like that in enemy territory without mana at that, my other half, said Vritra with a sigh. Oh, Vritra. Thank you for saving back there. I owe it to you. Mention not. But I have to say your brain worked way too fast in such a situation. Well, I am the Dark Lord. It would have been uncool if I had died like that. While the host and the sacred gear were talking, Ryu continued to fire spells at Sek, who simply slashed through them using Ecstasy. Ki sensing was seriously dangerous when combined with a sword that can cut through most things. Seeing that there was no change in the situation, Ryu started to get restless. He didn't want to attack with full force since Patoli was there as well, but seeing the situation he was slowly being forced to do so. But as soon as those thoughts came into Ryu's mind, a golden blur went past him. Sek's Ki sensing warned him and he immediately focused back on the situation and blocked a slash that was coming toward him. Licht appeared in front of Sek with his usual emotionless look and was surprised to see that it was his sword that nicked a bit from the attack. Ignoring that mana gathered in the demon dweller's sword, seeing which, Sek immediately used Patoli as his shield and threw him at Licht. Disrupted in the middle of the attack, Licht caught Patoli in a princess carry. Seeing the situation he was in, a blush appeared on Patoli's face as he looked at Licht with a dreamy look in his eyes. Licht-san is holding me like this, so good, thought Patoli. Not wanting to test the waters anymore since Licht started to take action, Sek ran away and jumped off the floating HQ. How are you going to land my other half? You don't have any mana, asked Vritra. Didn't think that through. Well, maximum effort always works, replied Sek. Sek's gaze then fell on the two people who were looking up at the flying HQ. Yami-san. Save me. I'm out of mana. Sek yelled at Yami, who was standing along with Jack. Oi meathead, a flashing pervert is asking you to save him? Who is he? Asked Jack as he pointed at Sek. Oi! Flashing pervert! Don't talk this familiarly to me. Die! Yelled Yami as he raised his katana. Dark magic, dark cloaked avidya slash. Seeing the dark magic slash coming at him, Sek's body moved as he prepared to strike it. You brute! Do you not even recognize your squad member? Yelled Sek as he struck down the attack. Yami narrowed his eyes and focused on Sek, who was falling. Hey, Dark Lord dumbass, is that you? When the hell did you become a pervert who comes to fight without any clothes? So creepy, said Yami as he looked disgusted. That bastard! Muttered Sek, but soon felt multiple key reading heading towards him. Looking back, Sek saw some of the elves coming toward him with their grimoires flipping. We will not let you get in the way of the apostles of Sephira again. This time we will kill you for sure, declared Elf Klaus as he fixed his glasses. If you are gonna use your maximum effort, now is the time, my other half, said Vritra. It's really a hectic day. I will rebel if they don't give me a huge bonus after the mission, said Sek as he flipped his body over and got ready to deal with the incoming attacks. But out of nowhere, a huge black portal opened near them, seeing which Sek immediately turned around and focused on the new target. Though instead of attacking him, a huge fist made of rocks struck the elves, sending them away and making Sek widen his eyes in surprise. A surprise attack not aimed at me for the first time today, it strangely doesn't feel right, thought Sek. Soon a giant humanoid bull made of walls and windows came out of the portal and stood in the middle of the chaos. "Okay, now that's cool," said Sek as he looked at the huge bulk mech. "Everyone! Are you okay?" yelled all the black bulls that were inside the base. Their eyes soon fell on Sek, who was falling and waving at them. "Seki!" yelled Asta. Henry and Charmy immediately got to work as the bulls' hands moved to catch their fellow black bull, and Charmy made a cotton landing area on the hands. Landing successfully, Sek cut some of the cottons around him to hide his lower half and looked at the people who were looking at him through the windows with shock and happiness. The mech's hand then eyed towards the section where the great of the black bulls were standing, and soon the door opened. Sek jumped inside the building and was about to greet them, but before he could do so all the black bulls jumped at him. "Seki!" yelled Asta. "You are alive!" yelled Luck. "I knew you won't die!" yelled Magna with tears in his eyes. "My best friend, I am so glad that you are alive. I got so depressed when Asta and the others told me that you died fighting the elves to protect your friends. I would have done the same for my friends, and I am proud of you that you took such a dangerous step, but please don't throw away your life like that. Gordon, your best friend will protect you the next time something like this happens," whispered Gordon. "Hi, thank God you are alive. I am so glad." "Hi, it's so embarrassing," said Grey while covering her face. "Mao, you made Oni-san and Rogue worried sick." "Hit him, Rogue," said Vanessa. "Nay." The red cat, made of thread, attacked Sek with her kitty paws. "La! You are out of mana. Sek-kun, start eating the nummies." "Don't stop eating till your mana is full," said Charmy in panic as she shoved a large chunk of meat into Sek's mouth and forced him to chew. "Sek-kun, long time, no. See, I am glad that you are back. Well, come home," said Henry. "Clank clank 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 asterisk," said Ins as he tried to speak out loud, forgetting once again that he was a skeleton. Sek gulped down the food that was in his mouth and looked at the pile of bodies that were on top of him. "You all thought that I died? Hat, you seriously underestimate the might of the Dark Lord." "I just nearly died, not a big deal," said Sek. "Don't brag about narrowly escaping death, you idiot," yelled Vanessa as she smacked Sek. "So you nearly died," yelled Asta. Hey, how was it? How did nearly dying felt?" "Tell me," said Luck. "Oi! What the hell are you asking, you bastard?" called Magna as he looked at Luck weirdly. "Let me wear some clothes first, you perverts!" pushing down a naked man as soon as he entered the room. "Who the hell are you calling a pervert, you bastard?" yelled Vanessa as she smacked Sek once again. Outside the base, everyone was hearing what was happening inside and were wondering when the hell the idiots who just arrived were going to be serious, and looked at the huge bull with weird looks. Sek, who was finally freed from the pile of bodies that were on top of him, took a deep breath and looked around. All his squad mates were happily looking at him, feeling glad that he was still alive. "Everyone, I am ba ouch ouch ouch." Before Sek could finish, a blur rushed past everyone and landed on Sek's head before it started attacking him with full speed. "You idiot! How dare you make me worry that much about you? Take this and repent! How dare you die and leave me behind? Repent! 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 Oi! Secret! Stop it! Stop!" Catching his familiar that was pecking him at full speed, Sek brought Secret in front of him and looked at her sternly. The anti-bird glared back at Sek and pecked the hand that was holding her and freed herself. "Ow!" winced Sek and immediately received a wing smack from Secret. Secret then landed on Sek's shoulder and stared at him for a while before she hopped closer to his face and hugged him the best she could with her bird body. "I am so glad that you are alive. Don't leave me," thought Secret as she nuzzled her cheek with Sek's as tears started falling off her bird cheeks. Sek saw the scene and simply patted the bird, trying to reassure her. "I am back, everyone," replied Sek with a reassuring tone as he looked at Secret and his friends. All of them, even Luck had tears in their eyes as they gave a nod back in reply. Chapter 138, Believe It. The others soon got back to their jobs since the fight was still going on. Henry brought Sek's room close to their location and Sek along with Secret went there to get some clothes for himself. Once suited up, Sek came back to the room where everyone else was and sat down beside Charmy. "Keep the food coming. I am out of mana," declared Sek as he picked up a plate and started devouring it at full speed. "La! Leave it to me. Eat up. Eat up," declared Charmy as her sheep started working faster. "Oh! This is better than usual. Head chef sheep is great," said Sek in astonishment. "Everyone! Keep them busy for a bit. I will be back in action soon," said Sek. "Leave it to us, Sek. Get back to full strength. We will deal with them in the meantime," said Magna. Sek nodded and focused on the food once again. He was honestly glad that the black bulls came at the clutch moment. Mana exhaustion was hitting him hard after all. The giant bull mech started to move once again, seeing which the mob elves got on the attack, only to get pummeled down by the combined strength of the black bulls, minus Sek. "Haha, you all are crazy. So Beanpole? What do you think of my squad?" asked Yummy. "I want to slash them up," said Jack with a serious look on his face. "Well, don't, you idiot," retorted Yummy. Licked and the other elves who were still on the platform looked at the black bulls with anger. Patoli was fuming at the sight at the black bulls hindering his plan once again. "They really don't know their place. Going to this extent to hinder us. That cat, troublesome. Magic that interferes with natural laws, a witch, eh? That's the cornerstone of their defense," said Licked. "I'll go," muttered an elf that was standing beside Patoli. "Hey? Reve-san," called Patoli as the elf wearing a witch hat flew away. Sek looked up from the food when he noticed that the commotion calmed down. Members of the Black Bulls. Everyone looked outside and saw Mimosa, Kirsch, and N flying on cherry blossoms. "Mimosa! Mimosa's brother and mushroom guy, too," called Asta. Sek looked at the ginger head and waved his hand. "Sek-san, you are alive. I am so glad. Now's not the time for this, Mimosa." "Focus," said Mimosa as she smacked her cheeks to get back onto the situation. She wanted to just rush toward Sek and check up on him, but knowing that the situation was getting serious, she, although reluctantly, focused on the important matter. "We have to hurry, or everyone who's been taken over by elves will be taken over completely." Just as she said that, a large amount of mana gathered around the elf HQ, which made all of them stop whatever they were doing and focus on the magic that was about to be cast. Sek was not able to feel mana accurately because he was low on it. But he could still feel that something big was about to happen. Dream magic, glamour world. The elf with a witch hat flew above their HQ and in an instant, the top of the bull mech disappeared along with most of the members inside it. Sek and the others who were transported away looked around with curious looks on their faces. "This place, a different dimension," muttered Sek. "Wow! Where are we?" asked Sally with an excited look on her face. Aren't you from Eye of the Midnight Sun?" "Hello," greeted Sek. "Hello. I was betrayed by them, so I joined you guys since Asta said I can do anything to his body after the fight is over," replied Sally. "Very misleading, but okay. This must be the magic of the captain of the Coral Peacocks," explained Vanessa. "This place is full of magic, better get started," muttered Sek as his sacred gear appeared around him. Multiple absorption lines shot out of him and started to absorb the mana around him. Luck spread his mana detection to check the surroundings, but soon a slightly surprised look appeared on his face. "This place goes on forever. I don't think there's an end to it," explained Luck. "Hey! Like that's even possible, Luck, you dumbass," replied Magna. "It's a different dimension, Magna." "It's highly possible," said Sek as he looked up at where the elf was floating. Making the impossible possible is what happens here in the glamour world, explained the elf version of Dorothy Unsworth, the captain of Coral Peacocks. Welcome to the world where I control everything, said the elf, and a moment later the bed they were all standing upon turned into magical ropes that entangled themselves around them, restraining Sek and the others successfully. Everything is just as I wish it to be, said the elf as smoke gathered around her and a giant creature appeared. Some kind of strange creature just appeared, said Magna in panic. And it just keeps getting bigger, said Luck. I wonder if it tastes good, said Charmy with a drooling expression on her face. You guys have no chance of winning, said the elf, and a moment later the creature's mouth opened, revealing a whole cosmos inside it, and it chopped down the bed in one go. You can sleep forever now. Nay, purred Rogue as she played with Sek's hair. Good kitty. Nice job, said Sek as he raised his palm in front of the thread cat who high-pawed him. How dare you eat us instead, complained Charmy. I thought we died, damn it, yelled Magna in anger as a fireball appeared in his hand before he threw it at the creature with full force, destroying it immediately. Did you get stronger, Magna? Asked Sek. Like hell I won't get stronger. Be prepared, Sek, you will be left in the dust in no time, said Magna, feeling great that his squad mates could tell that he got stronger in a short amount of time. Now that's just a delusion, replied Sek. Nice joke, Magna, replied Luck. Oi! You bastards! I will kill you too, threatened Magna as the two blondes immediately retorted back. That cat is amazing, said Sally in excitement while the said cat just laid peacefully in Sek's lap, who was patting her. Oi! You aren't a black bull, so don't stray too far, her magic won't affect you if that happens, warned Vanessa. I see. So it just works on your teammates. Charmy immediately got onto her job and started preparing mana-increasing food for Vanessa and Sek. Plates lined up in front of both of them, and Sek and Vanessa immediately started devouring the food. Thanks a bunch, Charmy. If I get fat because of all this food, then you all are busted. Don't worry, Vanessa-san. Knowing you, it will only make your boobs bigger. Bonk. As soon as those words escaped Sek's mouth, a smack came from Vanessa's side. Think before you speak, said Vanessa as she started eating once again. Sek nodded before he looked at the cat on his lap. Couldn't you change the outcome for that? Nay. What do you mean that I deserved it? Nay. You King Kitty, if not for you being cute, I would have sliced you once. Are you able to talk with Rogue? Asked Vanessa as she looked at Sek and the cat with a weird look on her face. The Thread Cat and the Dark Lord looked at Vanessa and then back at each other, then at Vanessa and then back at each other. Nay. Why the hell are you two surprised? Yelled Vanessa. While this was going on, Luck and Magna got on the offense and started firing spells at the elf. Sally started to focus on the attacks and soon theorized some aspects of the elf's magic and used Magna and Luck to try that out. But while that was happening, a yawn escaped Sek's mouth. Hey? I am suddenly feeling sleepy. It appears you couldn't evade the drowsiness. Everything that exists in Glamour World will eventually get drowsy. And those who fall asleep will never awaken again. Hearing the elf's words, the black bulls started to use various methods to stay awake. Sink slowly into the sleep of death, unable to do anything within this space. Everything that was already blurry is getting even blurrier, said Sally. Oi, Rogue! Don't you dare sleep, said Sek as he set the Thread Cat's tail on fire, immediately warming the cat, who changed the outcome and made the fire disappear. Hey! Do you know what these are? The answer is... Sally suddenly realized something and formed a gesture around her eyes. Glasses. Oi, what the hell are you doing? It's not the time for doing something, said Magna, but before he could finish, a pair of glasses materialized in front of Sally. Yay, cheered Sally as she put the glasses on. Hey! What the hell was that? Vanessa and Magna were surprised by what just happened and asked Sally to explain what was going on. Everything in this world happens as she sees fit. So things that she visualized in her head appeared. I need to try something, said Sek as he placed Rogue on his head and stood up. Luck, do you remember the hand signals that I taught you once? Asked Sek. Which one? Asked Luck back. All right. Ms. Elf, focus on this, said Sek as everyone focused on Sek and Luck. A smile appeared on Sek's face as he stood straight and started doing the hand gestures. Hands clap. Victory sign. Okay, hand gesture. Pretending to look. Ah. I remember this. Your underwear is showing, right? Answered Luck. Yeah, exclaimed Sek as he and Luck high-fived. And an instant later a white panty with a year print appeared out of thin air. Wah, exclaimed the elf with a slight blush on her cheeks. Not that unexpected. All right, everyone, Sally's theory works, and so does my JoJo's reference, said Sek as he nodded sagely. Stop fooling around, yelled Vanessa as she tried to snack on Sek once again, but this time he stepped aside and let Vanessa's attack miss. Oh, nice. You tested my theory immediately. You will be a good assistant. Anyway, what this world needs is an exit, exit, exit. Make one, please, called Sally. The elf's eyes widened and an instant later various doors appeared around them with a burst of smoke. Haha. It's hard to not think of something once your mind has already visualized it, explained an excited Sally. Hell yeah. She's only invincible in this world. If we can escape it, we can figure something out, exclaimed Vanessa. Sek stayed silent as he simply took a cup of coffee from the sheephead chef and slowly sipped on it to ease his drowsiness. The other black bulls immediately got into the action as Luck jumped up and started pulling the cotton cloud towards one of the doors. The elf tried to attack but Rouge was there to make that useless. Seeing no other way, the elf made chains appear on the doors locking them and making an escape through them impossible. If I can't make them disappear, I just have to seal them up. Hearing that the black bulls except for Sek and Luck started to panic and feel drowsy. Luck was overexcited and was not scared at all while Sek was, well Sek, he believed in himself a tad bit too much. Well, I am not fully charged, but looks like I need to take action now, said Sek as he deactivated his sacred gear and put the coffee cup down. Do you have an idea, Sek? Asked Luck. Well, kind of. I wanted to charge up a bit more since I am only 40% charged, but things might get out of hand if I delay any longer. Rouge, turn fate in my favor, said Sek as he patted the cat. The cat jumped down and floated in front of him before patting his head with her paws. Nay. Thank you, now stay back and enjoy the show, said Sek as Rogue got back to Vanessa. Sek took a few steps forward and stared at the elf Dorothy. The elf stared back at the human who hasn't taken any action from the beginning except for making her think about her underwear. What are you planning, you despicable human? Just so you know. I won't fall for your tricks a second time, said the elf Dorothy. Oh, don't worry. I don't like winning with tricks anyway. Without making my opponents understand the difference in abilities, it ain't fun, replied Sek as he took out X-Dace. All of them looked at Sek wondering what Sek was planning to do, but a moment later the space around them started to rumble as a large amount of mana gathered around him. I asked Yumi-san to show me his latest move. This is based on that, explained Sek as X-Dace's blade started glowing. X-Dace extend. At his command, the blade of the sword grew taller and the light coming out of it got stronger as well. Not good. That's dangerous. Oh, hell yeah it is. Don't get in its way. I want you alive, you know, said Sek with a smirk as he increased the mana output, making the space around him tremble even stronger. Let's do this, X-Dace-chan. It's been a while since I swung you seriously. The sword, as if responding to him, gave a bright glow and distortions started to appear around the blade. Dark Lord's special move, X-Dace Space Cutter. Swinging his sword vertically downwards, a bright glow cleaved through the space that it cut through. The whole world around him turned colorless for a while and the time stopped. But a moment later the colors returned and a tear in space appeared and the dream world started crumbling into pieces. Hell yeah! You are awesome X-Dace-chan, yelled Sek in excitement as he kissed the blade of his sword. The pink world slowly disappeared and the devastated capital started to come into their view. And no way, how can a human have this power? I cannot believe it, exclaimed the elf. Believe it mother f***, exclaimed Sek as a Gaster Blaster formed in front of him. Bronze creation magic, weapon make Gaster Blaster plus debuff magic, sleep plus lightning debuff magic, paralysis touch. A mana blast came out of the bronze animal's skull and engulfed Elf Dorothy in it. Once the beam died down an injured and unconscious Elf Dorothy started falling. Charmy immediately used her magic and made a cotton landing area for the elf. Phew, another job is done, now on to the next task, muttered Sek as he saw Asta and the ones who were left behind, fighting against Ghosh and Mary, elves. Chapter 139, Convenient Power. Sek looked at Ghosh and Marie who were easily dominating the fight against Asta and the remaining Black Bulls. That Siskin is not giving them any opening for attack. Shall we lend a hand? Asked Sek. Hehe, no reason not to fight against strong opponents, replied Luck. Alright. Let's knock some sense back into that Siskin, declared Magna. Law, let's do it. We have to save Marie-chan too. Sek nodded as his grimoire started flipping. Bronze creation magic, bronze rider flight mode. Getting on top of the overboard, Sek moved straight towards the elf siblings. I am coming as well, said Luck as lightning boots and gloves appeared on him and he flew beside Sek. Luck! Don't kill them! Hold back against Marie-chan, alright. Then, you deal with Marie-chan. I will handle Ghosh. Okay. The two increased their speed and in an instant, both of them appeared near the remains of the floating castle. Yo! Siskin, greeted Sek while Luck just rushed toward Ghosh without any warning. Elf Ghosh widened his eyes in surprise when Luck appeared in front of him with a grin on his face. Yo! Ghosh, let's fight to the death, said Luck with an excited smile on his face as he kicked Ghosh in the stomach sending him flying. Unai-chan, called Elf Marie as she saw her brother being kicked away from her. Don't worry, Luck won't kill him, probably, said Sek as he landed behind the little girl and held her in his hands. Wah! A human caught me! Let go of me! Unai-chan, screamed the elf. Eclaw! Human gets away from her, warned the elf Ghosh as his grimoire started flipping. Mirror magic, reflect refrain. Multiple mirrors appeared around the area around him. Oi! Your sister is here as well. Luck, yelled Sek as he glared at the elf. On it, replied Luck as a spark of electricity appeared around him and in an instant all the mirrors shattered. Geez, don't let your sister get caught in the attack, you idiot. Ghosh will kill us if as much as a scratch appears on her body, said Sek as he looked at Elf Ghosh with an annoyed look on his face. So, little lady elf. What's your name? Asked Sek as he turned Marie around such that both of them faced each other. I won't tell you, yelled the little elf as she tried to protest against the human that captured her. Okay, I won't tell you Chan. I am Sek Bronzaza, the Dark Lord. Nice to meet you. By the way, your name is kind of long and weird, said Sek. That's not my name. My name is Eclaw. It's not weird, complained the little elf with a pout on her face. Okay, Eclaw-chan. Ah. I told my name to a human. You meanie. You tricked me, said Eclaw with a surprised look on her face. Yeah, you were too easy to fool. I am not. I won't get tricked again. Look over there, a flying house made of sweets, said Sek as he pointed in a certain direction. Where? Asked Eclaw as she looked in the direction where Sek pointed only to find the empty night sky. See, you got tricked again, said Sek as he chuckled. Ah! Exclaimed Eclaw as she realized that the human lied to her. She opened her mouth to protest, but just as his mouth opened, Sek shoved a huge long lollipop in the kid's mouth. "Enjoy that, that's the last one Charmy made," said Sek as he ruffled the little elf's hair. Eclaw wanted to protest, but the sweetness of the thing that the human gave her was too irresistible for her, and she simply licked the candy. Sek looked at the fight between the Black Bulls and Elf Gauche while he took care of Elf Mayor. He wanted to join them as well, but knew that the elf would try to get close to his sister and this might injure the real Marie as well. "So what's your brother's name?" Eclaw-chan asked Sek. "Droa, why are you fighting against us?" asked Eclaw. "Mostly for self-defense. If we don't fight back, we will lose quite a lot of things that we hold dear. Our kingdom, family, and friends," replied Sek. "Self-defense? But wasn't it humans that attacked us elves who were living peacefully?" asked Eclaw. She was a bit calmer now since she didn't feel any malice from the human named Sek Bronzeza, though most of it was because of the lollipop. "That's something, which happened 500 years ago or something. Don't know what were the circumstances then, but in this era, we didn't instigate the attack." 500 years, why do people still fight after so long?" asked Eclaw, feeling a bit sad. "Well, the first fight starts with the person who wants to show that they are superior and stronger. After that, it's a series of revenge until one side perishes or gives up. Not all people are satisfied with peace. Some do it because they are threatened by something and want to exterminate that, while some do it just for fun and wanting to prove they are superior. Though because of the ones who instigate it, the whole community gets involved." It's confusing," said Eclaw with a frown as she tried to wrap her head around what Sek said. "Haha, well, just think of it as the way how living creatures who can think are. It's kind of in their nature to fight," replied Sek as he smiled at the kid's words. "Does that mean we will continue to fight? Unless both sides make up, then yes. That's sad." "It is." Eclaw. The elf and the Dark Lord turned silent. Sek silently patted the kid's head as both of them looked at the fight that was going on between her brother and the Black Bulls. "Won't you go and fight my brother too? Your friends might get injured." "I would like to, but I have to keep the little lady Eclaw safe. Besides, I believe in my friends. They can take care of themselves." "Why are you saving me? And from what?" "Well, the body that you and your brother are possessing right now belongs to our friends, and since he is strong, some of us might not be able to hold back well enough and might get you injured during the fight," replied Sek. "So you want to protect the human whom this body actually belongs to?" "Well, there is that, but I personally won't like to see a kid like you get injured. It doesn't matter if you are human or elf, as long as you are not trying to kill, that is. If you do that, then I might need to punish you for being a bad girl," said Sek as he teased Eclaw. "I won't do that. I just want to be with my brother." "Is that so? Well, that's good then. I will take you where your brother is soon. Though I can't let you two be in these bodies, I will make sure that you and your brother are together in the end." "Omu, thank you Sek Nii-chan. Mention not. Sigh, if only most people were not stuck-up idiots and be more like Eclaw-chan. The situation might have been different," said Sek. "Different?" asked Eclaw. "Yeah, if there wasn't a grudge between humans and elves, we might have been coexisting together. The two of us might have been friends too, since elves live for a long time," replied Sek. "It would have been fun. I know, let's be friends now Sek Nii-chan, exclaimed Eclaw as she looked at Sek with a smile. "Hey, really? All right. I, Sek Bronzeza, the Great Dark Lord, give you the honor of being my friend." "Humph, then I, the Great Elf Eclaw, give you the honor of being my friend. Accept it or I will take the offer back." "Ho ho, so the Great Elf Eclaw-sama is such a petty little lady. All right, looks like I have to accept it before she changes her mind. The Dark Lord accepts your proposal, my little lady Great Elf Eclaw-chan-sama. That's too long. Call me Eclaw-chan, like you were doing earlier." "Humph, you are weird." "Hehe, now you are stuck with this weird man, who is now your friend. Sigh, well, I am a generous person so I will accept it. You are getting cheeky, Claw-chan, time for punishment, said Sek as he started tickling the young elf that started to fumble around and laugh out loud. While all this was going on, Elf Gauche was crying tears of blood seeing his sister openly talking with another man while he was busy fighting. He didn't know who the human was, nor did he want to know. The only thing that mattered to him was that he will make sure to give the despicable human a horrible death. Ha ha ha, stop it. I give up. I give up, pleaded Claw as she tried to speak in between her laughter. Sek stopped tickling the girl seeing that she had slight tears in her eyes because of excessive laughing. You are a mean friend. Humph, complained Claw with a pout. But still a friend, replied Sek as he poked her inflated cheek. The two stared at each other for a while but soon they heard a loud shattering noise which made them look at the source of the sound. Looks like your brother's been defeated. Let's go then. Okay, Sek and I-chan, are you strong? Rhea and the others said so. One, if not the strongest. Why? Can you please stop this battle between the elves and humans? I don't want kids like me to get injured. You will feel bad too, right? I will feel bad, alright, I will try my best to stop this, I promise you. Omu, thank you, replied Claw cheerfully as Sek slowly walked towards Elf Gauche. By the way, Claw-chan, you were using magic earlier to fight my friends, right? Why didn't you use it on me? Asked Sek. Just as he said that, Claw's eyes widened in shock as she held her head dramatically. I forgot. Ugh. I am a big dum-dum. Oh my, such a big dum-dum. Hey! Don't make fun of me. I will use my eye magic on you otherwise, threatened Claw. Ah, so scary, Claw-chan, by the way, do show me your magic, asked Sek. Hey, really? Okay, replied Claw as her eyes glowed and Sek's body stopped moving for a while. But soon the magic was released and Sek got control of his body. That was strong magic considering that you still don't have a grimoire. Phew, I am great, you know, replied Claw as she puffed up her chest in pride. Mighty Claw-chan-sama. Here, enjoy this. One final offering from your human friend, said Sek as he gave her a bunch of cookies from his storage. She was about to leave this body so he wanted her to enjoy the final moment that she will remember. He clawed to the cookies from Sek and ate them without hesitation. Sek smiled at the girl's action and patted her head. Soon the two reached where the other black bulls were and Claw immediately let go of Sek's hand and ran towards her brother. Unai-chan, exclaimed Claw as she hugged her brother. Claw, are you fine? That human didn't do anything to you, right? Want me to kill him? Wait a moment, I will kill him right now. No. Sek Nai-chan is my friend now, you cannot kill him. No more fighting, said Claw as she stood straight imposingly with her hands on her waist. A friend. My dear sister made a friend. And that too with a human. A male one at that. I have to kill him, said Elf Gauche as he tried to break free of the flame restraints that Magna used. Calm down, man. I was just making sure she doesn't get involved in the fight and get injured somehow, said Sek. Shut up, you human. How dare you make a move on my sister? Even the elf version is a siskin. Alright, then Claw-chan. It was great that we met and I am so happy that you became my friend, said Sek as he crouched down to her height and patted the elf one last time. Me too, Sek Nai-chan. I am glad that you became my friend too, goodbye, said Claw as she hugged Sek tightly. Sek smiled and hugged her back as he patted her back. Goodbye, little lady great elf Claw-chan-sama. That's too long, just call me Claw-chan, Sek Nai-chan, sniff bye-bye. Muttered Claw as her voice turned heavier and tears started to come out of her eyes. Bye-bye, sniff, some is getting into my eyes, what about you Claw-chan, sniff. Me sniff too. The two finally separated after a while with both of them having tears flowing down their cheeks. The two laughed, seeing the other's crying face, and a claw finally went back to her brother. "Do it, Asta," said Sek as he wiped his face and looked at the elf siblings who were about to leave the bodies that they possessed. Asta nodded as he placed the demon destroyer sword above the siblings, and a claw gave a final wave towards Sek. Sek smiled at the kid's action and waved back at her. A magic circle appeared around the siblings as a dark aura released from the sword. The elf Ghosh looked at the humans around him, though he focused more on Sek and Asta. "A convenient power that can make it so that something never happened. Do you think such a thing exists?" asked the elder elf sibling. Asta widened his eyes at that question, not knowing what to say. "It would be great if it exists," replied Sek in a sad tone. "Yeah, it would have been great. I could have made sure that you never met my sister. Sadly, it doesn't. Remember this well, humans, actions come with consequences. You can't escape that." As those words escaped his mouth, the elf marks around the siblings' faces started to disappear, and soon the mana in their bodies got back to normal. Sek looked up at the sky for a while before a sigh escaped his lips. "You all right, my other half?" asked Vritra. "Probably," thought Sek. "I see. Yeah, Vritra. Yes. Is there such a convenient power that makes that none of these sad things happen? It would have been great if there was such a power. I have too many uses for that. Even the great prison dragon king has regrets. Hey. So many that I have forgotten quite a lot of them. Haha. But coming to this world and meeting you is not one of them. You are one, if not the best another half that I got. Don't know if someone in the future tops that, but still there is that. You are speaking as if I am about to jump off into some dangerous shit and die. Aren't you? And you say you don't have access to my thoughts. I understand you pretty well now. Not gonna stop me from being reckless. Has that ever worked? I don't think so. Will it work now? There's my answer." Sek smiled upon hearing the dragon's words and just replied calmly. "You were awesome as well, not as awesome as me, but still, awesome," muttered Sek in a low volume. Sek looked at his friends who were teasing Ghosh and just clenched his fists tightly. "I promised to Claw-chan, it will look bad if the Dark Lord goes back on his promise," muttered Sek as his sacred gear appeared around him. He then took a deep breath, and soon a determined yet confident smirk appeared on his face. Time for the Dark Lord to finally show his might. Chapter 140, Close Your Eyes. The Black Bulls were busy replenishing their mana using Charmy's food. They had a fierce battle just a few moments ago and most of them felt pretty depleted. Even Asta, who doesn't possess magic, was tired since he used his black form to the limits. His body was currently in pain and had some injuries all over his body. Mimosa and Kirsch joined the Black Bulls and were busy with their replenishing their mana as well. Mimosa wanted to run up to Sek and check up on him, but other Black Bull members were visibly more injured and decided to heal all of them first. While this was happening, Sek was quite far away from his squad. None of them went closer to him since Sek was standing motionlessly and thought that he was still contemplating the loss of the elf kid that possessed Marie's body. Soon they noticed movement in Sek's body and noticed him walking toward them. Sek soon stood in front of the squad and looked toward Vanessa. "Can I borrow Rogue for a while?" asked Sek. Sure, but why?" asked Vanessa back as Rogue manifested above her and jumped on top of Sek's head. "I made a promise to a Claw, gonna fulfill that real quick. On that note, all of you please give me a cover from enemy attacks." "Alright, but what is going on? What are you going to do?" asked Asta. "Something awesome, and probably dangerous," replied Sek as a large number of absorption lines appeared out of his body. Forced drain. The absorption lines started to glow and grew in size before all of them shot out in different directions. All the magic knights that were near him stood up and looked at Sek with shock. "Sek! What is happening? What are you planning to do?" asked Vanessa. "Nothing much, just saving the kingdom, I guess. Oh yeah, I cannot move from this spot while I am using forced drain, so don't move me from this spot. just keep me safe, or not. I don't think 1 or 2 attacks would matter much anyway, said Sek, not thinking much. They were about to say something more, but before they could say anything the forced drain started working and a huge amount of mana rushed into Sek's body. Ah! Really hurts like hell. It's called forced for a reason. Anyway, 30s till your pool is full. Wait, it's 20s. Seriously? Adapting even to this? What the hell are you? Asked Vritra as he questioned the existence of his host. Just built simply different, replied Sek. Soon the 20s passed, and just as Vritra told, his mana reserves were full. Bronze creation magic, safe of eternity. A transparent display appeared over Sek's wrist and Sek started fiddling with it. Soon a device manifested in front of Sek and Sek held it with a serious look on his face. If I remember correctly, it's this button, muttered Sek as he examined the device. Sek? What's going on? What is that? Asked Asta. It's a device that was given to me by the Wizard King before we started the raid. It's an announcement device to make announcements throughout the kingdom, replied Sek. Announcement? What are you going to inform? Asked Noel. To not panic about the thing that is about to happen next, replied Sek with a smirk as he pressed the button. The device made a noise and soon started floating. Sek blinked in surprise as he looked at the magic device, thinking that it was kind of a drone. The magic device drone then took some distance from Sek and a light came out of it and scanned Sek's body. Suddenly Sek and the others noticed a large mana display appear over the capital, big enough to be seen from anywhere in the capital. In the display was the image of Sek looking up with a confused look on his face. It's live broadcast, asked Sek as he stared at the drone. Unknown to Sek and those around him, similar mana displays were up in the skies of all the cities, towns, and villages of the Clover Kingdom. Even remote regions like Have were getting this live broadcast. In a particular part of the kingdom, more specifically, the border town of Khitan, which was Sek's hometown, the situation was no different from the rest of the kingdom. Some of the magic knights and citizens transformed into reincarnated elves and were wreaking havoc on the town. Those who could fight were fighting and protecting the town and people, but they were not much successful. A lot of injured people were lying around the town, which was mostly destroyed. Huge buildings, like the church and hospital, were the first that were attacked by the elves. The remaining magic knights were fighting with all their might to save the town and the citizens, but the elves were overpowering them with ease. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the sky which made both the citizens and the elves alike look up. What's that? An announcement? From the capital, I press is that Sek. Hey? Sek-kun. It's true. Sek-kun is in the announcement. What is he doing? Se-chan. Baha Sek. It's a live broadcast, well, whatever. I am hoping that everyone in the kingdom is seeing this, alright, ahem. The Sek inside the magic display spoke those words and finally cleared his throat. Citizens of the Clover Kingdom, I am Sek Bronzaza of the Back Bulls. The Dark Lord, if you know me by that title. Anyway, you all might or might not know, depending if your place is being attacked or not. Our kingdom is under attack by elves. You might recognize them as people with golden aura thingy and pointed ears. They hate humans to the bone. I will be dealing with all of them in one full sweep, so don't panic if you see a bright light blind your vision. Close your eyes to protect your eyes and be safe. Also, once they are subdued, don't kill the elves. We are also on a mission to bring our friends back, since their bodies are simply taken over by the elves. Thank you. After giving his message, Sek stopped speaking as the citizens and elves from all over the kingdom just blinked their eyes. Honey, has our son finally lost it, Baha? Don't doubt him. Or as Se-chan says, so you are questioning the might of the Dark Lord, Baha. But did you even hear? Before Zook could finish what he was saying, Sek's figure inside the magic display moved. Leaving the mana gathering to you, Vritra. On it, my other half. Phew. Let's do this. Bronze magic, bronze body logia. A metallic sheen appeared around Sek's body, but soon his body color turned back to normal. "Rouge, you are on," said Sek as he glanced at the red cat sitting on top of his head. "Nay," replied Rouge as she patted Sek's head with her paws. Sek has a nod as the mana inside his body came out in a burst, sending all the nearby rebel flying. The Black Bulls along with Mimosa and Kirsch who were near him immediately used their magic to not get blown away by Sek's mana pressure, and all of them had a shocked expressions on their faces. "This much mana," muttered Noel. "So, beautiful," said Kirsch in admiration. "Oi oi oi! Is this for real? He has more mana than all these royals combined." "How does that make any sense?" said Zora. "I cannot feel the mana, but Seek is awesome," said Asta. All of them agreed with Asta on that. They didn't know what the self-proclaimed Dark Lord was planning, but they knew for better that he means it when he said that he was going to save the whole kingdom. "All right, people, here it comes." "Close your eyes," warned Sek as an excited smirk appeared on his face. Mana Zone, Bronze Age. A large amount of mana filled the atmosphere of the Clover Kingdom. The whole kingdom felt the wave of mana descend upon them, and unconsciously all of them followed Sek's warning to close their eyes. A bright light filled the whole Clover Kingdom, and the moment it did, Sek's mind overloaded with all the mana that he was able to control and feel. "Shit, this is overwhelming." Memory magic, parallel thinking. The situation eased up a bit, but still, the amount of mana readings that he was getting from all over the kingdom was too much for him. "Hurry up, my other half. 10 seconds till your mana drains." "More than enough." Sek closed his eyes as he concentrated solely on mana detection. He pinpointed all the elves around the kingdom. And a moment later his eyes opened, revealing a bluish glow in them. "There, done. With 2 seconds to spare, great job." The mana zone disappeared as the 2 seconds passed up, and Sek's body immediately lost all his strength and he fell on his knees. "I hope it worked," said Sek before drowsiness took over him and Sek fell unconscious. Since the live broadcast was still going on, the citizens from all over the kingdom heard his words, and opened their eyes. Most of them didn't notice the change, but the smart ones and the ones who were in the middle of the fight or those who were witnessing the fight from afar immediately widened their eyes in shock. The elves that all of them were struggling against were now just immovable bronze statues. Soon the others started to realize what was going on since the sounds of attacks stopped. The citizens started to ask around what happened, and the magic knights relayed the information to calm the citizens down. Once they came to know that, their gaze fell on the magic display that showed the figure of Sek, who was fallen on his knees after performing the grand spell with a satisfied smirk on his face. "Sek Bronzeza, the Dark Lord," muttered one of the kids in chitin as his eyes twinkled in admiration. "Baha! That's the man that I raised." "Sek Bronzeza," yelled Zook in excitement. "Calm down and help the others," said Elaine as she tried to calm down her husband, but none of her words fell on Zook's ears. He was too excited for his son. Elaine just smiled helplessly at her husband's antics before her gaze fell on her son that was visible on the display. "Great job, Se-chan, or should I say as expected of the great Dark Lord." "Ha ha," muttered Elaine as she chuckled with some tears of happiness in her eyes. Chapter 141, She Spoke. "What was that? Sek. What did you do? Hey? Sek? Sek. Don't die. You already died once today. Don't die again," yelled Asta as he saw Sek's body fall. "You don't have permission to die. As royalty I order you to come back to life," said Noelle in panic as she, just like Asta, panicked once Sek fell. The magic knights around him immediately headed toward Sek, and Asta started shaking Sek's body in panic but was pushed away by Mimosa, who started checking up his body for injuries. "Sai, he is just asleep. He exhausted mana in his last spell. I will heal him though, just in case." Hearing Mimosa's words, all the Black Bulls sighed in relief. Feeling that the mana was getting insufficient, the magic device drone stopped functioning and flew back to Sek. Seeing the drone land on Sek, Asta looked up at the magic display and saw that it was disappearing. Plant healing magic, princess healing flower robe. Mimosa sat on her knees beside Sek and started using her magic to heal him, seeing that the others got back to recovering their mana by eating Charmy's food, leaving Sek, Mimosa, Secret, and Rouge. Secret was looking at her partner with a worried gaze. She was not sure whether to be amazed at him for not getting seriously injured after performing all the crazy things he did today, or just straight up smack him for nearly dying multiple times on the same day. "Sai, you really know how to make me worried. Just rest up now, though I don't think you have much time to rest up. I need to go and awaken the prince," soon thought Secret as she was about to fly away and look for Finral. But just as she was about to do that, her gaze fell on Mimosa, who was looking around suspiciously. "No one is watching me, right? All right," thought Mimosa as her cheeks started to blush a little. She looked at Sek intently before she used her plant magic to lift his head from the ground and rested him on her thighs. "Oh wah! So close, Mimosa, calm yourself down. You need to heal Sek-san, but his face is so close. If I just bent down then, no, don't take advantage of him while he is unconscious." Become dirty thoughts, thought Mimosa as she panicked. This damn horny royal. Taking advantage when he is unconscious. Don't you dare cross any line, thought Secret as she flew and landed on Mimosa's shoulder before she smacked her head to make her snap out of her thoughts. Ouch! WA! Who did that? I wasn't thinking of doing anything indecent. Sek-san's birdie. The royal panicked after getting smacked out of nowhere and started looking around only to spot Secret sitting on her shoulder. "Yeah, you sound very convincing," thought Secret as she glared at Mimosa. Mimosa didn't know why, but a chill went through her body as she felt Secret's gaze. "Haha, I must be imagining things. Little birdie, you must be worried about Sek-san as well, right? Don't worry, I will try my best to treat him. He is important to me as well, you know." Mimosa looked at Sek with a kind gaze which made Secret want to smack the royal once again. But once she saw the look on Mimosa's face, she stopped. She knew that look very well. It was the same expression that another royal she knew 500 years ago who looked awfully similar to Mimosa had. Secret lowered her wing and looked at Sek. "Wake up soon. I want you to be the first person to hear me," thought Secret as she hopped down Mimosa's shoulder and landed on Sek's chest. She then stretched her wing and caressed Sek's cheek. While this was happening around the unconscious Sek, Luck, who was enjoying with the other black bulls, felt a large amount of mana heading in their direction. "Someone's coming," warned Luck as he stood up. The others got prepared as well, and soon they noticed two bright glows coming towards them. "Wait! I know that mana!" muttered Noelle as she too felt the mana of the incoming mages as they got closer. "This key, Sicilian!" exclaimed Asta. "Who the heck are you calling Sicilian?" said Mirioliana as a fireball engulfed Asta. "Hot hot 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 hot," said Asta repeatedly as flames surrounded his body. "Bakista!" Pointing her wand at Asta, Noelle poured water over him, making the flames disappear. "About time you woke up, you fool," said Mirioliana with a smirk as she saw Fuegoleon riding on top of Salamander. "I apologize for the trouble I've caused you, my sister," replied Fuegoleon as he hopped off the salamander. "You should be, because you got knocked down by a bastard. I had to come back and take care of the shit that you left behind. Although, because of that I came to know that quite a few strong people have appeared in the kingdom. Speaking of which, where the hell is that bastard that made me think that he died after saying that I was not in a condition to fight?" said Mirioliana with a glare as she started looking around. "You couldn't even take a single step before fainting. Losing you back there would have been a bad thing for the kingdom," said Nozel, who landed his Mercury Eagle near them. "Nozel, long time no see. You look quite strong," said Fuegoleon. "Humph, someone had to take care of the kingdom while you were sleeping peacefully, although it seems you returned with quite a power-up," replied Nozel as he stared at the flame spirit. The two glared at each other as the others came close to them. "Captain Fuegoleon, I'm so relieved that you're awake. Wait, and you've got salamander, too. Ah, Asta. It appears you've gotten stronger during my slumber. Heck yet. I'm totally ripped, replied Asta as he flexed his muscles. Siskalian-sama. I heard you were supposed to be resting for at least one more day. Who cares? I'm fine. Where the heck is that bastard that used the huge mana zone? Asked Mirioliana as her gaze finally landed on Mimosa. That bastard, sleeping after doing such a thing. Said Mirioliana as a vein popped up on her forehead. What exactly did that commoner do? He used the announcement system and told the citizens to close their eyes before using a spell. What happened? Asked Nozel. Fuegoleon looked at the unconscious Sek and smiled. So he is the one who created my arm, Sek was it? I saw the announcement as well, and once he was done using his spell I checked the nearby towns and used my communication device to calmly squad members from different parts of the kingdom. All the elves in those regions are now turned into bronze statues and have stopped wreaking havoc on the citizens. He is a terrifying magic knight for someone so young. No, I don't think anyone can use Mana Zone on such a large scale. The Black Bulls, Mimosa, Secret, Kirsch, and Nozel widened their eyes in shock. They were in the capital and didn't have contact with anyone from other parts of the kingdom for a while, so the news that all the elf attacks from all over the kingdom were stopped was shocking news for them. They looked at Sek with their eyes and mouth wide open. It was really hard for them to imagine the mana and technique required to use such a grand spell. A kingdom-wide spell with such precision. Thought Nozel. Whoa! Sek did something amazing, exclaimed Asta. He is more terrifying than royals, commented Zora. This idiot did such a thing, thought Secret as she looked at her partner's face who was sleeping peacefully on Mimosa's thigh. Not wanting to dampen the mood but, that hope is getting smaller, said Magna as he pointed at the entrance of the Shadow Palace. This made all of them snap out of their thoughts and focus on the situation at hand. This is bad, we need to hurry. If the elves place the final magic stone on its pedestal inside the palace, the elves' incarnation will be complete and our friends won't be able to get their bodies back. One of the elves told us that, informed Mimosa. We don't have much time. Nozel, Fuegoleon, get ready. Anti-magic shit, Mimosa, we will need you too as well. Anti-magic and recovery magic will be useful. The rest of you rescue the citizens and help them get to a safe place. The elves are calm for now, but the situation might change at any time, ordered Mirioliana. Mirioliana-sama, let me come as well. I want to fight for the kingdom as well. I promise I won't hold you or the others back, said Noelle with a determined look on her face. Okay, replied Mirioliana as she stared at Noelle's face. Wait a minute, I can't leave Sexan like this. He is unconscious right now and might need some healing once he wakes up. Don't worry, VCA. Don't worry, he is coming as well. Heal him on the way, said Mirioliana. Mimosa, the one who raised the question, and Vanessa, the one who was about to say that the Black Bulls will look after him, stared at the lioness with a questioning gaze. Mirioliana-sama, Sexan is unconscious. Yet. How will he fight then? That's his problem, said Mirioliana. A flame paw extended out of her body and grabbed Sek's head. It would be foolish to not make use of one of the strongest ones present here, said Mirioliana. But he can die if he doesn't wake up and the situation becomes worse. Not to mention, he is out of mana, protested Vanessa. She was totally against the idea of sending an unconscious Sek to a dangerous place. He will manage. After all, he is the Dark Lord that single-handedly kept 12 reincarnated elves at bay while letting others leave securely. He also single-handedly stopped the attacks from the elves from all over the kingdom. I don't think he would like to leave things unfinished after he accomplished this much, said Mirioliana as she placed Sek over her shoulder. She is right, Vanessa Nasan. Sek will surely get mad if things got screwed up after he has done this much. We will make sure to stop all this, but on the off chance that we might not make it, having someone strong and reliable like him in the back will sir ow. 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 Secret. Why, said Asta. If you want to die then die alone. Don't drag my sec, along with you. Hasn't he done enough for today? He saved you all and the kingdom while being near death twice. Don't just take him to die, thought Secret as she pecked Asta. She then flew over to Mirioliana and pecked her hand, wanting her to let go of Sek. Hey? What's this? Want me to roast you alive, you stupid bird, said Mirioliana in a cold tone as Flaming Paw hurried towards Secret. But before the Flaming Paw could touch Secret, a kick landed on Mirioliana's face and pushed her away. Who the hell is messing with Secret? Want to die? Muttered Sek in a weakened tone as his body fell on the ground. My body hurts like hell, Secret, peck me twice if you are okay, muttered Sek with his face planted in the ground. Sek's alive, cheered Asta in excitement. The others snapped out of their thoughts from seeing Mirioliana being kicked away and stared at Sek's body, which was twitching in pain. Secret landed on Sek's head before she pecked twice. Glad you are okay. Now can someone bring me some of Charmy's food? Need some fuel before we head to the fight. Law? Roger. Wait a bit, replied Charmy as her sheep started to work rapidly. See, he is ready to fight, said Mirioliana as she wiped the dust off her face while looking at Vanessa. Sigh, what to do with the weirdos of my squad, muttered Vanessa. While this was going on, Secret silently hopped closer to Sek's ear and whispered. Don't make me worry like this, you idiot. Who said that? Me. Me, who? Your partner. Your partner who? Guess it. Is that you, Vritra? Who the hell is Vritra? Is it a girl? Asked Secret. No, not me, my other half, replied Vritra. We don't have much time. We are going, said Mirioliana as she grabbed Sek and Mimosa before hopping on top of Salamander. Law. Take this with you, yelled Charmy as she threw multiple food items covered in her cotton and wrapped with Vanessa's thread at Sek. Sek, who was already weakened and was not able to move much, was hit on the head by the fluffy cotton packages. Mimosa, would you be a dear and put these in my pockets, requested Sek, already forgetting about the mysterious partner. SS sure, Sek-san, he, dear. Replied Mimosa as a healthy blush appeared on her cheeks. Need to get that prince unsealed soon. Can't leave him with the horny royal, thought Secret as she immediately took off to find Finral. Chapter 142, You all don't need to be so mean. The squad led by Mirioliana soon came in front of the entrance of the Shadow Palace. Sek, who could barely move because of the last stunt he pulled, tried to look forward and raise his head but soon gave up as his head rested on Mirioliana's shoulder. What happened? Asked Mirioliana. Too much pain to lift my body. Lend me your shoulder for a while. Get your shit together. We are about to enter enemy territory, rest on my shoulder in the meantime, replied the lioness. Thank you. Sek-kun, was it? Leopold told me a lot about you. Thank you for treating my severed hand, said Fuego Leon, who was slightly surprised seeing that his sister was not bothered by the boy's action. The same sister who slapped the baby Leopold for peeing on her. You are welcome, replied Sek before he closed his eyes, trying to rest as much as he could. Your body is in very bad condition, my other half. How are you planning to fight? Asked Vritra. I just need some mana to function my body properly. Once that's done, it will be a piece of cake, thought Sek. That might be a problem since you cannot use absorption line or any other sacred gear till your body's condition improves a bit. That's why I got Charmy's food. You don't have any strength to eat. Yeah, that's why I am not eating and don't have any mana. It might take a while, but I am sure that it will be fine, thought Sek. His group soon entered the portal, which was getting smaller and smaller, and immediately their surroundings changed. Sek, who felt the key of the place changed drastically, opened one of his eyes to check the surroundings and soon spotted a black space around him along with large glowing things moving along with them. Whoa, muttered Sek as salamander vanished from below him and all of them started to float in the space. An obstacle to anyone who tries to infiltrate the place? Asked Fuegoleon. Seems like it, replied Nozel. Haha. We're surrounded by strange mana, said Mereoleona. I cannot control my magic, said Mimosa. I cannot control my body, said Sek. Shadow Palace, I hear it's the boundary between this world and the next, explained Nozel. Cell just let his body fall through the space since he could tell that moving wasn't not being helpful. Soon he felt gravity being in effect once again inside. Wait, gravity, ack. And soon enough Sek's body fell flat on the ground, which enhanced the pain he was already suffering from. Kaie. Soon a noise was heard and Sek looked up only to see a familiar royal tsundere coming toward him. No no no. Noel Dua. Before Sek could even finish his word, the royal tsundere fell on top of him, further injuring the Dark Lord. Sek. Are you alright? Asked Noel in panic. F***CKU, Noel. Muttered Sek with difficulty before he fainted. Sek. Don't die. Wake up, panicked Noel as she saw something like a soul come out of Sek's mouth. She immediately took out her wand, pointed it at Sek, and dropped a ball of water on his face. Cough cough *oi. You trying, to, cough kill me? Asked Sek with difficulty, seeing which Noel sighed in relief. She got off Sek and used her magic for a water ball to appear below him since she knew that he was having difficulty moving. Sek, who was now riding a water ball, looked around his surroundings and tried to feel the key. No one nearby. Now the question is, which way to go? Asked Sek. The only entrance. Above us. Are you ready, Sek? Asked Noel. Let's see, I don't have any mana and my body is in too much pain, yet, I am totally fine. Who told you to come if you were having this much difficulty? Captain Mereoleona, speaking of which, where are the rest of them? Asked Sek as he started to look around. Realizing this, Noel started looking around as well and soon realized that it was only her and Sek who were in the room. I cannot feel their mana, they are not close by, said Noel. Seems like just the two of us. Well, let's show the world what this master-student duo is capable of, said Sek. Who are you calling your student? Noel Silva. The royal rookie of Black Bulls. 8th tsundere who used water magic, though she only mastered control over magic thanks to the support of her great teacher Sek Bronzeza. Kur. You. Noel growled in anger but wasn't able to retort since what Sek said was true. Anyway, on to the serious matter. Please take out the food that Charmy made and put a bite-sized piece of it in my mouth, said Sek as he gestured toward his pocket. Noel nodded and took out the food from Sek's pocket before she shoved it in his mouth. Sek tried to chew on it but was having difficulty doing so. His body was out of energy to do even such a simple task. This makes me feel pathetic. Noel, I am ashamed to ask you this, but can you do me a favor? Asked Sek. Humph. What is it? The great Sek Bronzeza needs a favor from me, replied Noel. It's fine if you don't want to. When the elves come at you, don't expect my help, said Sek. Ack, what do you want? I can't chew. Make me swallow this with your water magic, said Sek. You can't chew? Well, you do look quite lifeless. Even hearing and understanding your voice is difficult since you cannot speak properly. All right, leave it to me, said Noel as she crumbled some food in her palm and coated it in a water ball before launching it inside Sek's throat. Cough cough cough. Oi! Easy there, I am injured. Open your mouth, great Sek Bronzeza-sama. We need to get your magic back, said Noel with a grin on her face. You will regret it, you royal tsundere. I will have my revenge, replied Sek. Hat. The next water food ball was launched into Sek's mouth, which almost choked Sek to death. This continued for a while until Sek got some usable amount of mana back. All right. Stop, Noel. This was getting fun, whined Niel. Anyway. Bronze creation magic, safe of eternity. A transparent display appeared over Sek's arm and soon a glass bottle filled with red liquid came out of the storage. Oh? Which Queen's Heel spell bottle? Yup. The best thing that came out of which bitch, well after Vanessa-san. She tops this healing spell. Now open it. Noelle did as Sek told and just as the lid opened a red blood cocoon formed around Sek. The cocoon did some work for a while and soon started crumbling. The Dark Lord is back in action, exclaimed Sek with his body completely healed and full of energy. Alright, let's get going then, said Noelle as a water bubble formed below them and the two of them started flying up. Sek looked up as he started munching on the sandwich that Charmy packed for him. So, who do you think we will meet first? Enemies or our friends? Asked Noelle. Enemies. Oh? You sound pretty confident. No, idiot. Enemies, yelled Sek as he grabbed Noelle and jumped off the bubble. A moment later a huge column of intense flames attacked the bubble destroying it in an instant. Landing on the ground Sek and Noelle looked up to know the identity of their attackers. Ara, a royal right off the bat, seems like we are lucky, wait that man is here as well. Shit, said Elf Anna as she smiled seeing Noelle, but soon the smile vanished once her gaze landed on Sek. Fana? Long time no see Fana-chan, called Sek as he waved at the pink-haired elf that came along with Elf Anna. Sek Bronzeza. Long time no see. You look fine, replied Fana with a smile on her face. So do you look different from last time though. Ah, this is my new body. This time my mind is clearer than before. I see. You look more cheerful now. You smile now too. Last time you kept saying I hate you over and over again. Haha, I remember that. The human and the elf converted happily with each other. Meanwhile, the other elf and the royal looked at their respective partners with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Oi! Idiot! What are you doing talking calmly with our enemy, said Noelle. Fana. How can you act chummy with a human, said Anna. It's fine, right? Me and Fana bonded during our last fight. I am just asking how is she, replied Sek with a questioning look on his face. It's fine, Oni-chan. Sek Bronzeza is a nice human, replied Fana. Oni-chan? Asked Sek as he looked at the two elves. Doesn't matter. We need to stop the elves from performing the ritual, remember? Hurry up, said Noelle. You are right. Oi Fana. What is it? Would you and your sister mind letting us pass through to the central chamber? We are in a hurry. Sorry. But we cannot. Why don't you two just stay here calmly and we won't do anything to you? I don't want to hurt you, Sek, said Fana. First of all, hurting me, kind of a stretch. Secondly, sorry but we need to pass through, replied Sek. The two then stopped talking as they stared at each other. The situation got tense and Anna and Noelle got ready to fight. They were waiting for their partners' actions and started preparing their spells. Seems like we have come to a disagreement, said Fana as mana flared around her. Seems like it, replied Sek as he sighed. He was stalling time by talking with her to absorb mana using his sacred gear, but it seemed like he could not stall any further. Let's play for a while, said Fana with a smile as flames gathered around her. This gave Anna the signal as flames gathered above her. Flame summoning magic, Mystic Firebird. Ignis materialized above Anna and geared at Sek and Noelle. Sure, but it might get over pretty soon, replied Sek as his grimoire started flipping. Noelle took it as her signal and unleashed the spell that she was preparing. Water creation magic, Valkyrie dress. A water armor and lance appeared around Noelle's body as she got ready to battle. Bronze magic, bronze body logia. A metallic shine appeared over Sek's body and soon disappeared. Let's get started then, my body needs a bit warm up anyway. Haha, get it, warm up, cause they are using fire magic. At that, the three women around him looked at him with scowl on their faces. Heck, Sek could feel even Ignis scowling at him. You all don't need to be so mean. That was a bad one, my other half, said Vritra. Shut it, thought Sek as he ignored their gazes and got ready to battle. Chapter 143, I know that you don't mean to, but that is very discouraging for my resolve. The elves and the black bulls stared at each other. So Noel, excited for our first team-up battle in a long time, asked Sek as bronze swords appeared in his hands and above him. Yes, I am, replied Noel with a smirk as the two of them launched in different directions. Fana, let's do this together. I don't know about the royal but, the man is dangerous, said Anna. Got it Oni-chan, said Fana in an excited tone. Bronze creation magic, countless swords plus frost debuff magic, frost touch. The swords that were following Sek started to multiply and release a cold aura. Water magic, sea dragon's water ball. Multiple water balls formed around Noelle's water lance as she pointed it toward the elves. In an instant, the water balls and ice-cold swords launched toward the elves from different directions. Ignis. Seeing the fast-moving attacks coming toward them, Anna called her phoenix to take action. Ignis chirped as she moved forward and wrapped both Anna and Fana in her wings, shielding them from the attacks. The attacks made of water magic and ice debuff hit the phoenix, making Ignis screech in pain. The flames around it started to dampen because of the water and a thin layer of ice started to form over its body because of the ice debuff. Bad move, commented Sek as his grimoire started flipping. Bronze creation magic, bronze rider flight mode. A hoverboard formed below Sek's feet and he immediately sped towards the phoenix. Kaiser, demon rush. A red aura came out of the board as it started taking a demonic visage. Ignis looked at the incoming demonic figure with a fiery glare, she was glaring with flames coming out of her eyes. Ignis, Phoenix Flare. Anna, who was being protected by Ignis, ordered the phoenix from inside. The mana gathered inside the phoenix as she opened her mouth with flames gathering in front of it. Ha, not bad. But not enough to phase us. Right, Noel? Yet. Water creation magic, sea dragon's roar. Noel appeared above the phoenix with a dragon head forming at the tip of her lance. The phoenix and the elves looked up at the royal. The water dragon looked at its prey and roared out loud, making the elves flinch. A royal with this kind of magic. What's up with these royal girls? First that flame magic royal and now this little girl. Oi! Don't badmouth my student, yelled Sek, who was now closed in at great speed, seeing that the elves were distracted. Kaiser demonic crash. The demonic figure crashed into the phoenix, grabbing its head in its mouth and dragging it away from the elves. All yours, Noel. Do it, said Sek with a smirk, seeing that Noel nodded with a smile. The sea dragon launched toward the elves, who lost their defense and were now stationary targets for the giant water dragon. Boom roar. The phoenix crashed into the wall at the same time the water dragon devoured the two elves. The dragon continued to tear through the two elves and finally crashed into the ground, forming a giant crater. Sek looked at the phoenix that started falling after the crash, and after making sure that it wasn't going to attack, he directed his gaze at the elves. The moment his gaze landed on the elf sisters, a deadpan expression appeared on his face. You straight up killed the two of them? Noel. We needed Anna's body. Just like Sek said, Anna and Fana were missing the upper halves of their bodies from Noel's attack. Verwa. I am sorry. I thought that they could take on my spell since the two of them were elves. My power was increased by my armor, so I wasn't able to predict that. Wah. What do I do? Sek. What should I do? Asked Noel in panic. But the moment expressed her worries, a large amount of flames erupted out of the bodies. Flame recovery magic, Phoenix robe. Flame recovery magic, Phoenix feathers. And soon the flames started to die down and the upper halves of the ladies returned to their bodies. Sek stared at the two elves intently and then gave a thumbs up to Noel. Good job, Noel, cheered Sek as he saw the naked upper halves of the two elf ladies. Pervert Sek, yelled Fana as she felt Sek's gaze and covered her boobs with her hands. A bright blush appeared on her cheeks as she glared at the Dark Lord. For some reason, my subconscious is telling me to flaunt my breasts to that human, said Anna as she lifted her breasts with her arm with a blush on her face, but soon she covered her breast with her hands as well. The two elf sisters glared at the male human with a blush covering their cheeks as both felt embarrassed to be seen by a man. I apologize and thank you at the same time, said Sek as he lightly bowed to the elves. The three ladies in the room gave Sek a stink eye, to which Sek just shrugged his shoulders. It isn't my fault that they lost their clothes, and it's those, thought Sek as he silently peeked at the giant assets. Stop looking already, human, yelled Anna. Tell your tits to stop looking at me. I am just making sure that you two don't do something underhanded, replied Sek. You are a scum. Just turn around if you don't want me to peek. Ha! Like hell we will. I know that you will attack us once we lower our guard and expose our backs to you humans, said Anna. I won't. The Dark Lord doesn't use underhanded tactics like that. If you don't believe me you can ask Fana, stated Sek. The older elf sibling looked at her sister. Fana stared at Sek's face and soon a small smile appeared on her face. That is true. He is an admirable human, though a pervy one. Minus points for that, said Fana with a pout as she turned around and flames started to cover her exposed private areas. Even her back is beautiful, said Sek as he saw Fana's exposed back. Though it was not loud for humans, elves with their superior sense of hearing heard what Sek said, and immediately an embarrassed look appeared on Fana's face. Anna, who heard those words as well, was about to yell at Sek again, but before she could do so her gaze fell on Fana. She stared at Fana's face for a while and soon her eyes widened in realization. She looked at Sek and then at her sister with astonishment. My sister is falling for a human. And what is this strange urge to burn her to cinders instead of that handsome and manly human who is seducing my sister? Wait, what the hell am I thinking? What are these subconscious thoughts? Thought Anna as she held her head in confusion. You alright, Anna? Want me to lend you two some clothes? You look a bit troubled, asked Sek. Who the hell do you think is making me like this? Asked Anna in anger. I don't know, that day of the month? Asked Sek. No, it's not. Okay. Calm down. Just follow your sister and cover your tits as well. We are in a hurry. I don't have all day, said Sek, feeling a bit frustrated. Sek, we should hurry up. We don't have much time. They are hard to put down if they can recover from injuries like that, said Noelle. That's true. Okay, Noelle, we are going to use the secret technique. Follow my lead, my cute student. You are gonna learn this from your master, said Sek with a serious look on his face. The elves and Noelle turned serious once they heard Sek's words. Noelle gulped her saliva with a nervous look on her face. Secret technique. For Sek to call it a secret technique, will I be able to follow his lead? Thought Noelle. Mana gathered in the overboard as it glowed brightly. A smirk appeared on Sek's face as he looked at the nervous elves and all of a sudden he yelled. Nigerundeo Noelle. Not even wasting a second, the hoverboard and the Dark Lord zoomed through the room. The ladies looked at the scene with shocked expressions on their faces, but soon they realized what was happening. That is your secret technique, yelled Noelle as she too followed Sek the moment she realized what was happening. Hell yeah, it is. The secret technique of the Joestar family. Don't question it, replied Sek as he slowed down a bit for Noelle to catch up. Wait. You cannot escape us. The elves soon snapped out of their trance and started following the master-student duo who were already quite far away. Noelle looked behind and saw the elves chasing them on Ignis's back. Are you sure that it's the right choice? Asked Noelle. Time is of the essence here. The sooner we deal with the main issue the better. Besides, it's not like one or two more elves will be that big of an issue. We can deal with them all in one go. Have you gone crazy? A single elf alone is dangerous. You are asking to fight multiple of them at the same time. What? You're not up to the challenge? I expected better from my student. I am not your student, and who said that I am not up to the task? I am royalty. I won't back down from a challenge that involves saving my kingdom, replied Noelle with a determined look on her face. That's my student. Now follow me, my child, as I lead us to the enemies that will sure as hell outnumber us, declared Sek. I know that you don't mean to, but that is very discouraging for my resolve, said Noelle with a deadpan look on her face. Chapter 144, I was just waiting to break a few of my limits. Sek and Noelle continued to fly away from the elf sisters while protecting themselves from the continuous flame spells that came toward them. Sek glanced back at the sisters who were quite far away with an annoyed look on his face. How long are they going to continue these useless attacks? Yet, at this point they are just wasting their mana. Should we fight back? No. We cannot afford to waste time on simple fights. We need to focus on the bigger issue. If the castle separated us, there is a chance that no one is sent to the room where the ritual is going to take place. We need to stop that at any cost if what Mimosa said is true. Yet, you are right. We cannot let our friends get turned into elves forever, replied Noelle with a serious look on her face. Sek nodded as he and Noelle increased their pace. Seems pretty serious. Better be back to full mana before you jump back into a fight, my other half. We need to enter Mad Dragon Force mode if we want to overwhelm that elf from earlier, said Vritra. Yet, let's just hope that we are not late and my mana is sufficient by the time we reach there, replied Sek. His sacred gear was active and he was absorbing mana on the move, but he was nowhere near full capacity. They all are going at it, said Sek as he felt the mana from the various rooms they were passing through. Yet, Mirioliana-sama and Fuegolian-sama are really amazing. I just hope Bakista is fine, also Mimosa, said Noelle. Worried for Mr. Muscle Shorty, Sundara Royal-sama, asked Sek with a smirk. What do you mean by that? As if I will worry about that Bakista. It's just that he is very reckless and gets injured all the time. Haha, don't have to get so worked up, Noelle. Asta will be fine. As much of an idiot as he is, there is no denying that he is strong. Also, I will feel bad if something happens to Asta or any one of you for that matter. So, I can just hope that nothing bad happens, said Sek. You will feel bad for all of us. Of course. I mean, why wouldn't I? You all are my friends and I care about all of you. Everyone from Black Bulls, Anna, Mimosa, Klaus, Captain Mirioliana, and especially you, since not only you are my friend and fellow roomie, you are also my student. After all, this is over, I will teach you how to use Mana Zone. Be prepared. What the hell are you saying all of an sudden, said Noelle with an embarrassed look on her face. Seeing her expression, Sek laughed, making Noelle angrier at the Dark Lord. But all of a sudden both of them stopped what they were doing and their eyes widened in surprise. This mana, muttered Noelle. It's very ominous. And strong, muttered Sek. This presence, a devil, it's a bit different. My other half, you said that there were no devils in this world, right? Asked Vritra. Yeah, as far as I know, replied Sek. But this presence is awfully similar to the devils. You should hurry up, my other half. A presence of a devil is never good news. Roger that. Noelle, no time to get cold feet. Let's pick up the pace, said Sek as he started moving. Noelle nodded and followed Sek as both of them went in the direction where the mana was coming from at full speed. We are getting closer. This key, Yami-san and Licht are there too. Noelle, we are close. Prepare a spell to fire right away. Got it. Noelle nodded and started preparing her attack. Sek did the same as his grimoire started flipping as well. Once the presence got closer, Sek's arm glowed and transformed into a giant bronze fist. Punching through the wall that came in his way, Sek broke through it in an instant and entered the room where the ominous mana was gathering. Once the dust cleared and the situation became clearer for them, Sek and Noel saw the devil who was giving off an ominous presence. "You look ugly." "What the hell are you?" asked Sek. "They just keep coming like cockroaches," said the devil with a laugh. "What the hell is he?" asked Noel with a serious look on her face. "Oi dumbass. There is a change of plans. You see the pasty black shit with wings? He's the enemy now," said Yami as he pointed at the devil. "Yami-san. I should let you know that after mastering your monocloak technique, I mastered your space cutting technique as well," said Sek with a proud look on his face. "Hey? Are you for real? Oi! I will sue you for copyright. You better pay up for my teachings," said Yami as he pointed his sword at Sek. "Ha! Sue me all you want. I will master it to the extent that it will look like you were the one who stole my technique," mocked Sek. "Like I am gonna let you. I will break a few of my limits and will make it better than yours. Do your worst. But there is no way you are gonna be better than the Dark Lord." While this was going on, the other people in the room were looking at the two idiots who were ignoring the enemy and were busy with their quarrel. Even the devil was thinking about what the hell was wrong with these morons who were openly ignoring him. "You bugs are really amusing. You all fail to perceive the danger you are in," said the devil as he looked at Yami and Sek. "I don't want to hear that from someone who is at point blank range from that dumbass attack," said Yami as he took a puff of his cigarette. "Hey!" The devil turned around with surprise and saw a giant metallic animal skull directly behind him charged with mana. Bronze creation magic, weapon make Gaster Blaster. Not even getting a second to dodge, a huge mana beam came out of the mouth of the skull, blasting the devil who was mocking them a second ago. "Hey, you should not have told him. I was gonna charge my attack some more," complained Sek. "Hey? You were charging. My bad. Thought you were ready. Anyway, let's get this party started," said Yami with a smirk as he tightened his grip around his sword. "Let's do it then." "Ready, Noel?" asked Sek as he took out X-Dace out of its sheath. Noel and Elf Charlotte looked at the two Black Bull swordsmen with shocked looks on their faces. They looked like idiots to them who were simply ignoring the threat and were arguing with each other, but to think that they were planning from the start. "What are these humans?" thought Charla, the Elf Charlotte. "Sek is one thing, but even Captain Yami was in on that," thought Noel. "Stop zoning out and get ready," yelled Sek as he rushed towards the devil. "Let's get going, prickly queen. Can't let the brats beat us," said Yami as he too rushed toward the devil. "That was a good move, Bulletin. Yeah, I am a superior villain monologue." "Don't want to hear it," said Sek as mana gathered in his sword and it started glowing. "Let him do it. It will be more satisfying to crush him after that monologue," said Yami as his grimoire started flipping. "Dark magic, dark cloaked avidya wild slash. X-Dace, continuous flying slashes." Black and white blades made of mana started raining down on the devil without any warning. The devil who was in the middle of his speech saw the incoming attack and decided to take action. "Go back." With those two words, the flying slashes that were heading toward the devil stopped and immediately went back to attack their respective mages. Dark magic, black hole. Trying to harm the host using X-Dace's attacks. Stopping the attacks. A mechanical voice spoke inside Sek's head and in an instant, the flying slashes from X-Dace disappeared. "Love you, X-Dace-chan," said Sek as he kissed the blade of his sword. "That's a troublesome magic he got," said Sek. "Yeah, that pasty dude can do almost anything with his speech," replied Yami. "Hehe, that my friends is my word soul magic. And now take this." Storm of blades. A black portal appeared above the devil and various bladed weapons started to rain down on Yami and Sek. Seeing the incoming blades, Yami jumped back and focused on key reading to deal with the blades. But his gaze fell on Sek, who simply stared at the weapons without any worry. Seeing that, he lowered his sword and started focusing on his cigarette. "Oi! What are you doing? Do you want to die? And what is that man thinking?" simply looking at the attack. "Stop shouting, let that brat cook," said Yami in an annoyed tone as he blew some smoke. "Bronze creation magic, countless swords. I mean two can play that game," said Sek with a shrug. The weapons started shrinking each other, cancelling the attack without much difficulty. The devil looked at the scene with mild surprise and then clapped his hands. "I didn't notice it before, but you have quite some mana in you," said the devil. "Thanks, I guess. Let's play some more then." Storm of blades, storm of blades, storm of blades. 3 more portals appeared and started firing their weapons at Sek. Not even glancing at weapons, Sek just poured more mana into his spell and the bronze swords started cancelling the new attacks as well. "This ain't all you can do, right?" asked Sek, feeling pretty underwhelmed by the attacks. "Not at all," said the devil with a smile. Iron spear. Iron sand appeared around Sek and multiple spears made of it impaled him without any warning. "Haha! Did you like that?" asked the devil, feeling amused. Sek just blinked in surprise and looked at the spears that were piercing his body. "Not much," replied Sek as he simply slashed the spear with XD and jumped down. He then took the spears out of his body that healed itself in an instant. Bronze magic, bronze body logia. Since the spell was already active, no harm happened to him. "Yumi-san, don't tell me you were struggling against him." "Hey? Who said that I was struggling? I was just waiting to break a few of my limits to finish him off in a flashy single hit and make everyone realize just how great I am," replied Yami. "Yeah, not gonna believe that," said Sek. The devil was shocked by the scene that was happening in front of him. He cannot believe that the human was totally unaffected by his attacks. But all his thoughts came to a halt when he felt a large amount of pain. Looking down, he saw a white glowing blade piercing out of his chest. "Oh! Stabby Yandere licked his back on his job," commented Sek. He saw Lick stab the devil with his demon dweller sword. Chapter 145, He might still be Ali. "You half-dead bastard," yelled the devil as he glared at Licht. "Blow away!" In an instant, Licht was pushed away by an unknown force and soon crashed into the ground. "That didn't go well," commented Sek. "Reverse." As those words came out of the devil's mouth, his wounds started to heal up. "This bastard is annoying," said Yami with a frown. "Want to deal with him together?" asked Sek. "Not much choice. I need someone to act as my shield if my life gets in danger," replied Yami. "Don't worry, Yumi-san, I will make sure to bury your body in a nice coffin. If I die, then I will kill you and make you die along with me." Storm of blades. Wall of flames. A wall of flames appeared around Sek and Yami, which was followed by a volley of weapons raining down on them from above. "Noel!" yelled Sek, making the royal snap out and point her lance at the flames. Water creation magic, Sea Dragon's Roar. The spell that she prepared before entering the room was fired almost instantly the moment Sek called her. The giant water dragon immediately got into action and dealt with the flames. Once it was done, it rose and devoured the weapons that were approaching Yami and Sek, easily dealing with them. "See, even Noel can deal with this guy's attacks." "I think you are getting rusty," said Sek. "Hey? What did you say? Me, and rusty, alright, dumbass. The game's on. The one who defeats that pasty shit gets 10,000 yuls from the loser. Are you challenging me at such an important time? Of course, I accept it. Get ready to lose." "Ha! Like hell that will happen," said Yami as mana gathered around his sword and his body. "Mana skin along with reinforcement, damn, you are serious." "Of course I am. You better prepare those 10,000 yuls." "Ha! Right back at you," replied Sek as a mana skin appeared around him as well. "You bugs, done blabbering?" asked the devil. Yami and Sek didn't say anything and just focused on the devil. The devil found that amusing. Two insolent humans betting amongst themselves about who will defeat him, a high-ranking devil, one that massacred an entire race without even lifting a finger. While he was in his thoughts, Ecstasy glowed and immediately grew in length and pierced through the devil's chest without any difficulty. Wah! The devil yelped in surprise as he saw the sword piercing through his chest. He was about to curse the humans, but the moment he looked up he saw Yami right in front of him with the dark monocloaked sword. Dark magic, dark cloaked lightless slash. The mana slash released by the blade traveled forward and struck the devil, pushing him out of the sword. Oi! Don't sabotage my attack, complained Sek as he saw Yami attack the devil when he was about to cut the devil in half. Ya snooze ya lose dumbass, replied Yami as dark magic covered his blade once again. He focused on the devil and was about to continue cutting him. His dark magic was somehow effective against the devil and he was gonna take full advantage of that. Dark magic, dark CLO. Bronze creation magic, weapon make gaster blaster. Before he could complete the spell, a mana beam engulfed the devil from above. Oi dumbass! Stop hogging my prey, yelled Yami. Sek simply ignored his squad captain and started running toward the devil. Vanish! With just a word, the mana beam and the bronze skull disappeared. This made Sek and Yami narrow their eyes at the devil. At least he looks injured, thought Sek. This devil is a troublesome one, commented Vritra. Well, everything that we did today was troublesome, replied Sek. True that. Sek and Yami both landed in front of the injured devil, but Yami was a moment faster. Dark magic, dark cloaked avidya wild slash. Multiple dark magic slashes came out of the blade and flew toward the devil, making various slash marks appear on the devil's body. TCH, that's shallow, said Yami with a frown. His magic resistance is high, said Sek as he grabbed Yami's collar and pulled him back. Iron spear reverse. In an instant multiple iron spears appeared on the ground where Yami was standing earlier. Phew, that was close, said Yami as he sighed in relief. Focus back, he is healed once again, said Sek as he let go of Yami. You two are getting on my nerves. Lightning spear water javelin crack up bind. The devil, who was now irritated by the human duo, used multiple spells at once. The ground below Yami and Sek cracked open, making their balance stumble, and a second later black vines appeared out of the ground and bound the two of them, stopping their movements for an instant. The lighting and water spears that were floating above the devil then launched towards the humans, who looked totally defenseless. Die you two! Water creation magic, sea dragon's roar. Briar creation magic, briar tree. Charla and Noel, who were watching from the sidelines, immediately took action once they saw the attacks heading toward Yami and Sek. The water dragon immediately headed toward the water spear and easily dissolved it in its body, while the briar magic blocked the lightning spear before it could even reach Yami. Don't forget about us, yelled Charla. Take this, yelled Noel as the dragon continued towards the devil. Return. The devil used his magic to make the water dragon attack Noel. The dragon did turn back, but since it was still connected with Noel's water lance, the Tsundere gained control and made the dragon turn around and chomp down the devil. That's how you play a reverse card. Good job, my student, exclaimed Sek as he used Ecstasy to free himself and Yami out of the bind. Thanks, prickly queen. Humph, don't think that I did this to help you. It's just that it seems like your dark magic is effective against the devil, replied Charla. A welcome would have been fine as well, replied Yami with a deadpan look on his face. The Tsundere are multiplying, it might be an Avenger-level threat, said Sek. Blow away. The devil, who was trapped in the water dragon's body, used his magic to destroy the water dragon, freeing himself successfully. You all will. Before he could finish, Licht appeared from the side ready to attack the devil. Earth wall. An earth wall erected in front of Licht stopped his attack. The devil immediately jumped away and took off into the skies. Iro. Flame magic, Phoenix flare. An intense stream of flames engulfed the devil out of nowhere, making the other look in the direction where the attack came from. Don't you dare attack Licht, warned Elfana as she glared coldly at the devil. Vanish. The flames disappeared in an instant, revealing a charred devil who looked royally pissed. You all just keep on increasing and get in my way. Charla-chan. Long time no see, called Fana as she saw Charla. Not now Fana. We need to deal with that devil first, said Charla. New enemy? So we aren't fighting Sek Bronzeza and the humans, asked Fana. We are on the same side, so mind the friendly fire, said Noel. Sek ignored the conversation that was going on around him. The key from the devil got messed up once the flames vanished and he could tell that the situation was about to turn serious. Yami was in serious mode as well. He was staring intently at the devil with a spell ready. Licht, who was in his half-sleep state, also took a distance from the devil. He glanced at Yami and Sek. Sek and Yami, who were able to read key quite well, caught onto a different key and immediately glanced at the elf leader. Licht, who saw that he got the attention of the duo, gave a nod. Sek's and Yami's eyes widened in surprise once they saw the nod. Did that bastard? Thought Yami. Just communicated through key, thought Sek. Both of them were shocked at the elf's key mastery but soon kept that at the back of their minds. Explosion. A bright orb appeared in the middle of the room and started glowing brighter. Dark magic, black hole. But before the attack could even occur, Yami rushed toward the center of the explosion and used his magic to absorb the mana gathered in the orb. That despicable dark bronze creation magic, countless swords. Multiple swords appeared above Sek and started firing toward the devil. The devil looked at the incoming attack and immediately flew up even further, trying to dodge the attack. Storm of blades. The weapons from both users started clashing, destroying each other. Yumi-san, we doing it his way? Asked Sek. That creepy elf dude did give us a plan, but it sounds like a hassle, replied Yami as he took a puff of his cigarette. My thoughts exactly, replied Sek. The Black Bull duo contemplated for a while longer before they looked at each other and gave a nod. Oi! Creepy elf dude! The plan you told us. *CK that, yelled Yami while looking at Licht. Yet. How the hell are we going to determine who killed him if we coordinate? I need to beat this muscle-headed brute, added Sek and pointed towards Yami. Hey! Are you beating me? Did you lose a screw up there, dumbass? Asked Yami. The two started bickering amongst themselves once again, making the others look at the duo with both shock and frustration. Licht looked at the two swordsmen whom he communicated with using key bickering and didn't know what to think of them. The two were too calm for such a serious fight. The others had similar thoughts as well, but had the dilemma of whether to voice out their concerns or not. The devil, on the other hand, was getting pissed at them. To openly ignore a superior being like me, I will kill them so badly that even their souls will shiver from the outcome, thought the devil as he pointed his finger at the duo. But the instant he raised his hand in their direction, the whole arm was chopped off without even a moment's delay. Don't think we forgot about you, said Sek, who was now standing close to the devil. Don't get ahead of yourself, you pasty shit. You are just a 10,000 yell bonus for me, commented Yami, who was in midair with dark magic radiating out of his katana. Dark magic, dark cloaked lightless slash. Yami swung his sword and fired a dark magic slash at the devil, who was still shocked at the speed of his hand getting chopped off. But soon an eerie shiver struck his body as he felt the dark magic slash coming closer. Shit! His wings opened wide as he tried to fly away. Keyword word being tried. And where the heck do you think you are going? Asked Sek as he grabbed the devil's face. Sek smirked and started applying force in his grip, making the devil squirm around trying to free himself. Blow ah! You speak too much, commented Sek as his hand turned to bronze and then formed a gag around his mouth. Sealing the devil's ability to speak, Sek pointed the devil's back toward the incoming dark slash that successfully cut through one of its wings. The devil winced in pain at the loss of its wing and glared hatefully at Sek. But that didn't even faze the Dark Lord as he simply slammed the devil's head into the ground. Sek looked at the head that he just slammed into the ground and saw the devil glaring at him. He was about to slam it once again, but out of nowhere a strong burst of mana came out of the devil's body, sending Sek flying and destroying the bronze gag around his mouth. Reverse. The familiar words came out of the devil's mouth once again, and in an instant the devil was back in perfect shape. The devil immediately took flight and glared at all the pests that had been annoying him for a while. Blast away! Words filled with anger came out of the devil's mouth, and all the people standing in the room were blown away by an unknown force, plastering all of them in the wall. Just because I let you all live this long, you bugs think that you are a match for me. Sek and Yami jumped out of the cracks where they were plastered and dusted off their clothes. Looks like his switch finally flipped, said Yami, lighting another cigarette. The hard part starts now, I guess, said Sek as he glanced at the devil, who was glaring at all of them. Yami put his lighter away and made eye contact with the devil as well. The two swordsmen then looked at their surroundings and took a deep breath. Lick did the same and closed his eyes as mana skin appeared around him. Taking that as their cue, Yami and Sek closed their eyes as well, and their mana skin appeared around them as well. The devil looked at the three bigger pests and wondered if the three of them were prepared to die, since they were so openly standing with their eyes closed. But suddenly the three opened their eyes at the same time and started running towards the devil at full speed. What are you bugs planning now? Asked the devil as he looked at the three swordsmen who were approaching him. Sek's grimoire started flipping as mana gathered in his body. Time debuff magic, fast forward x4. Sek's speed increased dramatically, which caught the devil by surprise. Taking full advantage of that opening, both Licht and Sek appeared near the devil with their swords charged with mana. Sek and Licht pointed their swords at the devil, ready to stab him and explode him with mana blasts from their swords. But out of nowhere, mana exploded out of the devil's body, pushing both Sek and Licht away. This gave enough time for the devil to take flight and escape the attack. Sek glared at the devil while Licht emotionlessly looked at him. That's it. This is getting annoying. I am finishing this, said Sek as mana flared around him. Mana zone, Brawn. Don't do it, my other half, said Vritra in a serious tone. Sek stopped his attack and waited for Vritra to explain. That devil has a spell to reflect attacks. If he reverses the mana zone, you might get trapped in your bronze magic. You will be as good as dead, explained Vritra. The mana around Sek started to calm down, feeling which the devil unconsciously sighed. You have one thing wrong, Vritra. If one spell can't work, then you have to just get creative to assert dominance. The mana around Sek turned violent once again as a smirk appeared on Sek's face. Mana zone, unlimited bronze works. The world around Sek got filled with mana as bronze started to form on the ground and the walls of the room they were in. Let's do this, devil. Hearing the confident tone from the human who used some weird spell that gave him the chills, the devil was about to use his magic to negate the spell before it could do anything. However, the moment he opened his mouth to utter a word, a single sword appeared out of nowhere and pierced his mouth, preventing him from speaking anything. The devil's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the sword that was in his mouth. Blood started dripping out of his mouth, which snapped him out of his trance, making the devil grab the sword and pull it out of his mouth. But the moment he touched the sword, multiple spears appeared out of nowhere and launched towards the devil, impaling themselves in various parts of his body. Pain surged in the devil's body as he looked at his hands, which now had an impaled spear in them. Realizing what was happening, the devil glared at Sek, who just looked back with an unimpressed gaze. Boring, that's why I was holding back before. Well, Yami-san, better prepare the 10,000 yuls, said Sek as he started at Yami, who had a dark magic cloaked katana ready for action. Hey, what the hell are you talking about? 10,000 yuls is for when you kill that pasty shit. He looks very alive. Before Yami could finish, a giant bronze leg appeared above the devil and crushed the devil under its feet. Yami looked at the giant bronze leg with an expressionless face before he gazed back at Sek, who was staring right back at him without a word. He might still be Ali. As those words escaped Yami's mouth, an even bigger bronze leg appeared above the previous one and crushed it below its feet along with the devil. Yami looked at the leg with an expressionless face once again before he started back at Sek. This damn dumbass, thought Yami as he stared at the Dark Lord. Chapter 146, Not a Clue. Just going with the flow. Sek looked at Yami, who was about to say something once again, but soon his, Yami's, and Lick's key sensing reacted, and the three of them turned toward the new strong source of power. This key, muttered Sek as he felt a slightly familiar key. The other elves, along with Noel, who were blown away by the devil earlier, came back and were looking warily toward the incoming source of large mana. All of them had their spells prepared, but Lick soon raised his hand, gesturing them to stop. Soon a bright light started to appear from the cracks in the walls, and an instant later the wall blew apart and they were blinded by the light. "Devil!" yelled the man that came out of that light source. The light soon died down and others immediately pointed their spell at the man who blinded them. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the man. The man, on the other hand, was looking all around, but soon his gaze landed on Licht and the two stared at each other. While everyone's gaze was on the new light magic man, Sek's gaze was fixed on the black-haired girl who arrived along with the man. The girl too was looking around, but soon she too started staring at Sek. "Seconds." Sek opened his mouth to question her, but before he could ask anything, the girl ran toward him at full speed. Seeing that, Sek widened his eyes and looked at the sword in his hand. "Good work, X-Dace-chan," said Sek, and kissed the blade of the sword before he put the sword back in its sheath. He focused back on the girl who was looking at him with a small frown on her face. Not saying even a word, the girl jumped on Sek, making the Dark Lord catch the girl in his arms. He was about to ask her something once again, but the moment he opened his mouth, his face was held tightly by the black-haired girl. Sek looked at the girl curiously, but the girl smirked in response and licked her lips. Not even an instant later the girl smashed her lips on top of his, making Sek widen his eyes in surprise. "Wah-a-a-a-a!" screamed Fana. "Wah-a! What the hell are you doing, Sek?" screamed Noel. "Why do I have this sudden urge to turn that girl to crisp along with the whole world?" asked Elfana. "Damn, good one, kid," commented Yami in admiration and gave a thumbs up. Suddenly the ground below them trembled and a hole opened up and 3 more people arrived in the room. "Whoa! Devil, we are here to kick your, oi! Sek, what the hell are you doing kissing an unknown girl in the middle of a fight?" yelled Asta, who arrived along with Yuno and Patoli. The attention that was on the large mana man was now on Sek and the girl, who was not even giving him a chance to take a breath. But none of that attention bothered her, and she continued what she was doing, though, after a while when she was out of breath, she let go of Sek's lips and revealed a string of saliva that connected their lips. Wiping her mouth, the girl looked back at Sek with a small smirk and said, "The wait huff was huff worth it." Sel looked at the girl in his arms and gulped. "She looks lewd," thought Sek, but soon took a deep breath to calm himself down. He then placed the girl on the ground and looked at her. The girl too was looking back at him with a feverish gaze. But not even a moment later Sek flicked the girl's head with quite a bit of force behind it, making the girl yelp in pain and roll around with a pained look on her face. "Naughty secret! Bad!" chided Sek as he pointed his finger at the rolling on the ground. The surrounding people looked at the scene and blinked their eyes in surprise, but soon 2 voices emerged from the silence. "Ah! That's secret?" asked Asta and Noel in shock. "You realized?" asked Secret with some tears in the corner of her eyes. "Why the hell do you think you are still alive after assaulting the Dark Lord like that?" asked Sek with his arms crossed. The girl blinked in shock before she wiped her tears and stood up. She then walked closer to Sek and stared into his eyes. "So, did you like it?" asked Secret with a serious tone. "Liked what?" asked Sek back. "My real appearance. The kiss from earlier." "Me," replied Secret. "Yeah, no comments, and of course," replied Sek back. The two stared at each other for a while before a smile appeared on Secret's lips, and soon she hugged Sek tightly. "I have been waiting to do this for so long," said Secret with a blissful expression on her face. Sek sighed but soon smiled as well before he hugged her back. "Just to make sure, but you do understand what is going on, right?" asked Vritra. "Not a clue. Just going with the flow. However, if that kiss meant something then I can take a guess, replied Sek. Don't know if I should be impressed by that or not, asked Vritra. No reason to not be impressed with the Dark Lord, replied Sek. Ahem. Ahem. Asterisk ahem. Asterisk. Asterisk ahem. Asterisk. Hearing the obvious cough that was begging for attention, Sikre let Sek free and looked at the source of annoyance with a frown on her face. But her expression turned back to normal once she noticed that the one who interrupted her was none other than the first Wizard King who came along with her. You seem very excited, Sikre, but please focus on why we are here first, said the first Wizard King as he gestured towards Licht. Yes, Prince. Leaving Sek's side, Sikre walked towards Licht and pointed her hand towards him. Sealing magic, inverse release. A pattern appeared in front of Licht that started glowing as mana passed through it. Soon the elf leader's eyes widened in shock, but Sek could tell that the man was finally awakened. Strong, thought both Yami and Sek when they felt the key of the awakened elf leader. Licht, muttered the first Wizard King. Lumiere, muttered Licht as he stared at his friend with a longing gaze. The two continued to stare at each other for a while when suddenly their mana resonated and flared out of their bodies. The two were about to start conversing when all of a sudden an eerie mana filled the air around them. So similar to demonic energy but still different, commented Vritra. I don't know what that is, but it is making me nauseous, said Sek. Downside of being extremely mana sensitive. Just endure it, my other half, replied Vritra. Oi! Dumbass, called Yami. Sek turned around to know what his squad captain was saying, only to see a wide grin plastered on his face. The pasty shit's still alive. The bet continues. Saying that Yami's katana got covered in dark magic. Such a dangerous situation and you still having delusions? Just sit back and let me do my thing, replied Sek as he took X-Dace out of its sheath once again. The two had wide grins on their faces, totally not bothering about the danger that they might face. Seeing that Lumiere turned toward Licht and Sikre wanting to ask what the two idiots were doing, only to find both of his friends sighing at the actions of the two swordsmen. Typical Sek. Somehow it's refreshing to see these two so calm in front of that devil. The giant bronze leg that stomped the devil earlier started to disintegrate and soon black tentacle-like structures started to emerge out of the ground. Reverse. A new mouth appeared on one of the devil's uninjured parts and soon the devil got back to his previous state. That pasty shit's annoying, said Yami with a sigh. Did he just grow another mouth over his crotch? Asked Sek in disbelief. The devil glared at the two annoying human swordsmen and pointed his hand at them. Come here. And in an instant, both Yami and Sek were pulled toward the devil. You two are the ones that are getting anno. You speak too much. Shut up and just die, you 10,000 yell bonus. Before the devil could finish, the two sheathed their swords as dark magic gathered over their fists. Dark magic, dark cloaked blackout smash. Dark debuff magic, dark cloaked magic smash. The two black bowls punched the devil with full force, sending him flying, plastered in the wall with the body below his torso gone. Lumiere and Sikre, who arrived just now, looked at the scene with their mouths wide open, not knowing how to feel that two men just punched open their old nemesis with such ease. Meanwhile, the two men in question were now falling and were wrestling in mid-air. Oi, you muscle brute! How dare you copy my magic smash? Ha! You were the one who copied my dark cloak technique, you dumbass! The two continued to bicker, totally ignoring the situation and making the others speechless and wonder if the two were great or just idiots. Chapter 147, Sikre's First Attack. While the two black bulls were bickering and falling toward the ground covered with tentacle-like stuff, Lumiere snapped out of his stupor and immediately went to rescue the falling black bulls. His body was covered in light magic and an instant later, he appeared beside Sek and Yami. Both of them looked at the first Wizard King and held his shoulder without hesitation, since both of them were expecting him to be there anyway. You are fast for being half rock, complimented Sek. You will be an excellent ride. Want to join my squad? said Yami as he took a puff from his cigarette. Lumiere didn't know how to respond to the two of them and simply got them back to the others. Captain Yami. Sec. That was awesome, said Asta with stars in his eyes. Meh, nothing special, said Sec. Of course it was, now you do it, said Yami, and then gestured Asta to deal with the devil. No 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 no. That's impossible for me. I don't have any magic, replied Asta. Ah, right, you were the monoless runt. Do something with your anti-magic then. Asta. Surpass your limit. Plus ultra, said Sek as he patted Asta's back. Ow ow ow, winced Asta in pain when Sek smacked his back. You injured? Asked Sek. Ah. I got slightly injured while trying to save that copy magic elf dude, said Asta as he showed off his back, which was slightly charred. Can't have you injured during such a fight, muttered Sek as his grimoire started flipping. Sek looked at the bodiless devil's head and then pointed his hand at Asta. Body debuff magic, damage transfer. Oh! I am back to full health, yelled Asta in delight as he started swinging his Demon Slayer sword with full force. I have timed it for 1 hour, so make sure to be asleep by then, otherwise you will feel 60 times the pain that you were already feeling, explained Sek. That's too much. Do you want me to die? Don't know, but keep in mind, Asta, if you die, someone else that you don't even know might marry that sister Lily of yours, said Sek in a serious tone. Asta's face immediately turned serious after hearing those words and he stared directly at the devil. Sek. Captain Yami. You know. Let's kill that devil bastard as soon as possible, declared Asta. Hey! Who the hell do you think you are to order me around, said Yami as he kicked Asta. Seeing that Sek started laughing, making Yami look at him and remembering that they had been fighting earlier about the magic smash and started arguing once again. Seeing the carefree attitude of the 3 Black Bull swordsmen, Noelle facepalmed, wanting to just dig a hole and bury herself out of embarrassment. Secret on the other hand sails towards Sek and simply pulled his cheek, making him stop his argument with Yami. Secret? What do you want? I am busy with something at the moment. Devil, healing back, focus on that, replied Secret and pointed at the devil. Hey? That asshole! Frankly speaking, I am losing my interest in him, although, I would advise you all to please step away from the tentacles. They are dangerous, warned Sek as he simply picked Secret off the ground and formed a giant piece of bronze to stand upon and flew up. Following his actions, Asta, Yuno, Noelle, Licht, Patoli, Lumiere, Fana, and Anna took flight as well. Once all of them were up in the air, they looked down on the 2 remaining people. Yami and Elf Charlotte looked back at their allies as Yami simply jumped away from the tentacles while pulling Elf Charlotte with him. My, looks like Yami-san doesn't have a flying spell. Want my help? Asked Sek in a sarcastic tone. Hey? Who needs your help? Just you wait, I will Serpa. Crack open. All of a sudden the ground below Yami's feet exploded, making both Yami and Elf Charlotte fall. There, one annoyance is gone. Now for the rest of you, said the devil as he was done regenerating his body. Not gonna lie, dude, that was a cheap trick, said Sek. Not gonna lie, that felt great, replied the devil. Not gonna lie, your mom told me the same last night, replied Sek. Enough of this, I will kill you all now, said the devil in anger, and for the first time since the beginning the devil opened the grimoire that he stole from Patoli. He wasn't serious from the start, asked Sek in a slightly cold tone. Mana started surging around him, making the others look at him with a curious look on their face. Not as soon as the Black Bull's gazes landed on Sek, their eyes widened in realization and all of them immediately moved away from him. What's going on? Asked Lumiere as he glanced at Secret. My prince, Sek's getting pissed, replied Secret as she sighed at her partner's antics. Seriously? Asked Lumiere. Seriously. Be sure to not be in his way. You won't survive, said Secret in a serious tone. Lumiere wanted to ask if Secret was joking with him since not to brag, but he was pretty strong. But one look at Secret and he could tell that she wasn't joking and decided to keep her advice in mind, though in the end, he did believe it was him and Licht that would be dealing with the devil since normal magic wasn't effective against him. Not knowing what was going on with the human bastards, the devil started using his magic and started speaking in unknown language. Several portals opened and the tentacle-like structures started to come out of it and started filling the whole room. "You all will now die," exclaimed the devil as he pointed his hand toward the elves and humans and started attacking them with the dark tentacle-like structures. Feeling the eerie mana and ki from the attack, Asta and the others immediately moved away to dodge the attack, but soon frowned seeing that they weren't the targets of the attack. All the different waves of tentacles surrounded Sek and his bronze platform, giving him no path of escape. "I admit that I have been underestimating you for a while now, but not anymore. This is where you die," declared the devil loudly. Secret, who was looking at the incoming attack in panic, wanted Sek to move away from it, but one look at his back made her calm down and stop panicking. Sek calmly looked at his surroundings and simply unsheathed Ecstase. "Secret, bird form. Pocket now," ordered Sek. Not wasting even a second, mana gathered around her body and soon she transformed into her anti-bird form. She immediately hid inside Sek's pocket, who simply looked at the incoming tentacle from different directions and swung his sword. Ecstase, space cutter. Before the tentacles could even reach him, they started to split in half and fall freely on the ground before getting destroyed. "So, you were saying something about me dying?" asked Sek in a calm tone. Secret came out of his pocket and transformed back into her human form before standing beside Sek with a proud look on her face. Fana and Anna glared at Secret, wanting to ask why she was feeling so proud when it was Sek who did that. Feeling their gaze, Secret simply looked at them with an emotionless gaze before a smirk appeared on her face and she held Sek's hands tightly and leaned on him. Suddenly the people near Anna and Fana started to feel hot as the temperature around them started to rise. Feeling that, Secret felt satisfied and gazed at Sek, who looked back at her. "What? Oh, you want to fight him as well, huh? Well, alright, since you finally got your body back, it would be good if you get a hang of fighting in it as well," said Sek in a confident tone. "Hey! Oi devil! Be prepared, my first partner is now gonna kick your ass," declared Sek, feeling excited. "My other half, you sure you want that little birdie to fight?" asked Vritra. "Well, if she wants to be called my familiar and my first partner, then she gotta earn that spot," replied Sek. "Weird but dragon-like thought. I approve. Best of luck, my other half's little birdie," said Vritra. Sek nodded and pushed Secret forward to face the devil. Secret looked at the devil and then at Sek, who was looking at her with anticipation. She looked back at the devil again, then back at Sek. "Go on. The stage is yours," said Sek. "What stage? Do you want me to die?" mentally yelled Secret, but soon felt two gazes once again. Turning around, she saw the fire magic sluts who were eyeing her, Sek, for a while, looking at her with small smirks on their faces. Feeling annoyed by them, her brows started twitching a bit. "Looks like some of this lovable idiot's habits rubbed off on me," thought Secret. "You won't let me die, right?" asked Secret. "Yes. You will save me if it's too much for me to handle." "Yeah, don't worry. Sigh, you demand too much from this weak girl," said Sek as she eyed the devil once again before she walked forward and readied her grimoire. "Let's do it then," said Secret in a determined voice. "Ha ha 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 ha. You humans really know how to joke even in these kinds of situations. Do you think that this weak girl who couldn't even stop me 500 years ago can beat me?" said the devil while laughing hysterically. Secret didn't say anything and just stared at the devil. Pointing her finger at the devil, a small mana bullet formed over it, and soon after that her grimoire started flipping. Soon she fired the magic bullet at the devil, who just started to laugh hysterically seeing the feeble magic bullet approaching him. The devil soon stopped laughing and just raised his hand to crush the incoming mana bullet in his hand. "You really think this is gonna?" However, the moment the bullet made contact with his hand, a mana pattern appeared in the air, and the hand got sucked away in it, leaving the devil left with only one hand and a mouth wide open. What happened? Saying something, devil? Asked Secret in a cold tone. Damn, even I didn't expect such a brutal attack, said Sek. Humph, I stayed with you all this time. There's no way I won't pick up some of your ideas, said Secret as she glanced back at Sek and smirked. Just watch and get infatuated more and more with me, my Dark Lord. Chapter 148, Do some actual damage instead of simply asking for help. Glaring at his missing hand, the devil healed himself once again and decided to take the little human more seriously. Speaking out more mysterious words, multiple tentacles started to move toward Secret, ready to attack. Secret looked at all of them and was about to deal with them. Light Magic Monozone, Lamp of Avior Gloria. Sword Magic, Origin Flash Rampage. All the nearby tentacles were destroyed in an instant before Secret could even make a move. Sorry, Secret, but said Lumiere. Let us finish what we started 500 years ago, continued Licht. The two looked towards the devil with determined looks on their faces. The devil looked back at them as well and wondered how were their spells working on his magic that devoured the magic of the human world. While he was in thought, Licht and Lumiere started their assault in full force and started attacking at great speed and power, not giving the devil any chance to utter a word. Secret looked at the scene and walked back to Sek. Looks like that was all that I could show you right now, said Secret. Don't worry. It was great. You will get more chances to show off in the future, so don't lose hope, replied Sek and simply smiled. Secret smiled back and was about to start talking, but soon turned around when she heard Licht call out Lumiere's name in worry. Lumiere. Looking towards the first Wizard King, Sek noticed that he had lost his hand and was about to be stabbed by a black trident. But all of a sudden Yuno's and Asta got in action and rushed to help the Wizard King. Using Yuno's wind magic, Asta shot forward in his black mode and intercepted the trident with his Demon Slayer sword. Nice save, Asta, cheered Sek as he simply watched the show. You aren't gonna help them? Asked Secret in worry. Not yet, replied Sek with a shrug. Why? I made a bet with Yami-san. It would be unfair if I just went ahead and beat the devil when he was not even in the room. So I am waiting for him to come back, explained Sek in a calm tone as he simply watched the fight. Are you being serious? Asked Secret, feeling slightly pissed at the Dark Lord. Well, yet. I mean, if you want you can go ahead and help them. I will deal with him if things go too much out of hand. But that's that, said Sek as he simply made a throne for himself and sat down. Secret looked at her partner with a surprised look on her face and then back at the scene above. Deciding to deal with Lumiere's injury first, she flew toward him and started healing him. You sure it won't backfire, my other half? Asked Vritra. It probably shouldn't. I mean, if he has something that can wipe us out, then there is no point whether we fight him now or later. Not to mention, apart from him getting back to life from the brink of death again and again using his magic, he is not that much of a big deal. We simply drain him out of mana. One punch. He dead. Vritra stayed silent, not knowing what to say. His host's deduction was accurate according to him, and he too felt that the devil was not that big of a deal if they fought in the mode or even in the berserker mode. The two simply stayed silent and watched the fight unfold, waiting for either Yami to take action or for something bad to happen. Oi! Sek! Quit slacking and help us defeat this guy, said Asta as he saw Sek watching the fight while sitting on a throne. For someone who always keeps on saying that he's gonna be the Wizard King, you are surprisingly quick to ask for help, replied Sek. What did you say, you bastard? Asta, do some actual damage instead of simply asking for help. Hearing those words, Asta was about to argue once again, but feeling the seriousness of his tone, Asta stopped and stared at Sek. Sek was looking back at Asta with a serious expression on his face as if saying, just do it, you idiot. What are you waiting for? All right, just stay back and watch me surpass my limits, said Asta in a calm tone as he took out his Demon Destroyer sword as well. You know who was beside Asta looked back at Sek and he too could feel his gaze on him. Remembering how badly the man who was sitting on the throne bested him in the Royal Knight's selection exam, Yuno clenched his fists tightly. I am still nowhere close to his level, I need to surpass my current self. I need to break my limits, thought Yuno in a serious tone. Secret looked at her partner and felt surprised since she thought that he was just being unreasonable to not help the others in taking down the devil when in reality he just wanted to help Asta to surpass his limits. Does he think that Asta's anti-magic is the key to this victory, thought Secret. Sek on the other hand simply yawned since the action stopped for a while. Come back, Yami-san. This is getting boring, thought Sek. You all really have quite some time to talk around during a fight. I advise you to hurry it up though, said the devil in a slightly mocking tone. Everyone focused back on the devil waiting for him to explain his words. Feeling the attention, a huge smirk appeared on his face as he simply opened his hands and more portals spewing mana and life-devouring tentacles appeared. No matter how much you blow away this magic, it will keep flowing until you defeat me. Since the exit is on this top floor, all of your friends in the lower levels will be swallowed up and die if you keep wasting time, explained the devil as he started laughing. You bastard, yelled Asta in anger as he gritted his teeth. Is that so, Noel, Fana, Anna, with me, ordered Sek as he stood up from his throne. Everyone's attention shifted to Sek as he simply stretched his body. You all fight. I will get the rest of them here. Fana, and Anna, explain the situation to the other elves. Hearing his words, Asta and the others smirked while Noel and fire magic elves nodded. You sure want to leave them to save the others? I can kill them all in that time, Yuno taunted the devil. Well, I'm gonna place my bet on you being a one-trick pony and not that strong. Just remember. Once I'm back. You're dead, said Sek with a smile as he simply jumped off the bronze platform. Seeing him fall into the sea of tentacles, the others panicked while the devil just smirked, thinking that the idiot was just jumping towards his death. However, the mana around Sek soon started to turn violent, and immediately the devil's eyes shook in horror. A dragon! Turning to his dragon force mode, Sek faced the sea of tentacles in front of him and simply took a deep breath. A strong blast of black flames came out of his mouth, engulfing the tentacles in front of him and destroying all of them in an instant along with the ground. Seeing the hole appearing on the floor, Noel and the other two immediately followed Sek and went to rescue their friends. Meanwhile, back in the room, the others smiled seeing Sek and the others leave safely and turn their attention back to the devil, who was looking towards the hole with a frown. I might need to finish this soon and get out, muttered the devil in a serious tone. Chapter 149, Oh yeah. I don't have limits. Leaving the floor where the fight against the devil was going on, Sek started free falling and looked up to make sure that Noel, Fana, and Anna were following him. Soon the three girls followed him as Anna rushed towards Sek and let him use Ignis as a foothold so that they could actually keep up with him instead of him blasting through floor after floor while the three of them were devoured by the black tentacles. Sek, unknown of her thoughts, simply looked in the direction where he felt the familiar key and soon saw a black cocoon-like structure in the sea of flowing tentacles. That must be Captain Yami. Let's save him first, said Noel, seeing the cocoon as well. No, his dark magic can hold on against the tentacles. The others are in more danger since their magic won't work on these tentacles. We should hurry up first. Let that brute surpass his limits or something, ordered Sek. Noel wanted to interject, but seeing that the two elves didn't even argue with Sek, she stopped. Fana and Anna on the other hand didn't mind much about saving Yami since they wanted to find and rescue the other elves as soon as possible. Sek looked at the ground covered in tentacles and simply took in a deep breath once again. Boom! An explosion occurred and the tentacles in front of them were destroyed in an instant, and a hole large enough for Ignis to pass through was formed. Oi dumbass! I know you are there. Deal with these tentacles as well, yelled Yami. And give you a head start to fight the devil when I am busy. Never, yelled Sek back. Hearing his reasoning, the three girls accompanying him looked at him with their eyes widened in surprise, which the Dark Lord simply ignored. The three continued to stare at him as Ignis passed through the hole. I know that I am simply irresistible, but still focus on the job that we have at hand. Hearing the Dark Lord's words, Anna and Noel snorted while Fana simply pinched his hand with a point on her face. What the hell, thought Sek as he looked at the pink-haired elf acting cute. And another one, said Vritra. Shut up. Weren't you simply irresistible? Asked Vritra sarcastically. Seeing his host being at a loss for words, Vritra laughed. Sek just ignored the dragon inside him and focused on breaking floors until they reached a room where some of their allies were present. She's the last person that requires saving, muttered Sek. Anna and Noel nodded at that as the three of them looked at Mirioliana beating Veto with a maniacal grin on her face. Veto needs saving from her. Seriously, what's up with these royal women? Commented Fana as she looked at Noel and then focused back at Mirioliana and Veto. The group simply stayed silent and let the lioness and the beast mage duel it out, but soon Sek's gaze fell on the black tentacles that started entering the room. Sigh, Captain Mirioliana. Veto, yelled Sek, grabbing the attention of the two and stopping them from continuing the bout. Hey? Sek and Noel, asked Mirioliana in a curious tone, wondering why the two of them were with the elves. Fana and Anna, asked Veto, feeling the same as Mirioliana. Sek was about to start explaining, but all of a sudden the elves started glowing. What's going on? Asked Mirioliana as she calmed down her mana and looked at Sek for answers. Sek started to explain about the devil and all the shit happening on the top floor while the elves' eyes widened in surprise as they somehow got connected with Licht's thoughts. Licht is about to use his strongest spell, said Veto with a huge smile on his face as he simply raised his hand and let his mana flow towards Licht. Anna and Fana did the same as mana flew toward Licht's location. What the hell is Stabby Elf doing? Asked Sek. Licht and Lumiere are using a spell to protect all the elves using their light magic and demon dweller sword. Licht is also going to beat the devil with his strongest spell that takes in the power of all of us elves, answered Veto. So he is going for the kill. Well, good for him, said Sek in a calm tone as he took in a deep breath and looked at Veto once again. Do the other elves in here have the connection with Licht too? Are they all protected in this light magic? They should be. Good, then that makes it easier, replied Sek as he simply placed his hand on Fana's shoulder. Fana looked at him in surprise, wondering what he was doing as Sek simply deactivated his mana zone. A huge amount of mana got concentrated inside the whole Shadow Palace, making all of them wonder what Sek was going to do. Found them all, replied Sek with a smirk as he located all the places inside the Shadow Palace where different elves were present, since he felt the same aura of mana that was present around Fana. Going back to his mode, Sek walked towards one of the walls and cracked his knuckles. All of a sudden 3 bronze swords appeared in the air and stabbed 3 different locations. We have 5 minutes before this room gets crowded with the tentacles. Captain Mirioliana and Veto break straight through and get the ones whom you see back here. Noel, Fana with Veto. Anna, Ignis with Captain Mirioliana. Remember 5 minutes or less, explained Sek. Why the hell are you ordering me? Asked Mirioliana. Do we have enough time for this shit? Also, you told us earlier that it doesn't matter what we do as long as we defeat the enemies. I take that order back. Alright then. See you all soon, replied Sek as flames gathered around his fist. Veto and the other nodded as their grimoires started flipping. Beast magic, bear claw. Mirioliana snorted, but soon a wild grin appeared on her face. Hey Sek, let's have an all-out battle once all this shit is over. Well, I mean if you want to lose so badly, replied Sek. Flames gathered around Mirioliana's fists as mana rampaged inside of her. Flame magic, Claudius Brachium. Sek smiled, feeling her mana as equally powerful black flames gathered around his fists. The 3 of them smirked and punched the walls and ground with full force, causing simultaneous explosions and jumping right through them. All of them scattered in different directions as they were told to by Sek. Sek also continued running and blasting through walls when suddenly a strong tremor shook the entire Shadow Palace. That was some attack, commented Vritra. Well, Stabby Elf dude is strong. What do you think my other half, is it over because of that? Asked Vritra. Who knows, that devil is harder to kill than a cockroach. Can't you detect him with your mana zone? I don't need to, those tentacle things are still moving. He is still alive, replied Sek as he looked towards the tentacles from the corner of his eyes. Soon he stopped talking, broke the final wall and looked towards the people who were ready to attack him in an instant. Sek-san. I am so glad that you are fine. No time to talk right now, Captain Nozzle, Mimosa. You alright, Rie? Anyway, follow me. The exit's on the top floor and we need to get there fast, said Sek in a hurry as he gestured for Nozzle to follow him. Nozzle wanted to ask about what was happening but stopped since the commoner was in a hurry and thought that it might be important and followed behind Sek. Once they reached the room where all of them had been gathered earlier, Sek stopped and soon spotted Mirioliana standing there along with Enna, Fuegoleon, and 2 unconscious elves. You're slow, replied Mirioliana in a frustrated tone. Nozzle, glad to see you are fine, said Fuegoleon with a smile. Humph, as if a Magic Knight squad captain will fall from just this much. Also, what is this inhuman magic? A new enemy appeared up there. It's his magic. Says that normal magic doesn't work against his magic and he will devour all of us. Some guys are fighting up there, F***ck. Sek, who was calmly explaining the situation, suddenly turned silent and looked up with a frown on his face. His reaction was not missed by the others as they too looked up wondering what was happening, but couldn't feel anything. My other half. What's happening? Asked Nozzle. The devil's key, why the hell is he rampaging around like this? And why the hell is Yumi-san free so soon? Captain Fuegoleon, Enna. Which is faster? Salamander or Ignis? Asked Sek. My Ignis. Get on her and bring Noel and the others quick. The rest. Huddle closer to me. All of them nodded and did as they were told. Enna immediately got on top of Ignis and headed towards Noel and Veto. The others on the other hand immediately surrounded Sek, who immediately gathered black flames in his hand. You feel it, Vritra? Yet. A huge wave of that devil's magic. This is gonna be tough. Better go to the stronger draconification, advised Vritra. Sek nodded as the black marks and the draconic scales on his body started expanding. Soon both his eyes turned slotted along with the draconic scales covering his entire body along with the black markings. Feeling the surge of mana in him, the Magic Knight captains got cautious while Jack and Mirioliana had a sudden urge to duke it out with Sek. But all their thoughts disappeared in an instant the moment they felt the mana that was coming from the floor above them. Rie, you copied Yumi-san's magic, right? Asked Sek. Yet. Use it. Somehow it's effective against that devil's magic. Don't worry. Lix and Lumiere's magic will protect us. Yet, but that is only true while they are alive. I don't think I need to tell you about the situation up there since all of you are connected to Licht. Ria fell silent as he focused on Licht's thoughts and soon realized that the people who were fighting up there were starting to struggle against the devil. Realizing that, Ria nodded as his grimoire started floating. Copy magic, black cocoon. Dark magic surrounded them while leaving an opening on the top for Sek to deal with the tentacles that just burst through the above floor. Holy shit! Yelled Ria while coughing some blood as he saw the amount of tentacles that were falling from above. Nozzle's eyes widened in horror as he saw the huge scale magic that could easily devour them. Het, now that's gotta be interesting, said Miriolsana with a smirk. Kikik. I'll just sever it all, said Jack as he licked his arm blades. Salamander, lend me your power. Spring magic, death scythe. Mana zone, Cladio's brachium barrage. Spirit magic, Salamander's breath. All of them fired their magic at the tentacles ready to decimate them. However, the moment the magic made contact it was devoured by the tentacles. What part of normal magic not working against his, you don't understand? Asked Sek with a deadpan look on his face. Idiots! You three call yourselves Magic Knight captains, said Nozzle with a snort. "Want me to show you what kind of magic knight I am, braids?" asked Mereoleona in a calm tone, raising a blazing fist. Seeing him not replying, Mereoleona smirked and looked up at the tentacles. "So what now? We wait in this black cocoon till those guys up their use." The black flames started burning through the sea of tentacles that came in its path, making Mereoleona look at Sek with her mouth agape. "What the hell about normal magic not working?" asked Mereoleona. Sek raised his hand as flames gathered and shaped on top of it. "Like hell, the Dark Lord's magic is normal." Sek continued breathing flames, but soon he stopped to take in his breath. But the moment he stopped using his flames, the black tentacles started filling in once again. "It works, but you're slow," said Mereoleona. "That's huff not huff true." "Whatever you say, slow lord." "You might think that feels good, but it doesn't," replied Sek. Mereoleona smirked and crossed her arms while she stared at the panting Dark Lord. "Slow lord. You're gonna regret it, woman." He took a deep breath once again and mana gathered inside him. The other knight captains looked at Mereoleona, who was looking at Sek with a smirk on her face. "She sure knows how to get a man going. Good work, Lady Royal," said Rie. The Dark Lord did not even bother to hear that and continued to blow the flames out of his mouth, destroying all the tentacles in the room. Once all of them were destroyed, Sek stopped once again to regain his breath and crouched down. "How huff was huff that?" yelled Sek out loud. "Good job," complimented Mereoleona and stroked Sek's head. Sek continued taking deep breaths and wondered whether it was so easy to gaslight him. While this was going on, Anna came back with Noelle, Fana, Charmy, and Elf Rill. "No time to rest, commoner. Those things are back," informed Nozel, making all of them frown at their situation. Sek frowned as well but didn't even look up. His ki and mana sensing were constantly active, and according to them, the tentacles were not the thing he should be worrying about the most. Concentrate on the mana. Beat the brat. Concentrate on the man. Best the brat. Yami, who was finally free to focus on fighting thanks to Elf Charlotte's protection, started the process of breaking his limits. "Focus on the mana of the world around me. Gather the mana around my blade and let it merge with the mana of the world. Get sharper and sharper to cut through all. Wait for the moment. Now. Mana zone, dark cloaked dimension / equinox." The space around Yami's katana started distorting and everything in his slash's line started splitting apart. The tentacles, debris, walls, devil, everything was splitting in half at the same time, and seeing which a smirk appeared on Yami's face. "Take that, dumbass. I surpassed my limit," yelled Yami, wanting to provoke Sek if he could hear him. "He's gonna win, at this rate," thought Sek, and finally looked up at the approaching tentacles. "They are just endless," muttered Mimosa in despair. Sek didn't reply and just continued to stare at the tentacles, being lost in his thoughts. "What are you waiting for, my other half? Start burning them or you all will die," asked Vritra. "Yami is gonna win if we don't get out of here, and with these tentacles it's impossible to take everyone with me to the top, at least in this form." "You aren't suggesting full dragonification? You insane? Just want to win? Insane it is. You do know that you can lose your mind, right?" asked Vritra. "Memory magic, parallel thinking. I warned you," said Vritra with a sigh, but still felt excited. "You sound excited for someone who is warning. Haha. Be prepared to see what a part of my true might is," replied Vritra with pride in his tone. Sek smirked as a dark aura surrounded him and pushed everyone that was near him away. They were about to question him about what he was doing, but suddenly the dark aura started taking shape and soon a giant serpentine dragon-like visage appeared behind Sek. "See you guys at the top," informed Sek as mana burst off of his body and his body started to get bigger and bigger. The draconic visage behind him roared out loud, sending mana surges throughout the Shadow Palace, and the devil at the top, who was about to be sliced in half, widened his eyes in horror. Sek's body glowed as the draconic visage merged with his body and flew up at great speed while leaving behind a trail of destructive flames. Blasting through the floor at incredible speed and destroying the devil's magic as well. Sek soon appeared on the floor where Yami was. "Take that, dumbass! I surpassed my limit," yelled Yami, only to turn towards the incredible mana source that appeared knew him in an instant. "Oh yeah! I don't have limits," yelled the dragon back as he continued to rise and burst through the final floor as well. The people in the room looked toward the huge explosion that occurred because of Sek's entrance, but before they could even recognize what happened, the blur headed toward the devil. The devil looked in horror as he saw the dragon's maw covered in dark flames headed toward him. Blas! Before he could speak, the devil got eaten by the dragon and was burnt inside his mouth in the destructive black flames. Chapter 150, Haven't thought about that. Probably just find a way for that as well. Burning down the devil in his flames, the dragon roared out loud in excitement, sending shockwaves throughout the Shadow Palace. Everyone who felt the mana from the shockwaves looked at the dragon in awe. Many were confused by the sudden appearance of the giant beast, but some looked at the dragon with curiosity. "This key? Oi! Sek! Is that you?" asked Asta as he felt a somewhat familiar key from the dragon. "Hey? That's Sek," asked Secret in shock. "The human from earlier?" asked Lumiere. "Ha ha ha! This feels awesome," yelled the dragon. Hearing his words, the people started to ease up and soon Licht, Lumiere and Secret realized that they could no longer feel the devil's mana. "Did we finally win?" asked Licht with a slightly surprised yet excited tone. But all their excitement was short-lived, since the Shadow Palace started trembling harder from the mana radiating out of Sek. "The palace is going to collapse soon. The devil's magic is still going strong," informed Lumiere. "Crap, shouldn't have used that much force in the last attack," thought Sek, knowing full well that it was he who fastened the palace's collapse. "Well, it felt great, didn't it?" asked Vritra, as he was partly to blame for the over-the-top display of power. While Sek and Vritra were talking to each other, a black portal appeared near them, and the people who were present in the Shadow Palace started to come out of them. "Wah! The pasty beanpole space magic guy!" exclaimed Asta as he saw Voltos come out of the portal that brought everyone along with it. "Oi! Dumbass! How dare you steal my kill at that last moment? And what's up with this creepy giant snake form? You still sane?" asked Yami. "Don't be a sore loser now, Yami-san. By the way, the 10,000 yells are mine now. Keep that in mind. TCH, yeah. Hearing their casual banter, many of them wondered whether the two of them cared about the fact that they were about to be buried alive. "Stop wasting time, we need to get out of here," said Nozel. All of them nodded and then looked up towards the exit. The dragon Ifedsek stared at it for a while and then looked at the others. "How the hell am I supposed to fit through that?" All of them looked at the giant dragon and then at the exit. "Turn back to human?" asked Noel. "How do I do that, Vritra?" asked Sek. "Don't know, every time this mode is used, my host either dies or goes insane," replied the Dragon King. "We are in deep shit, aren't we?" "Probably." Sek sighed and then looked at Noel. "I don't know, how?" "Hey? Then what are we gonna do?" "I can cut you in small pieces if that works," said Yami and unsheathed his katana. "I second that as well," said Jack while licking his lips. "Can you two be serious for a second?" "Despicable humans," commented Charla with an annoyed look on her face. "Asta, use that new sword of yours on me," said Sek. "Hey? Oh. That might work," said Asta in a slightly excited tone. Asta's grimoire started flipping and soon the handle of the sword came out of it. Pointing the blade of the sword at Sek, Asta channeled the anti-magic in the sword, making a magic circle form in front of the giant dragon. Sek looked at the small circle in front of the sword but still didn't feel any change. "Is this working, Vritra?" asked Sek. "It's slow but it is working. Though it might take around 30 minutes at this rate." "My other half." "I know, Vritra. Sorry. No need to apologize, my other half. I know that the big ol Dark Lord is a huge softy. Haha. Asta, stop it. This is not working. You guys get out first. This place is collapsing. Hearing the dragon's words, Asta stopped, but hearing the words that followed next, his eyes widened in shock. The same was the case with everyone, since they understood what Sek was implying. Oi, brat! Are you finally out of your mind? Asked Yami. Do you think we will leave you behind and just be on our way? How are you gonna come out? Asked Noel. I will find a way, replied Sek. What if you don't? Asked Secret in a serious tone. I will. I am asking, what if you don't? Haven't thought about that. Probably just find a way for that as well, replied Sek in a calm tone. The others were about to voice their concerns, but soon the ceiling above them started falling. Seeing the falling rubble, Sek blew them away with his breath. He then looked at his puny friends, who were not showing any signs of moving at all. Sighing in defeat, Sek's gaze turned cold as he looked at the people around him. Feeling his cold gaze, all of them got stiff. Even the Magic Knight captains, Licht and Lumiere, were no exceptions. All of them turned silent and stared at the huge dragon that was looking at them. Seeing that he had their attention, a smirk appeared on the dragon's face. Soon the snake-like appendages from his body spread out and wrapped around the bodies of motionless people. Worry about the Dark Lord, when you don't get scared shitless from his gaze. Hey? What are you doing? Sek, yelled Asta. Grow strong, Asta. In the time I am not there, you have to pull some of my weight in the squad as well. Let go of me. I am ordering you to stop whatever you are doing, ordered Noel. Noel, same for you. You have come a long way from where we started, but there is a long way ahead. I won't be able to help you train for a while though, so don't slack off. Hey? Me getting scared of you? In your dreams? Let go of me, screamed Mirioliana as she released her mana. Don't try your worthless struggle. Delete field. The moment Sek uttered those words, the snake-like appendages glowed and all of them felt powerless. Sek, stop. Please. I am begging you, cried Secret as she noticed that Sek was carrying all of them towards the exit. Secret, sorry for worrying you all the time. Take care of yourself. Also, once I get back, let's go on a long bike ride just like old times. Also, if possible, look after mom and dad. Oi, dumbass. You sure about this? You won't get your 10,000 yuls if you are stuck here, you know, said Yami. We will settle that once I come back. Take care, Yumi-san. Look after the squad. Go see a doctor about your shitting problem as well. Oi! What was that last part? Haha. Everyone, take care. I will see you all as soon as I can. Hearing the dragon laugh out loud, Secret, Asta, and Noel continued to yell while crying. Yami had a frown on his face as he stared at the dragon and then at the collapsing palace. The Black Bulls as a whole were not willing to leave behind their comrade at a place like this, not to mention some of them had seen him sacrificing himself for them before as well. Yuno and Mirioliana clenched their teeth, feeling powerless once again. The elves and Lumiere were silent since they were not close to Sek, but they still had a feeling of respect for the man who stood strong till the very end. All of them stared at the dragon for one last time before Sek pushed them through the exit, sending them out of the Shadow Palace. All of them flew through the portal for a while and soon emerged back in the Clover Kingdom. Secret immediately tried to locate the Shadow Palace and use her magic to get back in. Feeling the position of the place, Secret immediately grabbed the spear that she was using for flying and rode on it, ready to go back in there. However, out of nowhere the figure of Shadow Palace appeared in front of them, making them stop what they were doing. Some even thought that it was Sek's doing and were about to say something, but soon those thoughts disappeared from their mind. The glowing figure of the Shadow Palace started to crack up and soon the whole figure shattered and disappeared right in front of their eyes. This made Lix and Lumiere's eyes widen in shock. The Shadow Palace. It's gone. Secret stared at the space with shocked eyes with not a single word escaping her mouth. The others had a similar reaction as they just started at the destroyed Shadow Palace not knowing what to say. Secret simply flew towards the location of the palace and used her magic, trying to unseal its entrance, but nothing happened. She tried again and again, but no matter how hard she tried, nothing happened. Finally accepting the fact after around 100 tries, she started crying out loud, making all the others who were waiting for a miracle to happen snap out of their thoughts. Chapter 151, I won't forgive you if something unspeakable happens to my body. The night passed by since the whole elf fiasco ended. The elves who were turned into bronze statues by Sek were purified with the help of Willem and Asta's magic, and it finally let the humans rightfully claim their bodies back. Most things were finally settling down, but the kingdom was still in chaos. Though the threat was gone for now, the populace was still hesitant about the situation. Still, the magic knights who gave their all for the battle that occurred last night were finally able to get some well-deserved rest. Despite that, there was a group of knights that were currently having an audience at the Magic Knight headquarters. Now, then, all of you worked very hard. The battle has ended, and now we can live happily ever after, or so I would like to say. A kid who looked even younger and shorter than Asta stood in front of Asta, Noel, Mimosa, and Secret. All of them were in a bad state, with the girl's eyes looking swollen while both of Asta's fists were swollen and covered in dried blood. His eyes were swollen as well, and this easily told the onlookers that all of them were crying till not so long ago. And that was the truth as well. If not for the order, they would not be willing to stand in front of some unknown brat who was talking as if he was some big shot. This key, Captain Yami, is he? Asked Asta in a shaky voice. Sigh, yes, this brat is the old man Wizard King. All of them except for Secret reacted at the sudden revelation, wondering how the hell the man who should be dead was standing in front of them, and that too linking young at that. All of them had that question, but Asta immediately put that at the back of his mind and stepped forward. Wizard King. Please. Can you get Sek out of that place? Requested Asta. Hearing the girls including Secret looked at Julius with a hopeful gaze, but Yami simply frowned. He had asked the same question earlier and he knew what the answer was going to be. I am sorry, Asta-kun, I don't have that kind of power, I am really sorry. Hearing his answer, the small hope that appeared in Asta's heart died down. *CK. For the first time in his life, Asta felt an emotion like that. He didn't know what it was, but he simply wanted to let out some steam out of him. Can you please excuse me? I want to be alone for a while, asked Secret, who had been quiet for the whole time, and without even receiving a reply she transformed into her bird form and flew out of the HQ. I want to be excused as well, said Asta, and he simply bowed to the Wizard King before saluting him and walking away as well. All of them knew what Asta and Secret did was very disrespectful, but none of them voiced their complaints. Sigh, looks like I was too hasty to call them. I apologize to you too as well, Noel-kun, Mimosa-kun. I am sorry for my inability to do something about all this. You both can go and rest as well. And thank you for the great service and risking your life for the Clover Kingdom, said Julius in a dejected tone. Noel and Mimosa were flushed by his actions and told him that it wasn't his fault, but they too were still pretty shocked because of what happened last night. The two of them soon excused themselves, leaving behind Julius and Yami in the room. What about you, Yami? How are you feeling about all this? Asked Julius. It feels pretty shitty knowing that I got saved by one of my brats, and that I wasn't able to save them back. I don't know why, but somehow I feel the same as well. Maybe it's because he saved the people of the kingdom when it was my duty to do so, and yet I am unable to help him. Don't beat yourself up, old man in a brat's body. You did what you could, you should feel glad that you are alive. People don't usually get do-overs in life, you know. Sigh, it's easier said than done. I agree to that. The Magic Knight Captain and the Wizard King sighed simultaneously and felt that they needed to be prepared for dangers that were going to haunt them. The loss of a man who sacrificed himself time and time again for the sake of the Clover Kingdom was going to cause a huge uproar, and they knew that they had to face the citizens who would question their ability after such an incident, but they had to face them on. They were not going to let the kingdom that was saved by the efforts of magic knights like Sek fall and waste the effort that they poured into it. Meanwhile, a certain Dark Lord. "So, do I need to poop while I am in this dragon body?" asked a certain Dark Lord in his dragon form. "So we are finally out of things to talk about, hey," groaned Vritra. "Well, it can't be helped, I have been feeling strangely energetic in this form and I am nowhere near depleted to be back in my human form, if that is possible," replied Sek. "That's one problem, my other half. What about the other problem of the exit of the palace being destroyed? How are you planning to leave this place?" "Haven't got to that part yet, I am hoping that my space cutting works, but even Yumi-san's space cutting didn't destroy the palace, so. In other words, we are stuck here till death." "Oi! Don't jinx it, you bastard! Don't call me a bastard! I am a pure-blooded dragon king of might prowess. Yet. I know. The one who struck terror through its tentacle play. Hey? What the hell did you?" Vritra was in the middle of a complaint when all of a sudden both he and Sek felt a mana surge in the devastated palace. A giant tremor occurred in the space above them and a golden portal appeared. The dragon who was lying around peacefully simply looked up, wondering if it was yet another enemy attack. "Divine energy, no, it's similar but it's still different from divine energy. My other half, be careful, and hope that whoever they might be, they are not into mating with animals," warned Vritra. "What the f***ck? You can't be sure with gods and other divine creatures," replied Vritra. Hearing his words, Sek remembered some of the tales of gods from his previous life and subconsciously his asshole clenched. The portal shimmered suddenly and nearly 1,000 people clad in white came out of the portal. "Wow, this place really got f***ed up pretty bad. Well, that's the issue for the construction team. Now where is that juicy draconic presence that we felt earlier?" The man who seemed to be the leader of the group that came out of the portal said in a calm tone while looking around the destroyed Shadow Palace. Sek, who was quite a few floors below, was not noticed by the group yet, but the words that came out of the man's mouth were heard by the dragon's excellent hearing. "Clench up and be ready to fight my other half. I won't forgive you if something unspeakable happens to my body," said Vritra in a serious tone. "You don't need to tell me twice." "No way in hell am I letting them anywhere near me," replied Sek in a serious tone as he got ready for yet another battle. Chapter 152, Ready for a Bad Time? The army that just entered the destroyed Shadow Palace stood behind the man who seemed to be the leader. It's a much stronger presence than the ones we have caught before. Just imagining how valuable this one might be is making me excited." The leader of the army muttered in a gleeful tone. The people behind him felt the same as all of them readied their weapons to deal with a dragon. "All right, everyone, get in formations, we have a dragon to find and catch," ordered the leader as he looked back at the people behind him. "Yes, Lord Xander." The soldiers spread out while the man named Xander just watched the soldiers spread out. This debris and broken floors are blocking the path and hiding the dragon. Well, the construction group will be building the whole place again anyway." Explosion magic, brilliant detonation. A bright orb formed above the man's palm and soon started to grow bigger and bigger. Defensive formation. Hearing his order, the soldiers who were clad in white armor immediately formed a barrier around them. The leader Xander smirked and pointed the huge orb of magic toward the palace and simply pushed it lightly. The huge orb broke down into smaller orbs and scattered all around the palace. Sek looked at the orbs that were floating all around the Shadow Palace and simply focused back on the army above him. He wasn't able to see them, but he could hear them and was able to sense them through ki and mana sensing. Suddenly the whole Shadow Palace glowed bright and all the orbs made by Xander exploded simultaneously. Boom boom boom. "I hope that the dragon did not die by that," muttered Xander and chuckled. Soon the smoke dissipated and the giant and mighty dragon was visible to the army. "Ho, a big one! Looks like a kid who escaped the purge got the chance to grow up. Yo! Dumb lizard! The size of the dragon was probably the biggest that soldiers had ever seen. This made all of them focused on Sek with their weapons pointed at him and ready to strike the moment any order was given. Who the fuck are you? Asked Sek. Hey! Did that dumb lizard just speak? It's intelligent. Wait, why am I getting a human presence from you as well? What the heck are you? Asked Xander in a confused tone. Nunya, replied Sek in a calm tone. Nunya. Nunya f** in business, replied Sek in a calm tone. You have quite a mouth on you despite being an overgrown dumb lizard. And you have quite the audacity to straight up bomb your surroundings while someone is resting. So who the fuck are you anyway? Not something that someone about to die should know, said Xander and gestured to his army. The soldiers immediately charged mana in their weapons that were already pointed at Sek. Magic item, Spear of Order Restrain. Various glowing vines launched from the tips of the spears that were held by the soldiers and wrapped themselves around Sek's entire body. Seriously, are you guys even trying? Asked Sek in an indifferent tone. This made some of the soldiers angry as they thought that the dragon was crossing its limits. Acting tough, hey? Asked Xander with a smirk on his face. Vritra, are you sure that these guys are strong? Asked Sek. Feeling the divine presence. I hope they are, otherwise, it will be very disappointing. You do know that we have to get out of here alive, right? Yeah, but think my other half. Won't it feel great to actually fight someone who is, well, good enough to fight against? It will, but we have to keep our priorities straight. Also. Sek finally stopped talking with Vritra and looked at the people around him who were attacking the huge dragon non-stop with mana blasts and beams. I don't think that these guys will give me a challenge. Not in this form at least, thought Sek, totally unaffected by the mighty attacks of these so-called divine beings. Are you guys done playing? If so, then go away. I have a lot to think about, said Sek in a calm tone and just shifted his huge body slightly and easily broke through the restraints. Hey! Wait, did he just break through the combined restraints from all of us? You dumb lizard! Know your place! Great, a group of young masters, thought Sek and internally sighed. Stop it, everyone! It seems like this thing has some resistance against being restrained. Just ignore that. Follow up on my attack, declared Xander as a huge amount of mana gathered around him. That's an impressive amount of mana. Maybe it won't be as boring as I thought it would be. See, now go ahead and massacre them like a good dragon, my other half, said Vritra in a joyous tone. A jolly tone for such a dark thing. Well, seeing the situation, it might be needed. Take this and die, you lizard. The spell that led to the demise of many low-life lizards like you, yelled Xander with an ecstatic look on his face. Explosion magic, mass extinctor. A giant orb of mana appeared in front of Xander's hand and soon he fired that towards Sek. Well, time for some warm-up, I guess, muttered Sek and took a deep breath. What? Going to use flames? Ha! You dumb lizards are all the same. My magic is explosion magic, the magic that carries the aspect of destruction. And a lowly lizard like you who likes to use flames just powers up my explosion magic. You are just speeding up your own doom, explained Xander. You speak too much for a weakling. Watch and learn, asshole. Feel the power of the Dark Lord, replied Sek as black flames gathered in the dragon's mouth. Prison Dragon King's roar. A sea of black flames almost 5 times the size of the huge explosion orb came out of Sek's mouth, easily engulfing and destroying the orb itself. Seeing the black flames that came almost instantly, Xander's eyes widened as he tried to comprehend what happened. Magic item, God's Grace. All the soldiers who saw the flames heading toward Xander immediately pointed their magic tools toward Xander and activated them. A bright orb of mana surrounded Xander, trying to protect him. Sek thought that as well but didn't feel any resistance from the flames, and this made him wonder what the glowing thing around Xander was doing. But suddenly his gaze fell on the soldiers that were using the magic item. Many of them started falling one after the other lifelessly, and this made the Dark Lord surprised. An item to transfer your life force for saving others, I don't know if it should be called divine or cursed, said Vritra. It's just F***ed up. Thought Sek as he finally stopped his attack and took a deep breath. Once the flames died down, the orb around Xander vanished and an unscathed Xander came out and looked at Sek with a horrified gaze. Why you monster, yelled Xander. Thanks for the compliment. It shows how weak you are compared to me, replied Sek. Why you imbecile? How dare you kill all these men? You dumb King lizard. Well, you were too much of a coward to take that attack head on and used a F***ed up magic tool instead. Sounds like a skill issue to me, replied Sek in a not so bothered tone. Sek then completely ignored the remained soldiers and Xander and focused on the dead bodies, then fell after his attack. The tentacles around him scattered and stabbed the armored soldiers, making their living comrades widen their eyes in shock. Not bothered by that in the least, Sek simply absorbed the mana of the dead soldiers and stopped once he felt full. Good. Now then, shoo. Let me be in peace. Carry your men on your way back, said Sek as if ordering them, and simply laid down. This made the group of young master wannabes grit their teeth in anger and were about to curse back at the dragon, but all of a sudden a feeling of dread descended upon them. Sek simply looked up while releasing a slight amount of his mana and looked coldly at the group. Go back while I am still being nice. I won't think twice before killing the rest of you if you bother me any further, said Sek in a cold tone. All of them moved back when they felt Sek's aura. Even Xander, the head of the young masters, gulped down, and he finally realized that this mission might not be as easy as he thought it was. Just what are you? You filthy beast! You dare make the enemy out? Oh, yelled one of the soldiers, when all of a sudden shadowy blades tore through his body, killing him in an instant. Stop, yelled Xander when he noticed that his men were about to attack the monster. The soldiers stopped and looked at Xander, who was looking cautiously at Sek, who was lying down with his eyes closed, but still had his mana and ki sensing on. Gather their bodies. We will revive them once we get back, ordered Xander. So they have a way of reviving them, hey? Maybe that's the reason why all of them used that magic tool to save him earlier. They don't fear death, said Vritra. The soldiers immediately obeyed the command, although all of them were gritting their teeth in anger, but knew that it was foolish to go against their superiors' orders. While Sek and Vritra were busy talking and the soldiers were gathering the dead bodies, Xander secretly took out a small glass orb and pointed it at Sek. Magic item, Soul Sight. This caught Sek's attention as he thought that the fool was going to attack once again, but he didn't feel any damage at all. He focused on Xander and saw a translucent screen appear above the orb with some incomprehensible words written on it. Sek Bronzeza, said Xander, making the dragon's eyes widen from surprise. Seeing that reaction, a smirk appeared on Xander's face. So you were a human, hosting the soul of a deceased dragon. I cannot read its name, but it's the soul of a dead being, hey? Continued Xander. Hearing his words, Sek understood that the idiot must have used an appraisal magic tool of some sort. Well, it's good that the name of the Dark Lord spreads around anyway, thought Sek, since he didn't feel that it was that much of a big deal. He was not a person who was shy of fame anyway. But all of a sudden a huge amount of mana gathered below Sek, making him sigh once again. Fools like you never. But before he could complete, a giant portal appeared below Sek and tried to sink him in. Seeing that, Sek simply floated and looked at Xander with a deadpan look on his face. Did you think that I would fall for such a trick? Asked Sek. But Xander's smirk simply widened as he raised his finger and the portal moved up and engulfed Sek's entire body before vanishing in an instant. Looks like you fell for it, my other half, commented Vritra. Just shut up, replied Sek in annoyance. Anyway, where the hell are we? Asked Sek. Don't know, although I feel a lot of divine energy substitute here. Wait, what's happening? Said Vritra in a surprised tone. The huge dragon that appeared in an unknown place through a portal soon started glowing, and an instant later the dragon's body vanished, leaving behind a blond man who had a shocked look on his face. "Hey," muttered Sek in shock as he was somehow back in his human form. Sek looked at his body to see if there were any injuries on him, but seeing that he was fine he sighed and looked around. Suddenly another portal appeared in the air and a familiar face leading the army came out of it. "How is it human?" yelled Xander in an ecstatic tone. "Where the hell is this? And what the hell do you want from me? You have been bothering me for a while. This here is the land of the dead, and do you know what's the speciality about this realm? No dead soul can use its power here. Means no annoying dragon soul to save you this time, you damn weak human." The moment those words came out of Xander's mouth, the soldiers that surrounded Sek impaled his body with mana spears. "Get ready to die a brutal death, human. No one's gonna save you here," said one of the cocky soldiers, and laughter erupted amongst the crowd. "Sigh, young masters indeed," muttered Sek, shocking the soldiers as they saw Sek talking without any discomfort. "Bronze magic, bronze body logia." Sek simply broke through the mana spear without any issue and looked at the enemy army with a smirk and raised two of his fingers. "Two things that you all got wrong and are gonna regret soon. Number 1, I don't need the dragon's power to fight. Number 2, the ones who are gonna need to be saved are you." The armor-clad young masters were about to question and curse Sek, but all of a sudden a huge wave of mana spread around them and the sky started to turn dark, or so they thought. Some of them looked up at the sky and a scene of horror welcomed them. Mana Zone, Unlimited Bronze Works Gaster Circus. The sky above them was filled with huge metallic animal skulls charged up with mana ready to cause a massacre. "Ready for a bad time?" asked Sek in an amused tone. "Huh," muttered a random soldier, and the surroundings soon got engulfed in a bright light. That was the instant the first massacre by a human occurred in the so-called Land of the Dead. Chapter 153, Someone. "Please save me from this barbarian." All the gaster blasters in the sky rained down the attacks on the army of young masters without mercy. Once drained, they recharged and attacked again, and this continued for a whole minute. Feeling his mana level drained by around 15% after that attack, Sek stopped and deactivated the mana zone. It was the right call to fill up my mana from the dead bodies. "You alright, Vritra?" asked Sek while he took X-Dace out of its sheath. "I am fine. But I won't be able to assist you in battles, my other half. I am going to miss the chance to fight serious battles once again. These damn punks dare to use such a cheap trick," replied Vritra in an agitated and regretful tone. Sek simply gave an awkward laugh at the dragon's thought process and walked toward the group of young masters who were most likely dead. "Well, I hope at least one of them is alive. These lowlives that deny me the right to fight should just go to hell," yelled Vritra in anger, making Sek just shake his head helplessly. Walking through the dust cloud that was still not settled, Sek felt the key of one being who was still alive and was trying to crawl away. Smirking at the man's futile attempt, Sek walked with a smirk on his face. "Hey? Looks like all of them are dead. Such a shame, I was planning on befriending one of them at least. How about you?" said Sek in a calm tone as he stomped cruelly on Xander, who was still somehow alive after the attack with bronze spikes on his shoes. "Want to be my friend?" "Ah!" Feeling the spikes pierce his body, Xander yelled in pain. Blood started to drip out of his wounds and his white garments were stained with red. "What do you know? So you guys bleed like normal, and yet you were looking down on me. Anyway, what do you say? Wanna be my friend and talk with me about all this shit that's happening?" asked Sek with a smile as he stomped another place with his spike shoes. Xander screamed once again as pain coursed through his body. In all his life he had never shed a single drop of blood, let alone been punctured with various holes and blood gushing out of them. "What is happening? What did this filthy mortal human do to me? Why am I bleeding? Why UF** king human? What the hell did you do to me? You sure are disrespectful to someone who wants to be a friend. Anyway, what are you and what business do you have with me? And how the hell do I get out of this place? Asked Sek. Why you think I have something to say to a barbaric filthy lowlife like you? Do you think that the pain you are suffering right now is the limit to what I can make you feel? Asked Sek in a serious tone. And this made Xander's face harden. The barbaric human had many more ways to inflict more pain and cause him to suffer. Tell me what I want to know while I am not resorting to, let's just say better means to get what I want to know, said Sek with a smile. So I will ask again. What the hell do you guys want from me? Asked Sek in a cold tone with Xdace's tip pointed right between his eyes, ready to pierce the young master's skull. I will speak. I will speak, yelled Xander in fear, hearing which Sek smirked. 1 hour later. You guys are pretty f***ed up, said Sek in response to all the info that he suddenly got from Xander. From what Xander told him, the Shadow Palace where they fought earlier was the entrance to the land of the dead. This dimension, just like its name, is the place where all the souls of dead beings come to spend some time before being sent to the afterlife, or so how it should have been. These guys that Xander called gods that reside in a higher plane invaded this realm and now use this place to refine the souls that are gathered here before sending them back to the gods who use them to increase their powers, and in return the guys from this realm get a share of the said power from various gods that buys the souls from them. And from what he knew, dragon souls, because of their quality, are sold at an extremely high price. Because of this, a few millennia ago these gods with purchased divine energy went on a massacre of the dragons from his world, and now after all this time, when they felt a strong draconic presence from the Shadow Palace, they came to get the goods. It sounds like how back in my world many gods used the prayers and influence from their worshippers to increase their powers. That's why I felt a similar kind of divine energy from them, commented Vritra. Well, still refining the souls of the dead to sell. What the hell's going on with that? Don't know, we'll have to see that firsthand. Anyway, looks like we are on a new adventure, said Vritra. Well, you are right about that, uttered Sek. Xander looked confused about what the hell the barbaric and cruel human was talking about. But all of a sudden, he was lifted by his collar and was tossed up in the air. Bronze creation magic, bronze rider. Bronze restraining magic, bronze shackles. Well then, my new friend. Lead me to the city of yours. Did you just call me a slave? Asked Xander in anger. Ha ha ha. That's your imagination. I called you my friend. No, you definitely called me a slave. Listen to me, you damn human, don't get ahead of Xdace, pointing at his throat. My best friend, let me lead the way. Haha. You are such an understanding man. Now run, said Sek in a calm tone as Sek started chasing Xander while riding on his monobike. What the hell did I do to deserve this? Mentally yelled Xander as he ran on 2 of his speed. His magic was restrained because of Sek's spell, but his so-called divine energy enhanced body was able to perform quite well. This guy is doing quite good despite his magic being sealed. This might get troublesome. I want to be a part of this troublesome mess as well, my other half. Find a way to use your powers in this realm and then talk. Honestly, even I would prefer if I could use your abilities here, replied Sek. I will see if it is possible in any way, but it's not likely to happen. Be on your guard, my other half. I don't want to be wine for these gods. You need to live and save my soul from turning into wine, said Vritra. Aren't you a selfish dragon? You also need to get back to mate with your birdie, replied Vritra. Oi! Don't loot secret, you dick, mentally retorted Sek. Hey? Did you call me a dick, my bird fucker other half, retorted Vritra. The two started mentally arguing, completely forgetting about the young master running with his life on the line and a sword pointed right at his neck. Someone! Please save me from this barbarian. Chapter 154, Ready to Die? An hour passed by with Xander running and leading Sek to the nearest young master base. This place really does fit the land of the dead vibe. No **king thing in the path, just barren land, commented Sek. Ha! Don't just judge by these outskirts. One look at the habitat areas and you will knock your socks off, you despicable human, yelled Xander while running in front of Sek's bike. Sek stared at his guide who had been running without any difficulty for the past hour. His endurance is high. Divine energy effects. It's the best thing for conditioning the body, replied Vritra. Might be better to not hold back on these guys. Long-lasting battles might get troublesome if there are too many of them. I agree to that as well, I wanna fight too, said Vritra in a sad tone. Anyway, I think it's time for you to be ready to use all kinds of spells, and that includes the truly dangerous ones as well. All these people are here to kill you. Make sure to kill them first. The truly dangerous ones as well, hey. Well, it's better than expending too much of my mana while trying to kill using my conventional spells. It's nice you are one of those people who have an aversion to killing your enemy. Before becoming a magic knight, I was a hunter. I am familiar with taking lives, also if killing someone keeps me alive then I can't hesitate. Don't worry, we will get out of here alive. After all, aren't you the great Dark Lord, replied Vritra trying to reassure his host. That I am, replied Sek with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, Xander, who was running in front of Sek, sneakily peeked at Sek, the despicable barbarian lowly piece of shit, a human that killed his squad and was torturing him at the current moment. Let's see how long can you have a smirk on your face, thought Xander, and continued to run with a determined look on his face. Soon a smirk appeared on his face as he noticed the gem on one of his buttons glow. But he immediately controlled his expression so that the man behind him wouldn't get suspicious of him. How much longer? Asked Sek in a bored tone. We are almost there. Just a bit longer, replied Xander and slowly moved his hand towards the glowing button. Making sure that the man behind him wasn't looking, Xander did a sequence of taps on the button and immediately the button glowed red. Soon the red glow started coming out of the button and immediately Sek stopped his bike and looked at Kender with a curious expression. Gonna tell me what's happening? Asked Sek while unsheathing X-Dace. See you soon, and start counting your remaining days, replied Xander, and immediately the glow enveloped his body and the man started to vanish from Sek's sight. X-Dace, Magic Cutter. Sek channeled mana to his bike and slashed Xander's vanishing body. Immediately the magic enveloping Xander vanished and one of Xander's arms fell off his body. Ah! A scream full of pain came out of Xander's mouth and blood started spilling out of the now missing arm. Like dealing with all your men earlier wasn't enough to make you realize the difference between us. Saying that, Sek got off his bike, walked towards Xander and picked him up by his collar. Lead the way without any stupid stunts and maybe we can reach the city before you die of blood loss. And I will be taking this. Sek made a sidecar for his bike and dropped Xander in it before pulling out the magic item button from Xander's clothes. Xander clutched his wound tightly because of the pain and glared at Sek with hatred. But once Sek's cold gaze landed on Xander, he immediately lowered his head. Sek looked at the wounded young master and simply poked X-Dace in his wound. Ah! Let's get something straight here. You are not alive because you were some super strong or smart shit. You are alive because I have not yet killed you. And believe me, you will feel lucky if you get a swift death from me. So do yourself a favor and keep being useful to me. Saying that, Sek pulled X-Dace out of his body and wiped the blood off it. The feeling of hatred inside Xander grew stronger. He really wanted to make the human skull explode with his magic. I am not some smart or strong shit, let me tell this to you, human. The moment I get back with the rest of us will make you regret that you were ever alive. You will beg for mercy, yelled Xander in anger. Hearing that, Sek looked at the angry man with a calm look on his face. But soon a small smile appeared on his face. Then, there is no time to waste, right? After all, don't you want to meet up with the rest of your people and attack me? I want to reach one of your main cities. Our goals are aligning. So just be a good weakling and lead the way. Saying that, Sek sat on his bike and once again was now on his way to the city. Xander was angry but still led the way as he was told. Well, he needed some more persuasive stabs to work as told, but anyway, after that, the man was following orders like the good Slockoff friend that he was. Soon Sek saw the visage of a huge wall and immediately sped up his bike. Seeing his HQ, a huge smirk appeared on Xander's face, but soon he got confused as Sek stopped a few hundred meters away from the entrance. What? Don't tell me you got scared, you despicable being, mocked Xander. Scared? No, I am giving you a chance to go back first. Meet your friends, inform them how you got your ass beat by a single awesome man, and form a proper squad to take me on. After all, I don't want to make what is going to happen soon look like bullying, you know. Do you really think you have any chance of getting out of this alive? Haha, don't worry about me. After all, if you were any sort of indicator of the strength I should expect for the following battle, well, let's not spoil the results for you. Now shoo shoo dot. Xander gritted his teeth and clenched his fist in anger. He got off the bike, looked at Sek one last time, spat on his bike, and walked toward the entrance of the city. Sek looked at the one-handed young master and deactivated his bronze rider. Was provoking them a good idea? Asked Vritra. Well, we'll find out soon, replied Sek. So, my other half, what's the plan of attack? Asked Vritra. Attack? Seriously? I mean, what else? Do you want me to transform into a titan and just run past that wall and start showing them who's the boss? That sounds enticing, Taitakai. Oi! Snap out of it! But the wall, titan, attack! Don't start trouble! Only act if trouble comes seeking you. I told you before, be careful, we are in the enemy territory. We don't know how strong they are. Okay. Don't be sulky, my other half. I am not sulky, thought a pouting Dark Lord. Half an hour passed by with Vritra and Sek goofing around. Well, that's enough time for forming an emergency task force. Sek then walked towards the huge majestic gate and looked around. There's no doorbell here. So how do we enter? Hey! Anyone there? Can you open the gate? Yelled Sek. So what now? Asked Sek. When in doubt, punch it out, replied Vritra. You want me to punch the huge door? Asked Sek in disbelief. Well, it's you who says that if violence is the question and the answer is yes, replied Vritra. Can't argue with that logic, replied Sek and shrugged his shoulders. Gathering mana in his arm and clenching his fist tightly, Sek punched the huge gate with full force. Dark Lord's base level max power, serious punch. Boom! A huge shockwave passed through the gate and a loud deafening sound came out of the door. Quite a name for a single punch, commented Vritra. Leaving that aside, this door is sturdy as hell, commented Sek as he looked at the dent caused by his punch but was still surprised that the door was still intact. Alarm sounds. Intruder alert. Gate 03 under attack. Intruder alert. Gate 03 under attack. So what was that about not making a scene thing? Asked Sek in a calm tone. We have not made that huge of a scene. Even in the past, people, dragons, and gods who came to challenge me used various means like these to grab my attention. And what happened to those people? Asked Sek. Oh, I killed most of. Oh, we made a scene. Great timing to realize that, buddy. Sek could feel the mana and ki of the people who were making a fuss behind the gate, and he could tell that quite a few of them were preparing for battle. Let's give them some more time to prepare, commented Sek and walked a few meters away from the gate. 10 minutes later. Sek, who was sitting on the ground with a bronze stick in his hand, making a drawing on the ground. Suddenly he stopped drawing and looked at the gate that started opening. Finally. Do you guys have any idea how long you made me wait? Complained Sek as he got you from the ground and stretched his body. Soon the gate opened fully and a huge army consisting of more than 100 white armored clad people appeared. The one who seemed to be the leader came forward and looked around and soon narrowed his eyes at Sek. So there was only one person, muttered the man. Hey man, nice to meet you. I am Sek Bronzeza. I need some help getting back to my home. Can you guys help? Asked Sek with a smile on his face. Xander, is he the one? Asked the man in charge. Yes. He is the one who possesses the dragon's soul, explained Xander. The man gave a side place to Xander but soon focused back on Sek. You despicable human! Get ready to die, yelled Xander with a smirk on his face. Xander! My friend! Your arm's fixed? Want me to change that? Asked Sek with a smile and took Ecstasy out of its sheath. Xander, stand back. You already failed the mission that was given to you. We will deal with you later, ordered the man in charge. Xander looked at the man with a conflicted look on his face, but knowing his position he nodded and walked to the back of the army but still glared at Sek. Seeing that Xander was gone, the man focused back on Sek and raised his spear. And as for you, intruder, prepare to die and hand over the dragon's soul. Hearing his words, the whole army readied their weapons and spells, ready to attack the man in front of them. Haha! Be prepared, human! You are not in your dragon form now. There's no escaping. You will die, yelled Xander from the back of the army. Hearing that, Sek smirked and said, Really, looks like my help is standing back there, behind all of you all along. This made all of them widen their eyes in shock and look behind them to see what the weak human was talking about. Hey? Behind us? What the hell are you, tall? K-I-G. Xander looked behind him and didn't find anything or anyone there and turned around with an angry tone, but soon the anger turned into horror as he saw a long blade pass through the necks of the men and women standing in front of him. Thud 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 thud. Heads started falling one after the other and soon it was followed by the headless bodies. Ecstasy, shrink. Damn, you guys fell for such an old trick. Well then, Xander buddy, ready to die? Asked Sek with a smile and a bloody sword in his hand. Chapter 155, Let's get going to work then. After making quick work of the young master named Xander, Sek looked at the pile of dead bodies around him. Well, that was easy. They died like humans. Vritra, is there anything different about their bodies from mine? Sorry, my other half. Can't use my powers right now. Still, maybe they are just human-like species that live in a different world. Obviously, much stronger than the ones living in your world. Hey! What? It's true. Divine energy is the best body conditioning energy, and just like how the mana is pure in your world, the divine energy here is pure. These guys could wreak havoc if they were to attack your world. Well, if we are not taking into consideration you and your cheating magic, the elf leader guy, the light magic statue guy, your squad captain, the wizard king, and that super lucky anti-magic twerp. Oh, and that red cat of fate thing. You have some serious powerhouses near you, now that I think about it. Better not get this idea in their heads. Strong or not, a whole army attacking the world will be too much to handle without considerable damage, replied Sek as he took one last glance at the dead bodies, before checking any life signs with Ki. Looking around, the inside of the town, Sek admired the view before walking into the town. So, any idea if we will find anyone or anything here? Maybe some food? Asked Sek. Let's hope we do. Unlike me who can sustain on magic or some other energy, you need food to fight and survive. Well, sorry for being human, replied Sek sarcastically. The Dark Lord and the Dragon King kept talking for a while until they entered quite deep into the town. I am picking Ki and mana signs. Looks like quite a few people are there. Let's hope they are not after your life. Sek nodded as well and soon spotted people walking around the town without any worries. Seeing that, Sek sighed and smiled as well, feeling relieved that there were normal-looking non-young masterish people were present. Sek continued to walk feeling slightly relaxed after feeling the calm Ki around him. But soon he felt a slightly stronger Ki aimed at him. Glancing behind him cautiously, Sek noticed one man and one woman walking towards him. They are not willing to kill, or that's what their key tells me. Stay calm and act natural. Try to blend in as much as possible, suggested Vritra. Hey, you. Blonde hair, muscle guy. Halt. Hearing the voice that was obviously requesting attention, Sek turned around with a slightly confused look on his face. Me? Asked Sek. Yes, who are you? Never seen you here in this town before. Identify yourself, ordered the man. Are you the guards? Sorry for looking suspicious. I am new in this town. Just arrived today. My name is Aaron Jaeger, answered Sek. You are quite good at acting and lying. Well, I have quite some experience fending off a crazy, psycho bitch from my past life, thought Sek. Aaron Jaeger, where are you from, and what's your purpose for coming to this town? Asked the female guard as she checked out Sek from top to bottom. Well, the girl that I liked since childhood and was going to propose, got married and I was, let's just leave it that, replied Sek with a slightly sad and complex expression on his face. This got a reaction from the two guards as they could probably understand what that meant. The young man in front of them was not able to look at his sweetheart getting lovey-love with someone else and probably got away from his hometown. The male guard sighed and patted Sek's shoulder. You've got it hard. I hope you get over it soon, said the male guard. The female guard nodded as well and thought that the chick must have had a few screws loose to let go of such a man. So Aaron, what are you going to do? Got a place to stay or a job? Asked the female guard as she slowly tucked her hair behind her ear and slightly pushed out her chest. Another one, commented Vritra. Shut up, thought Sek without any change in his expression on his face. I was thinking of getting a job somewhere here. I rushed out in a hurry and now I don't have any food and money, replied Sek with a helpless look on his face. Hearing that, the two guards looked at the helpless young man and thought that the man in front of them was too hurt to not even consider taking food and money with him. Let's go to the town hall. They might have an opening somewhere, suggested the male guard. Oh. Thanks a lot, Mr. Guard. Oh, I haven't introduced myself, yet. I am Raymond. I am Roxana. 23 and single. Just so you know. Hey? You, twin. Raymond was about to say something but suddenly got a powerful jab in his gut. Raymond looked at Roxana with a questioning gaze but got a cold look in response. Knowing it was better to stay silent, Raymond simply coughed, stood up, and started reading the group. Sek chose to ignore the whole scene and simply followed Raymond. Don't focus, okay, what Raymond says. My brother has a habit of saying unnecessary things. So you two are siblings. That explains the resemblance, replied Sek. So Aaron, how old are you? Asked Roxana. 16, replied Sek with a smile. Really? You look very mature for your age, said Raymond as he examined Sek. I get that a lot, replied Sek. Just like that, the three of them continued to walk while making small talk. Sek noticed how the two of them, despite being friendly, were trying to get information out of him. Unlucky for them, the Dark Lord had great experience in hiding valuable information from a crazy, psycho bitch that would kill any girl whose name came out of Sek's mouth. I've saved countless lives because of these skills, thought Sek to himself. All right, here we are. I will go and talk to the chief, said Raymond and walked inside the town hall. Sek nodded and waited outside with Roxana. Soon Raymond came back and gestured for them to come inside. The two entered the town hall and Sek looked around only to find many people walking around in various documents. This place looks busy, thought Sek. Soon Raymond led them to a desk and made Sek take a seat. Sek looked at the man sitting on the other side of the table. The man looked old with a few scars on his face. So, you're the heartbroken, young one. Haha, sucks to be you, said the man with a laugh. Hearing that, a vein popped up on Sek's forehead, but he soon calmed himself down. Raymond and Roxana frowned but didn't say anything and just stood behind the old man. "Tch, you're no fun. Anyway, the name's not needed. I am the chief and that's all you need to know. So what kind of work do you need? What are you good at?" asked the old man, feeling a bit disappointed since Sek didn't react. "A live-in job would be good. As for work, I can do labor." "A live-in job, muttered the old man as he used some magic and a stack of papers lying near him flew towards him and the pages started changing at great speeds. "Here, not many jobs provide live-in options. Deal with that." 1. Taking care of a crazy old man who tries to stab at various times of the day. Ooh, I recommend this one. 2. Helper at the orphanage. 3. Servant for the border patrol. This one pays the most. So one's not the option. Killed the guys in option 3. Okay, not much thought required, thought Sek. I will take the orphanage job. You don't want the old man one? Come in, it will be fun. No need, chief. I think someone more dependable will come to handle that one, replied Sek. Ha! Stop that bullshit sweet tone of yours. The orphanage job is yours now. Work hard and keep the kids alive, said the chief as he placed the job document in front of Sek and went to do some other work. Sek took the document and looked it over. I'm not able to read it, thought Sek as he nodded sagely and with a confident look on his face. Raymond and Roxana saw Aaron read the document carefully and thought that the young man was very dedicated and felt happy that they helped such a good man. Unaware of the destruction and terror that was about to be caused by him, Sek smiled and stood up from his seat. Let's get going to work then. Chapter 156, Start of a New Job. So, this is where I will work. Led by the guard siblings, Sek, currently named Aaron, reached the orphanage that was located at the edge of the town. Sek checked the building and the area around the orphanage and simply thought that it was within his expectations of what an orphanage looked like. Well then, Aaron, although I would like to get to know you better and show you around the town, we have to get back on patrol. Meet the matron and work well, said Raymond as he gave a pat on Sek's shoulder and said his goodbye. Roxana followed her brother but told Sek that she would try to meet him in her free time. Waving his hand towards the retreating guards, Sek checked his clothes to see if he looked fine, and after making sure that he was perfect, he finally stepped into the orphanage compound. After giving a knock on the orphanage door, Sek heard multiple steps rushing towards the door and took a step back. Yes. A bespectacled MILF middle-aged woman opened the door and looked at Sek curiously. Good evening, I am Aaron Yeager. The chief told me there was a living job that I could take, said Sek with a smile. Hearing his words, the matron's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect that anyone would be willing to work at such a low pay, much less a strong-looking young man. Do you really want to work? The pay is not good, you know, asked the matron suspiciously, not wanting to put the kids in danger. Sek gave a dry laugh and explained the reason that he told the two siblings and why he wanted a live-in job. Hearing his reason, the woman's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect that the young man in front of her would be having love troubles. I don't know if it would make you feel better, but I hope you get better soon. Haha, I hope that as well. So, about the job, I would be very appreciative if I got it, asked Sek in a nervous tone as he scratched his cheek. Seeing the man being nervous, the matron chuckled and fully opened the door. Why not? It would help us as well if a strong-looking guy were to work here. Aaron Yeager, right? My name is Amelia. I am the matron of this small orphanage. Thanks for having me, Miss Amelia, replied Sek and stepped inside the orphanage. Don't bother the mat. Out of nowhere, a kid trying to kick Sek came only for Sek to step aside from the kid's path. Rather energetic welcome, commented Sek with a smile. Hey? Why did you dodge that? Complained the kid. Oh, sorry about that. You looked so weak that I simply moved away so that you didn't get hurt, replied Sek with a smile. Me, weak. The kid who was called weak by a stranger didn't know why, but he wanted to erase the smirk off the man's face. Cassie! Stop that! Don't be rude, scolded Amelia. The kid named Cassie wanted to complain but stopped since she didn't want to make Amelia angrier. The kid nodded and followed Amelia and Sek into the orphanage. 5 minutes later, Sek faced Amelia and a bunch of kids that stood beside her. Everyone, this man here is Mr. Aaron Yeager. He will be working here from today onwards. Make sure to not cause him trouble and get along with him. Yes, matron. The kids replied simultaneously and focused on the man named Aaron. Aaron, these little ones will be with you from today onwards. Take care of them. Let me introduce them. Well, you already met Cassie, then there's Willie and Lily, the twins. Ross, and finally Lenora. Humph, grunted Cassie. Hello, greeted the twins. Hi, muttered Ross. Handsome, muttered Lenora with a slight blush on her cheeks. Sek ignored the last kid's words and bent down to their level. As Miss Amelia said, I am Aaron Yeager, you can call me Big Brother or Dark Lord. I will be living and working here for a while. Let's get along. Dark Lord. Really? I have a question, Mr. Aaron, Big Brother Dark Lord. Lenora raised her hand enthusiastically and waved it around. Ask away. Are you strong? Pretty much the strongest person. Oh. Really? Yet. Wow. Lenora looked at Sek with twinkling eyes. This made Amelia chuckle, seeing that Aaron was playing with the kids. Unknown to her, the Dark Lord was truly serious. Come on, don't be fooled by him. The strongest? He is obviously lying, said Cassie. Says the one who wasn't able to land a surprise attack, mocked Sek. Why you? Take this, yelled Cassie as she pounced at Sek once again, and once again Sek simply sidestepped and dodged the girl. My, so slow. Grr. Don't mock me, yelled Cassie and tried to attack Sek once again, but this time instead of dodging, Sek misdirected her hit. Little power you got there, young miss, try more, replied Sek in a calm tone. Cassie was pissed by his nonchalant behavior and tried to attack once again, but the result was still the same. This continued for a while, and in the end, a scene of a young girl trying her best to hit a man and the man simply bullying the kid was what welcomed the rest of the kids and the matron. Give up, little kid. You cannot win against the Dark Lord, exclaimed Sek. Grr, I will land a hit. Just you wait. Haha, with your feeble power? In your dreams, replied Sek with a laugh. All right. That's enough playing around. Aaron, Cassie, stop, ordered the matron, and the two of them looked at the matron with an unwilling gaze but relented under the matron's gaze. This is not over, whispered Cassie. Well, tell me whenever you want to play around, replied Sek and ruffled her hair with a smile on his face. No fair, Cassie is hogging Mr. Aaron, Big Brother Dark Lord. I wanted to play too. Play tomorrow after everyone completes their chores. For now, it's dinner time. Lenora whined after hearing that, but all of a sudden a sound was heard. Grumble. Sorry, I haven't eaten in quite a while, apologized Sek as he held Cassie back from retaliating. Phew, go and wash up, everyone. I will reheat the soup in the meantime. Guide Mr. Aaron as well. Okay. The kids along with Sek left to wash their hands and soon came back. The kids sat around the table and Sek started setting up the table. Once everyone was seated, Sek looked at the soup and bread in front of him. A bit lacking, but still smells okay. Better than having nothing. It's too early to resort to your emergency rations, advised Vritra. I know. Sek simply started eating without saying anything and soon devoured everything. Thanks for the food. Looks like you were really hungry, commented Amelia. Well, I haven't eaten in a while, so, yet. Sorry if it wasn't sufficient. I didn't know someone would be joining us today. No. I am more than satisfied with this meal. I am glad to hear that. The matron smiled and so did the kids and started eating once again. Once everyone was done eating, the kids started preparing for bed and soon Sek was led along with the kids in a slightly bigger room. Well then, I will be sleeping with you guys. Good night, said Sek and immediately laid down on the ground to sleep. Hey, you really gonna sleep now? It's still early, complained Lenora. Well, I am tired and have nothing to do. Also, if Miss Amelia finds out you guys making a ruckus, you will be in trouble. Then tell us a story, suggested Willie. Yeah. A story. A good story, added Lily. Really? A story? Yeah, exclaimed all the kids. Sigh. Once upon a time there was a king. He died. The end. Now sleep. Hey. No fair. Well, life's not fair. Good night. Please, big brother. Hearing the kids whine, Sek looked at them with one of his eyes open and sighed. Sometimes I wonder why am I such a considerate Dark Lord. Alright brats, be ready to hear one of the most epic stories you could have ever heard. The Tale of the Number 1 Hyperactive, Knucklehead Ninja. The Tale of Naruto Uzumaki, said Sek in an excited tone and huddled the kids around him. Chapter 157, We're gonna greet them to hell. The next morning, Sek, who slept quite late because he was busy telling a story to the kids, naturally woke up a bit late. The amount of fatigue, both physical and mental, weighed a lot on him and he was finally able to sleep after a long while. Wake up, my other half. You would look hilarious if you woke up later than the kids. Hearing the familiar voice of the dragon inside him, Sek groggily woke up and looked around him, shooting the kids sleeping in bizarre poses. Good morning, Vritra. Morning. So how was sleep after the whole elf, devil, and this new dimension ordeal? Could have used more sleep, but yet, it felt great. He then stood up and folded the sheet that Amelia gave him and went out of the room. You woke up early. Good morning, Aaron. Hey, oh yeah. Good morning, replied Sek, almost forgetting that he was currently named Aaron. I hope you slept well and the kids didn't bother you much. It's fine. I slept like a log. Anyway, what things do you need me to do? Mostly repair and manual labor. It will also be good if you can help in farming. But leave that for later, go and wash up first. And wake up the kids after you are done, instructed Amelia, and got back to cooking. Sek gave a nod and went to wash his face and freshen up for the day. He then woke up the kids, much to their annoyance, but still, the kids followed the order. Once all of them were done with their morning routine, they gathered around the table to eat their breakfast. After they were done, Sek decided to start working and was soon led by Amelia and the kids. So you want me to repair the fence, the doors, windows, roofs, and the warehouse? All right, where will I get the wood? Asked Sek. What will you be repairing first? Asked Amelia. The fence, replied Sek and checked the condition of the barbed wire. Okay. Willie, if you don't mind. Yes, matron. Hearing her request, the male twin stepped forward and held one of the wooden fence planks. Maker magic, object remake. Mana filled the wooden fence plank and soon multiple planks started piling up near Willie. Seems like the perfect magic to crash the market. Stonks, said Sek as he picked up the full stack of planks. Walking towards the damaged fence, Sek simply grabbed one of the stronger looking areas and uprooted the whole fence in one go, making the kids and matron's eyes widen from shock. Aaron, don't you need tools like a hammer and nails? Asked Amelia, still feeling bewildered by the young man's actions. No need. Not even turning around, Sek grabbed the planks and started slamming and planting them into the ground one after the other. This went on for a while and soon the whole perimeter of the orphanage was covered in a new wooden fence. So, now the doors and windows, right? Asked Sek just to be sure, but the kids and Amelia were still shocked by the sight in front of them. You finished a work that would have taken nearly a week in just a matter of minutes. muttered Amelia. Whoa! He just rammed the planks in the ground with his bare hands, exclaimed Cassie. Amazing, cheered the twins. Hearing the praise, Sek's chest swelled with pride. If you work at this pace, then all the work will be over in just a day or two. We really got an amazing personnel, commented Amelia with a smile. Hey, wait a minute, if I finish all the tasks here then I won't be employed here anymore. I suppose. Oh my, I suddenly feel so weak after completing a task that could have taken weeks in just a few minutes. I don't think I can work any more today, said Sek dramatically and fell to the ground. Hey, you were perfectly fine just now. I am not anymore. You are lying. I am not. Yes, you are. Come on, don't be lazy. Matron is bullying the weak. How come I am the bully? The matron and the Dark Lord continued to bicker for a while. If not for me needing a base for now, I would left. I cannot get fired for now, thought Sek. Matron, don't bully big bro Aaron, said the twins. Yeah, the matron told us that bullying is bad, added Ross. Mr. Aaron big bro Dark Lord did the work so it's fine, right, added Lenora. Besides, if he leaves we won't be able to finish Naruto, finished Cassie. Seeing the 5 kids defending him, Sek looked at Amelia and smirked. Good job brats. Defend your Dark Lord from oppression. Seeing the combined front of the little kids and the bigger kid in a man's body, Amelia sighed. All right. I understand. You actually completed your job so I can't complain. Hearing that, Sek smiled, but out of nowhere his brows twitched a bit. Looks like it's time to leave, thought Sek. You picked something? Asked Vritra. We are being monitored. I am sensing around 5 people. They found us pretty quick. Well, I killed 2 whole platoons so. So what to do with the kids and matron? Let's just make sure that they aren't prosecuted for sheltering me. Ending his chat with Vritra, Sek stood up and looked at the kids and the matron for one final time. I will be going to the town for a bit, said Sek and got out of the orphanage. Amelia and the kids looked slightly confused but soon ignored that. After walking quite a bit away from the orphanage, Sek stopped and turned around and spotted the 2 guard siblings he met yesterday. Yo, Raymond, Roxana. Good morning, greeted Sek with a smile. But the 2 siblings weren't smiling and charged their weapons with mana. Aaron Yeager, no Sek Bronzeza. We are here to arrest you for the crime of killing the Border Patrol Squad. Sigh, so you guys know. Well, wanna let me go and do a favor to your friend? Asked Sek. We are no friends with a criminal. Yeah, sending 2 whole platoons to capture and kill me, and me retaliating back to live makes me the criminal, said Sek with a deadpan look on his face. You killed 347 people, yelled Roxana. It's literally a matter of perspective, you know. Besides, I am busy working at the orphanage and taking care of those kids. You don't want something, let's just say, unpleasant to happen there now, do you? Asked Sek with a cold smile on his face. You can play the villain role as well. I am learning of your new talents, commented Vritra. Don't worry about them, they are now taken to a safe place anyway. So how about coming with us while we are being nice, said a new voice, and soon a man appeared out of nowhere behind Sek. Ah, you brought more friends to play with, and what about the other 2? You may come out as well, you know. Hearing Sek's words, 2 guys came out of the ground. So what now? Wanna surrender while we are being nice? It's 5 against 1, you know. Now where's the fun in that? At least I want to fight while I can. Is that so? Commented the guy who appeared out of nowhere, and all 5 of them got ready with their weapons to attack the Dark Lord. You might wanna take that sword out now, said one of the people who came out of the ground. Why? It's not like I am gonna need it for people of your level, replied Sek. You basta. Out of nowhere, Sek appeared in front of the guy with a glowing orb in his hand. Mana bullet, raise Nan. Slamming the orb filled with mana in the man's gut, Sek simply smiled and watched as the man was blown away by the impact. The kids would have gone bonker after seeing the real-life Rance Nan. Suddenly Sek's legs were grabbed and he looked down to find the other Earth Mage. Just an advice. Let go. Well, I did my part of warning you. Bronze transformation magic, Midas touch. Wah! Not even a second later the man's hands along with some part of the ground were turned to bronze. Tell him freeing the legs by breaking off the bronze hands he won't be able to jerk off anymore. Seeing how two of them were dealt with so easily, the other three got serious. The remaining new man ran towards Sek but soon turned invisible. Seeing that, Sek widened his eyes in shock. Just kidding, commented Sek as he took a step back and punched the space to his left with his fist covered in bronze. Ack! With a grunt of pain, the man materialized again and fell to the ground. Really? Down in one punch? Man, I am strong, commented Sek. He then looked at Raymond and Roxana, who got vigilant once they saw his gaze. Seeing that, Sek sighed and pointed his finger toward them and fired 2 mana bullets at the siblings. Debuff magic, sleep touch. The moment the bullets hit the siblings they started to wobble around and soon fell to the floor as well. You dealt with them rather peacefully, commented Vritra. The two of them helped me, just returning the favor. After that, Sek went toward one of the fallen men and started going through his clothes. What are you doing? Checking for loot. We need usable money, you know. The mighty Dark Lord is stealing. It's the price for not killing them. It's different from stealing. It's a matter of perspective, I guess. Sometimes you're just mean. Before he could finish, a barrier surrounded him and an instant later Sek vanished from the spot. We secured the target, commented a man wearing the same white young master soldier uniform. True, but who's gonna secure you guys now? Not even hesitating a bit, X-Days cleaved through the heads of the group of men surrounding Sek. They really don't give me a break, commented Sek as he swung the blood off X-Days. So, where are we? Asked Vritra. I hope they're HQ, replied Sek. So we gonna greet them. We're gonna greet them to hell. Chapter 158, Looking good while kicking ass is one of the fundamentals of being the Dark Lord. Currently, in a huge building residing deeper inside the realm of the dead's habitable area, the captured human who was supposed to possess a dragon's soul was teleported in. In a huge hall in the same building, multiple figures were watching a magic screen, and the figure of the said man was also visible to them. We secured the target. True, but who's gonna secure you guys now? And in an instant, the man's sword cleaved through the group of men that were surrounding him. HOH, so this is the human with the dragon's soul. He looks kind of funny. He seems to be a bit skilled at least. I will kill him. Easy there, Xena. We have orders too. It's Captain Xena. So speak wisely. Yes, Captain. The group consisted of 2 men and 2 women, and among them, one of the women having vibrant violet hair glared at the man who tried to correct her. We're gonna greet them to hell. The man on the screen said that with a smirk on his face and started walking towards the exit. Inform all the people in the base. Get that man either alive or just on the brink of death. I want to be the one to make him regret. As you command, Captain, replied the other girl of the group and then took out a magic tool from her pocket. All units of Squad 8. The target has escaped. I repeat, the target has escaped. Attack him on sight. Any means necessary as long as he is not dead. The announcement was heard throughout the base by everyone, and our Dark Lord was no exception to that. They seem welcoming, commented Vritra. Yeah, a friendly bunch. What do you think, will they be my friends? Asked Sek with a smirk. Why not ask them yourself? They are coming, you know. Hey there, comrade, greeted Sek. Acid magic, corrosion cloud. Bronze magic, bronze body logia. A cloud made of corrosive mist came from the enemy's side and engulfed Sek inside of it. Lightning magic, thunder beast crash. A giant quadruped beast made of lightning rushed inside the corrosive mist cloud. Got him, cheered the two young master soldiers. No, you didn't. Suddenly a long blade emerged out of the cloud, cutting the magic in its path, revealing the Dark Lord with his clothes mostly melted. You're not a comrade. You are a pervert, commented Sek as he looked at his almost naked body. Wah, how dare you call us that, you despicable human? Sek looked at the two young masters and shrugged his shoulders before rushing toward the two young masters. Seeing the naked man running toward them with his dong swinging around, the two men took a step back, feeling a bit speechless. But it was that moment of hesitation that Sek took advantage of and extended his Logia body arms forward, grabbing the necks of the two soldiers. Ak! Le, let go! The two young masters struggled for freedom and Sek just looked at them coldly. No, replied Sek, and his grimoire started flipping. World Tree Debuff Magic, Fruit of Life. Mana gathered in Sek's hands and a seed-like object appeared on the men's foreheads. Ah! What is this? Stop! Stop! Stop this! All of a sudden the two started screeching in pain as the seed on their foreheads started to absorb the mana and life force out of them. Seeing the two screeching and flailing around, Sek let the two of them go, and immediately the two tried to pull the seed off their foreheads, only to fail while their life force and mana continued to get absorbed by the seeds. Their bodies started getting thin and wrinkly, and soon just a husk of their lifeless bodies remained. Once everything was sucked out of them, the seeds detached themselves and turned into a small fruit before coming flying back to Sek. The truly dangerous spells do live up to their names, commented Vritra. Why the hell do you think I refrain from using these? Replied Sek as he walked towards the dead husks, stripped one of them of his clothes, and equipped it on himself. These feel nice. And they fit perfectly. Comfortable to move in as well. Sek, while trying out various movements and attacks to check the flexibility of his clothes, formed a shiny bronze surface in front of him to check out his new look. Looks nice. What do you think, Vritra? Asked Sek. Is this really the time for you to check out how you look? Oh come on, looking good while kicking ass is one of the fundamentals of being the Dark Lord, explained Sek. Sai, slick back the hair and you're good to go. Following the dragon's advice, Sek styled his hair and gave himself a final look before smirking and giving a thumbs up to the handsome dude in the mirror. Well, then we are all set. Saying that, the Dark Lord got out of the exit only to find a horde of soldiers coming towards the dungeon. Hey, you! Where is that human? Asked one of the soldiers, thinking that Sek was one of them. So clothes do make the man. Well, that human knocked me out and got away somewhere. Did he come this way? Asked Sek with a pissed look on his face. You idiot! If we saw him, why would we be asking you? Everyone spread out and find him, ordered the supposed leader of the group. The soldiers nodded and were about to spread out, but all of a sudden the announcement came once again. The squad near the dungeon, the man in front of you is the human. Capture him. The human is currently wearing our uniform. Blonde hair, blue eyes, muscular body. It was worth a shot, said Sek as he shrugged his shoulders. But soon he pointed his fists towards the men and his arms started glowing. Bronze creation magic, weapon make minigun. Flame debuff magic, blaze touch maximum. Mana bullets covered in debuff magic started raining down on the group of soldiers in front of him, and the moment the bullets hit any one of them, their whole body got engulfed in flames. Ah! It burns, it burns! Somebody get rid of these flames! Water magic, wave crash. One of the enemy soldiers seemed to be a water mage, and after seeing his friends, decided to step in. Large amounts of mana gathered around them, and Sek's eyes widened, seeing the giant wave coming towards them and drowning the friends as well. Do they don't have any brain cells? Asked Sek with a disappointed look on his face. The water came for Sek next, but Sek just pointed his hand towards the water body and fired a mana bullet once again. Ice debuff magic, frost touch. In an instant, the whole body of water that contained several soldiers turned into solid ice, leaving the water mage and the people behind him shocked. By the way, they guys are still burning inside the ice. So this huge water wave, thanks for the support comrade. Now die. Sek jumped above the frozen water and soldier and pointed Extace at the remaining men. Extace, key blade. Extace glowed and immediately the blade shot forward like a serpent and pierced the hearts of all the remaining soldiers, killing all of them in an instant. Extace retract. Cleaning the blood of Extace, Sek started walking once again and started heading towards the place where the B*TCH who was making announcements was. Chapter 159, I think you should check again. Whoa ho ho. That man's brutal. He is stronger than I thought. Forget that, did you see him without clothes? Whistles. In the room where the senior brass of the 8th Squad gathered, the scene of the fight between the Dark Lord and the soldiers was being displayed on the magic screen. Some of them were mildly amused by the display of strength, but none considered Sek a threat, rather just a bug trying his hardest to survive and getting drained of his mana at the same time. All of them are useless. Hearing the cold voice, all of them looked toward the person who said that and shook their heads helplessly. Bronze creation magic, countless swords. Wind magic, gale force wall. Glacier magic, icicle cleaver. The countless swords aimed toward the enemy soldiers were easily deflected by the wall of wind, and an immediate counter-attack was launched back at Sek. Bronze magic, giant's fist. A huge fist appeared above Sek and punched the huge ice sword, shattering it in the process. Flame magic, scorching serpent. A giant snake made of flames was launched towards Sek. Sek that the giant fist tried to grab the snake, only for it to slither out of it easily. Bronze creation magic, weapon make Gatser blaster. A giant animal skull appeared in front of Sek and fired a powerful mana-charged beam, destroying anything that came in its path. Once the mana beam died down, nothing except for the trail of destruction was left in sight, seeing which Sek sighed. Sigh, they are not dying without using strong spells. My other half, be mindful of your mana as well. I know, but it's not like holding back on attacks is gonna help me, replied Sek. Still, you need to be careful. Relax. I've killed quite a few of them. It's not like they will have much manpower left. Just as Sek said those words, he came out of the passage and came in sight of the huge open space inside the huge building. In front of him, more than 500 soldiers with spells ready to be fired were glaring at him. I just had to raise a flag. Attack! Hearing the command, all the spells from multiple directions were fired at him without any delay. Seeing the barrage of spells coming toward him, Sek closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Seeing the target being motionless, many of the soldiers smiled, but soon their smiles disappeared as Sek vanished from their sight. Time debuff magic, fast forward 10x. Most of them didn't know what happened just now, but still, some were there could see a white and yellow blur move around the field, and soon the blur reached the other end of the enemy soldiers. There! He is at the back! A person who was in the air yelled while pointing at Sek, and following his words the people both in the sky and on the ground turned around. Hey! But the moment the people on the ground turned their heads, they started falling off their bodies. Blood started to splurt out of their bodies like a fountain, and in an instant the whole ground was covered in blood. Sek looked at Extace that was sharp as ever and smirked. He then looked at the people who were up in the air and pointed Extace at them as well. Do any of you guys know that you can kill in cursive as well? It's inspired by a legendary blue-colored Mary Poppins. Hey! Was all that came out of the flying soldiers before a small bronze arrow with negligible mana pierced through their hearts one by one. The bodies fell one after the other until the whole field was filled with dead bodies. I said it before and I will say it again, that sword and your debuff magic grimoire are cheating. Says the one who can absorb any shit he wants, spew out cursed flames, bind people with their shadows, and straight up seal the abilities of opponents mid-battle, replied Sek. Yeah, but I am a Dragon King. I am great. And I am the Dark Lord. The greatest. The dragon was speechless at his host's pride and just shook his head since he couldn't prove him otherwise. Satisfied with Vritra's silence, Sek got back on his path to the boss's room. Wow, he really dealt with all of them in one go. Gotta give it to him. He is okay. That magic item though, I am more interested in that. That sword is good. I will go and do my work. He will be coming here next anyway. So then, Captain Xena. What will be the plan of action? Asked one of the men. This human is getting cocky. We need to show him his place. Oh, we will see captain level power today, I guess. This will be epic. That's not a plan of action. I mean, you don't need a plan if you are overwhelmingly strong. True that. Hearing this logic, the man was unable to say anything and just nodded. Sek, who almost walked around the whole HQ, was finally in front of a boss room-like door. Can't these people install some signs? It was so damn difficult. They have no respect for their guests. Jokes aside, how much mana do you have left? My other half. 85% give or take. Should be enough. It should be, considering that I am only sensing around 4 people in there, replied Sek and shrugged his shoulders before he came in front of the door. Not even thinking twice, Sek used reinforcement magic and kicked open the door, sending it flying. Knock knock, yelled Sek as he saw the door flying toward a cold-faced lady. But out of nowhere a giant hand made of water appeared in the air, caught the door, and threw it back at Sek. Whoa! Not expecting that, Sek ducked and dodged the incoming door that went flying behind Sek. Hey, that's rude, complained Sek. Hey there, human trash, greeted one of the men sitting around a giant table. Hello, I don't know what species you guys call yourself, but still asshole, greeted Sek back. I kinda like him, said the man to the great of them in the room. Enough nonsense. Human, I will give you one chance to surrender the dragon's soul and die. You have charges of killing Squad 10 sent to retrieve the dragon and then killing the entire border patrol and infiltrating our land. The new crime of killing all the soldiers of Squad 8 and trying to break free from prison is hereby added to your list of crimes, not to mention the biggest crime you ever did. You dare harm my dear Xander, said the cold-faced lady as a murderous aura fell upon Sek. And for the first time since coming to this dimension, Sek felt a shiver run down his spine. This aura, it's the same as that BTCH Lisa's. Fuck, she is a psycho, Yandere thought Sek as he started to visibly sweat. My other half? You alright? Asked Vritra, since he felt that Sek was getting a bit mentally disturbed. Sek didn't reply but still wiped the sweat off his forehead and took a deep breath. Hey, it was that B*TCH Xander's fault for picking a fight with me and bringing me here in the first place. I gave him a warning and all. What did you call my little brother just now? Asked Xena in a cold tone. Oh boy, he cursed him in front of the Siskin. He is dead, commented one of the men enjoying the chaos. Oi, don't kill him immediately. Remember, you gave him a chance to surrender, commented the other man. He then looked at Sek, or more specifically at his sword. So what do you say, human? Wanna surrender? You must be pretty drained after all that fighting. I don't think you have much mana left anyway. Oh, don't worry about that, replied Sek with a confident smirk as mana started to leak out of him. I think I have plenty of mana left, said Sek as he let his mana run wild. Sek was confident that a fight was about to break out soon and was about to prepare a spell, but suddenly his expression hardened as he felt his mana getting pushed back. Really? I think you should check again, replied the man as he released his mana, easily dominating the maximum amount that Sek had and pushed Sek's mana away. Following his lead, the other people in the room released their mana as well, and immediately the pressure from Sek's mana vanished, and the Dark Lord for the first time in his life was blown away by the sheer difference in mana limits. I think that it's obvious, but I think that they are pretty strong. Thanks for the info. I couldn't have guessed, replied Sek in a mocking tone as he immediately used mana skin to handle the mana pressure. Seeing the human stand, the men clapped for his effort while the psycho Yandere kept glaring at Sek. Well, time for Maxi. But before he could finish, one of the men appeared in front of him and uppercutted him, sending him flying. Sorry? Were you saying something? I didn't hear it, said the man as he looked at the flying human. You bass, and once again Sek was kicked by the man who appeared behind Sek out of nowhere. Crashing into the ground, Sek glared at the man who was now standing in front of him. What? Never seen someone stronger than you whooping you so badly, asked the man in a mocking tone. This might get ugly, said Sek. Oh, don't worry, it will, replied the man with a chuckle. For you guys, finished Sek as his grimoire started flipping. Body debuff magic, damage transfer. And immediately all the injuries on Sek's body got transferred to the man. Feeling the sudden pain, the man was surprised and lost his focus for a bit. And being the great Dark Lord he is, Sek took full advantage of that and sliced the man in front of him in half. The body that was now sliced nicely in half fell on the ground, and Sek stood up with some blood on his face and his clothes and looked at the split dead body. Stronger than me? I think you should check again, said Sek as he got ready to fight with the remaining people in the room. Chapter 160, It's Because BOOP Cliffhanger. Seeing one of their members split in half by the despicable human, the remaining members of the young masters snorted. To die by the hands of a human. Maybe I need to re-evaluate the abilities of the officials in my squad, commented Xena. Seeing their reactions, Sek charged mana in his body and immediately multiple Gaster blasters appeared around the two of them. Bronze creation magic, weapon make Gaster blasters. The animal skulls started glowing as Sek charged them to the maximum. This one will pack a punch. The two white armored beings just glanced at the animal skulls without making any movements, and a moment later the whole surrounding got covered in a bright light. Boom! A huge explosion occurred that destroyed the whole building in a single attack. Sek, who was riding on top of his hoverboard, looked at the dust cloud that formed because of the damage and kept starting toward the source of the huge mana. Careful, my other half, these people are different from the rest of the ones whom you fought with before. They are around 4-winged angel levels strong and iced Vritra. Sek didn't reply and just nodded as he continued to stare with a serious look on his face. Soon the dust cloud started fading and the figures of the two people started to appear. That was a good trick. Don't tell me it was your strongest move, though, said the man who appeared to be covered in a shiny diamond-like armor. I shall take that as you are not willing to surrender and start the termination process, said the woman Xena, who was surrounded by a barrier of water. Holy water magic, smiting pressure wave. A high-pressure water wave launched from the woman's hand and headed toward Sek. Not even flinching from the sheer force of this attack, Sek simply formed a sizable mana bullet in his hand and launched it towards the water wave. Flame debuff magic, blaze touch. The moment the mana bullet collided with the water wave, it got heated up and turned into steam, evaporating in an instant. Seeing her attack vanish, the woman narrowed her eyes in displeasure. Wow, he got you, good captain. No worries. Let your subordinate join in the fun too, said the man as he flew up in the sky. Gem magic, lavish destruction sapphire. Blue sapphire-like gems surrounded Sek and started glowing. Seeing the gems glowing, Sek flew up as he could feel both the mana and the ki from them. There's no running away, kiddo, said the man as the gems fired concentrated man beams at Sek. Seeing the incoming beams, Sek smirked and his grimoire started flipping. Mirror magic, concave reflector. A giant concave mirror appeared in front of the mana beams and absorbed the mana beams. Seeing his attack getting absorbed by the magic mirror, the man raised his brows in astonishment. Not even an instant later, Sek fired the combined mana beams back at the man. Did he just combine all my attacks and fire back at me? Said the man in disbelief. Gem magic, unbreakable protection diamond. Holy water magic, blessed trident. The man immediately blocked the incoming attack with a diamond-like armor, and taking advantage of that, the woman took for the skies as a large amount of mana gathered around her. This easily dwarfs that elf leader's final attack against the devil, said Vritra, feeling the amount of mana gathered by the woman through Sek. Sek looked at the woman, who had a trident made of clear water and the size of a tower above her. Gem magic, dazzling thunder amethyst. Various violet orbs surrounded the giant aqua trident and electricity started to crackle around the water. Seeing the size of the attack remained silent, but for some reason, he had a vein twitching on his forehead. My other half. Feeling that his host was in a bad mood, Vritra decided to make Sek realize that they were in the middle of a battle and probably in deep shit as well. Enough. What? Are you so scared that you lost your voice? That's right. Tremble. Tremble in fear for the sin of laying a hand on my cute brother, yelled the psycho Brokon as the size of the trident doubled. My captain is making me shiver in excitement. Let me add to the destruction. Gem magic, brilliant doom garnet. A reddish-purple gem-like structure appeared inside the trident and broke apart, releasing a large amount of mana as the trident turned to the gem's color and the electricity around it got even more chaotic. I said enough. Ha! It's too late to regret it now. Die! Yelled the woman who had lost her composure as she fired the attack at Sek. Seeing the huge attack that would surely annihilate the whole town below them, Sek took a deep breath and sheathed ecstasy. My other half, yelled Vritra in shock as he didn't understand what was going through his host's mind. I said enough. Stop showing off your huge mana, yelled Sek as his grimoire started flipping. Glass debuff magic, shatter. Not even flinching in front of the incoming attack, Sek straight up punched the trident. Asterisk shatter. Asterisk. The moment his punch connected, the mana inside the water trident got chaotic and the sound of thousands of glasses shattering echoes in the area, and in an instant the huge attacks vanished. Wah! Is he for real? The two young masters looked at the scene with shock as a pissed off Sek gave the middle finger to the two of them. Why you despicab? Stop looking down. It's hurting my neck. Feather debuff magic, flightless. A wave of mana came out of Sek and passed through the two enemies, and not even a second later the two started falling. You've got too much mana, right? So stop showing off. Bronze creation magic, weapon make Gaster Blaster plus spatial debuff magic, distorted space plus water debuff magic, dehydrate plus beast debuff magic, berserk. A Gaster Blaster appeared above the two falling people, and as soon as it appeared above them, its blue eyes turned red. A large amount of mana gathered in its mouth, feeling which the two immediately got on the defensive. Gem magic, unbreakable protection, diamond. Holy water magic, blessed water veil. The Mad Gaster Blaster room charged up the mana and fired a far more destructive attack than the normal Gaster Blaster. Seeing the incoming attack, the two sighed, since they were glad that their shields were applied because of their quick thinking. Too bad for them, their opponent was the Dark Lord. The moment the mana beam made contact with the water shield, all the water vanished. This made the woman shocked at how easily her magic was destroyed. This wasn't the end though, as the beam continued moving and immediately drilled through the diamond shield, piercing them, and successfully donutting the two high mana freaks. The two of them spilled blood the moment their bodies were pierced by the beam. But this wasn't the end of their suffering, as the effects of water debuff magic, dehydrate, immediately dried up all the water that was present in their bodies, turning the two of them into husky figures. Take that, you high mana freaks! How was it? How was my attack? Did that high amount of man help you? Hey! What? I cannot hear you too. Is that high amount of mana not helping you in speaking after taking an attack from the Dark Lord? Yelled Sek in a slightly pissed tone. I forgot that the Dark Lord works on feeling superior to others, thought Vritra. Well, it's good in its own ways, thought Vritra as he simply laughed at his host's action. The two near-dead beings stared at the angry teenager. They were in pain, a lot of pain, but they were slowly losing the sensations in their bodies. They were not losing blood because it was dried off, but the blood was also not moving around in their bodies. They tried to scream, call for help, or warn of the others, but their throats were totally dry and it was difficult to even make a small move. Seeing no reaction from them, Sek landed on the ground and looked at them who had a hole in their stomachs. Aren't you two very wholesome, commented Sek. But soon felt mana appearing around them. Aw, come on! Whined Sek. Holy water recovery magic, drop of life. Gem magic, shining recovery, emerald. An angelic figure appeared above the woman holding a chalice and poured a drop of water on her. Similarly, an emerald appeared above the man and shattered, releasing a mana wave towards the man. The moment their spells were completed, their bodies started repairing. Seeing their bodies healing, Sek's face palmed and shook his head in disappointment. At this point, they are just getting annoying. Like seriously? A full heal after being at 1 HP? I agree. But after that wholesome joke, you kinda deserved it, my other half, replied Vritra. What? It was good. No, it was not. Now focus on the fight. Sek focused back on the two of them, who were now back on their feet and got ready to battle once again. Can't you two just die like good enemies? Asked Sek, preparing another spell. Why you? Yelled the psycho. Captain, he is too dangerous to be left alive, said the other man. You realize that now? Well, better late than never, I guess. Wait, what's that behind you? Asked Sek. And the noobs fall for it again. Not even taking an instant, Sek moved forward and punched the two of them with full force, sending them flying. Ack! Damn you! Fight fairly! The two landed quite a bit away from Sek and immediately healed their injury. Point to note, still weak to physical attacks. Alright, hey you psycho brocon, yelled Sek as he waved at the woman. What? Barked the bitch. You're gonna love this spell. So watch it carefully. Like we're gonna give you any more openings, yelled the man. Oh, don't worry, you are already dead. You ask why? Asked Sek with a toothy grin. The two didn't know why, but they felt despair hearing those words. It's because the Dark Lord had already touched you too, said Sek as he raised his hand in front of him, shaped it like a detonator, and pressed it with his thumb. Explosion debuff magic, bites the dust. Hey, said the man before his body started expanding, and an instant later every cell in his body exploded. Boom! The sound of the explosion was clearly heard by the woman, who just started at the place where the man was standing just a moment ago. Why? Why do you have his magic? Why do you have Xander's magic? Demanded the psycho. It's because BOOP cliffhanger, said Sek, and did the detonating action once again. Way was all that could come out of her mouth before she exploded into nothingness as well. Sometimes, I think you are evil, said Vritra. Oh please, I am just adorable, replied Sek as he finally sat down to take his rest. Unknown to him, there was one person who was still left after the whole fight, who was watching the scene that took place in front of her. I need to inform about him too. Before she was able to finish, Xdace's extended blade appeared from behind her and sliced up her entire body into fine pieces. Xdace retract. Key is good, commented Sek as he started wiping the blood off his sword.